Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Got the Death Note? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Midoriya Izuku had taken to walking at night. He didn't know why he did it. Maybe it was the comforting cloak of night, the stark variations in the bright streetlight and the darkness between. Maybe it's a place where he could avoid the endless reports from the news media, endless reports of heroes taking down villains, heroes saving people from buildings. He's one of the biggest hero fans out there, but even he thought it was a bit excessive. Maybe it was a place where he could be free from the oppressive bullying from Kaken, free from his mother? He hadn't thought of his mother as someone to fear, but she was always coddling him, even though he was 14 years old at this point. He knew his mother was a higher-up manager in some hero agency, so maybe there's some paranoia going on there. Honestly, he didn't know exactly what's going through his mother's head. Hell, he had to sneak out just to go on this walk run whatever this was. He honestly had no idea what exactly it was. But he knew about what he was doing. It was training to be a hero. He had stumbled across an interview, one of the only ones of its kind that exists. There was an interview with Present Mike on his radio show where he had an exclusive interview with Eraserhead. Sure, it was only aired once, at 1 a.m. on a Tuesday, and never aired again, but in the interview, Eraserhead said that to become a hero, people needed to put in actual work. And because of that, he decided to change. He started running, building up his endurance bit by bit. In retrospect, it seemed so obvious. He had wanted to be his hero all his life, but he hadn't really done any work towards his goal besides his hero analysis notebooks, which were useful, sure, but it was just the first step. He felt stupid in retrospect for not thinking about this sooner. Pursuing his dreams to be a hero beyond the state of dreams. That had also extended to his middle school. Sure, he was still being bullied, but something had made him go beyond, and he actually started trying in his classes. Previously, he had been intentionally not doing as well as he should have been, in order to stay below Kaken. But somewhere along the line, he decided to no longer hide his true talent, and he took the top spot by midterms. Sure, Kaken had gotten angry at him because he had passed him and taken the top spot in their school. Sure, it was difficult. Kaken wasn't an idiot by any means. There was a reason he was top grades in the class for a reason, after all. Emphasis on was. His last parent-teacher conference was apparently about his current homeroom teacher Akugura-sensei complaining to his mother about all this talent being wasted on a quirkless kid. He hated always being called the quirkless kid. It was like everything else he was didn't matter. Sure, he was top of his class in every subject. Well, nearly every subject. Kaken still was better than him at PE, which is to be expected. But all that people saw in him was his lack of a quirk. Well, he'll show them. He heard a shout coming from a nearby alleyway, knocking him out of his funk, followed by a scream and some guy beginning a rant. Not knowing what to do, he ran in the direction of the scream. What did he care that he could die? It's not like he lived a good life anyways. When he finally stumbled across the scene, he encountered a guy covered in scarves and knives, dressed in red and gray cloth with silver spikes and brown knife holders, standing over a hero. Izuku couldn't recognize the hero, but the skin-tight costume in white, black, purple, and pink in crazy patterns couldn't be anything but a hero's costume. Now, fake hero, your crimes have been realized. You say you're a hero, yet you steal from civilians and cover up for other heroes. I'm sorry, Xylian, but you must not be allowed to live. And with that, the mysterious villain stabbed down into the hero's, apparently named Xylian, neck, killing the hero and spraying blood everywhere. It should have shocked Izuku to the core. He should be running away screaming, yelling for the police or something. But instead of doing that, he just stood there, frozen, looking as the hero beneath him. Goodbye, fake. And that's when this villain looked up. Izuku jolted, but still remained in place. What did he have to say? You won't report this, will you? Did this Xylian A actually do what you said? He asked, trembling and shivering. He had tried presenting himself with more confidence, but all that fell away from the sheer presence that this mysterious villain with the knives. Izuku didn't know how to explain the aura that they emitted. Of course he did. Leader of his own little ring. I'm Stain, by the way. The now identified Stain said. What's your name, young one? I am Midoriya Izuku. And nice to meet you. The threatening aura this Stain was exuding had faded away to almost nothing, but Izuku was still scared. He was in an alleyway with a villain the heroes haven't caught yet. Well, Midoriya, I'll spare you for now. I don't want to kill you, I only want to kill the fake heroes, but don't make me have to kill you. And with that scary and terrifying thought, Stain ran off faster than Izuku thought humanly possible. He ran home as fast as he could. The first thing he did when he got home, aside from avoiding his mom when he snuck back in and dodged questions about why he was so sweaty. Sure, he disliked lying to his mom, but she would never allow him to start running not behind her back, or who he encountered on his run-walk thing. Was open his computer on his usual settings, a decent VPN and a different browser, and started looking up information on Stain. And boy, there was a lot, despite him being a pretty hidden villain. One of the more popular theories floating around the forums that Stain was the vigilante Stendhal, known for killing villains. He couldn't uncover information about this hero killer's quirk, but he figured out that it allowed Stain to paralyze someone. But what he was most interested in was the ideology of the hero killer. It was something that he had heard the villain say something about fake heroes in society. He saw all sorts of essays written by Stain and other Stain fanatics about the meaning of what being a hero even means. Sure, they were all written anonymously, but he read through quite a few of them. This was apparently something that people had put a lot of thought into. He had wanted to reject this because he liked all the heroes. But the essays all explained how the hero system was broken. And all of them made sense, but Stain and his fanatics weren't looking far enough. Everyone was fake, or nearly everyone. Nobody wanted to rock the boat, as it were, and thus the system became more and more unbalanced. He wasn't sure how he had gotten this great epiphany. It was as if all the information he had required were the puzzle pieces in front of him, and all he had to do was see the pattern, connect one puzzle piece to the other, until a whole picture was formed. Well, it was more like he had the first pieces put together for him, but that allowed him to put the pieces together to see the picture. It wasn't a pretty picture, far from it. It was an ugly, nasty picture, smelly and disgusting, but gilded in gold. People walked along the gold, admiring its beauty but not caring enough, or at all, to dig beneath the paper-thin layer of gold. Being born in the nastiness and the ugliness, he had never seen the gild in the first place. For once, he fell asleep energized, excited for what the new day would bring. Today's English reading is from the book, a collection of lessons by Harold Bakerson. Midoriya, would you care to do the first reading? He knew the English teacher, Kazuki-sensei, was singling him out. He knew that she and everyone else, including Kaken, especially Kaken in fact, was waiting for him to fail. But he hadn't gotten a 99.7% on the last English exam for nothing, after all. And Cameron Degard was granted the touch of God. With this power, he could see when someone would die. He used this power to become a great oracle, creating a church in the center of the largest city of Cade's Cat. But of course people didn't trust him. That was until he announced the death of King Zika's cow as it was happening, and then people came far and wide. But despite all he could see, there was one number he could not see, his own. So he didn't see the old oracle who snuck into his room and stabbed him. And thus, Cameron Degard met an early end. He said, making sure to say each syllable carefully. Sure, it was a bit slower than a natural English speaker, but he thought it was pretty good. He ignored the stares of his classmates as he sat down. Apparently they were still in use to him being a good student. Good job, Midoriya. Now can anyone tell me about the central lesson of the story? A few people scattered across the room, including Kaken, raised their hands. He didn't. Not because of a lack of knowledge about the themes of the story. There were several lessons that could be gleaned from the short piece. Some were good and some weren't as good, such as the fact that unnatural powers often had you discriminated against, or the fact that difference was disintegrated against, or just that managing your power, keeping it a secret, not announcing it, all that stuff. And then there was planning, contingencies, all of that. He had started recording different information in his notebooks, rather than how amazing the quirks of the heroes he wrote down were. He worked on breaking down the strengths and weaknesses of heroes and villains, as well as working on ways to defeat them without a quirk, just with his own physical strength and maybe some tools that he could use to gain more advantage. Sure, it was exhausting, but he would do anything to be a hero, so of course he would put in the hard work. Suzuki, what do you think is the main lesson of this story? Their teacher called on a girl whose hair was floating around, twisting and turning with ethereal grace. The main theme is that you shouldn't try to do anything great, because then you'll get targeted by everyone. That was one way of thinking about it. A stupid way, one that teaches a bad lesson, but it was indeed a way to interpret the lesson. And then there was a major class discussion about this. He didn't care for that interpretation, so he just looked out of the window. A black notebook fell from somewhere, turning in the air and landing neatly on the ground. He really should take a look at that. English was his last class before school was out. If it was someone's school notebook, he could return it to whoever it was, be a normal, everyday hero to someone. Be a good person, how cool does that sound? He ran out of the room as soon as he could. Thankfully his seat was slightly closer to the door than Kaken was, so leaving was pretty easy. It was the advanced math class where he had to worry. He'll worry about that later. For now, he had this rather interesting notebook to take a look at. He made his way down to the ground level, going to the field where the notebook had fallen. People seemed to be ignoring it, like it was trash or something. But he was different, had always been so he picked up the notebook. It was a plain black notebook that was fairly thin. He turned it over, and Death Note was written on the top section of the notebook, white letters starkly standing out against the dull black of the notebook. What is Death Note? Is this some sort of edgy notebook you'd buy at Hot Topic or something like that? He opened it up to reveal that there was no name within it, and instead on the other side of the cover page there were rules? What the hell is this? He read the words to himself, sneaking off to a secluded corner of the park he was in, taking a look at the rules. They were written in English, which was interesting as this was Japan. But this could be a notebook from an American tourist. The Americans acted edgy, or at least they seemed to act like they were. The human whose name is written in this note shall die. Well then that's different. This is a different type of edgy. This note will not take effect unless the writer has the person's face in their mind when writing his/her name. Therefore, people sharing the same name will not be affected. This seems too specific for something that's a joke. Unless it's a really edgy joke. Or just like a prank. Yeah, it's probably a prank. Well, let's read on. If the cause of death is written within the next 40 seconds of writing the person's name, it will happen. If the cause of death is not specified, the person will simply die of a heart attack. Heart attack? That's a very specific way to die. The combination of the words written in a strange font, the strange way these words are written, and a strange and spooky aura coming from the book makes this much more than just an emo notebook. After writing the cause of death, details of the death should be written in the next 6 minutes and 40 seconds. Again with the specific times, and what exactly does details of the death mean? What is this? What the F dash? In a world with quirks, such a book was possible, certainly, but there was no way such a book existed. It's powerful, and nearly everyone he knew would take advantage of the power, use it to rank up higher in the social ladder, scrabbling for a bit of purchase. But of course this book could be a fake. He would need to test it out on someone he wouldn't mind seeing dead, like a despicable villain. He found what he was looking for an hour later, sitting with his mother watching television. It was the small amount of family time they could enjoy before she needed to make dinner and he needed to study. UA was an elite school, after all, and he would need top marks to even have a chance at attending, to make up for his probably lacking scores in whatever the practical exam was. Because it's a hero school, so of course his lack of a quirk would make it much more difficult. Breaking news, thanks to the hero All Might, a child SXL assaulter named Nitairo Kageyami was captured yesterday. The news announcer, a smartly dressed woman with shiny metallic silver hair and gleaming gold eyes and coppery skin, said. A picture of the guy appeared on the screen. A face and their real name, that's what this book says I need, right? He surreptitiously pulled out the notebook, hidden inside Hero Analysis for the future number 11, and wrote down the guy's name while picturing the wretched guy's face he saw on the screen. This was a live story, so he could get an update in real time. 40 seconds? That's what the notebook said, right? He looked at the watch he had been given, a final gift from his dad. He finished writing at exactly the 20-second mark at 4:12 p.m., meaning that at exactly 4:13 p.m. on the child MLST should die by a heart attack. Maybe that's too good for him, but whatever. 15 seconds left. The guy was trussed up in chains, quirk suppressant H and DCFFS on, being led along by the police to a nearby police van, all might having already taken off after ensuring the villain was secured. 10 seconds left. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The moment he mentally said 0, the guy writhed around in the capture device, gripping and grabbing at his chest. The device released and paramedics came over to examine him. A shocking development. Nitairo Kageyami appears to have collapsed in the middle of the street. Now we go to Hokiyo Jikori, who is now in the field. The scene then switched to a very boring-looking man who had black hair and dull brown eyes. Thank you, Tadashi. Paramedics have informed me that Nitairo Kageyami suffered a sudden heart attack. The cause of the heart attack has not been confirmed, but is believed to be quirk-related. Police are already asking for quirk identification from onlookers, but most police and heroes are baffled. Back to you, Tadashi. The scene then switched back to the news studio. Thank you, Hokiyo. We will be following this story carefully for future updates. Stay tuned to Channel 43 News for future updates. Izuku couldn't move. He looked down at the notebook. It was completely blank, save for the name Nitairo Kageyami written neatly in both English letters and kanji. The instructions inside and the title were both written in English, but he wrote in both just to be sure. But this could be coincidence, right? It just so happened that this guy had a heart attack when he wrote down this name. He didn't know anything about this Nitairo Kageyami. Maybe he had a weak heart, or other underlying heart issues like diabetes or hypertension or genetics, and the stress of capture triggered it. This could also be an example of confirmation bias, where he wanted to see this notebook work out of some sick power fantasy. He needed a second example and maybe even a third. Because as the saying goes, once is happenstance, twice is coincidence, 3 times is a pattern. So he needed a pattern. For some reason, the thought that he was killing people was lost on him. He would only kill villains that committed despicable actions. When looking at unique quirks all around the world, he found that there's a Chinese hero called Yenluo Wang whose quirk, Death Touch, means that he can instantly kill whoever he touches. People hated him for such a villainous quirk, but he persevered and became a hero. The IPHSA and Jiang jointly gave him blanket permission to kill criminals he fights, if they are wanted for major enough crimes. If someone with the power to murder whatever he touches can be a hero, why can't he be a hero with his Death Note? Sure, he'll work from the shadows, but if he publicly revealed the Death Note, it would most certainly get taken away from him. Izuku, honey. His mother spoke up from beside him. I'm exhausted after today's work. Could you be a dear and get me some chocolate from the corner store? There's money and pepper spray on the counter. Of course, Mom. He said. His mom sometimes wanted chocolate from the corner store, so every so often he would get some for her. The pepper spray was police grade, something he could use for self-defense without a quirk. He got up, making sure to conceal the Death Note in the ordinary notebook he hid it in, and grabbed the money and pepper spray. He often did carry a hero analysis notebook with him, so it wasn't too out of character for him to have a notebook with him. His mother liked Urakusaika's Black Thunder chocolates the most, so that's what his end goal was to acquire. Sometimes the nearest konbini, which was a 7-Eleven, had them, sometimes it did not. It's a fun gamble. And he brought the Death Note because why not, he might find someone as a target for the Death Note. They probably won't be as bad as Nitairo Kageyami, but there are very few people that are as bad as that man was. As he was browsing the shelves of the 7-Eleven, he heard someone yell out from outside. Because that type of shouting would only be from a fight. So he ran over to a window where he could see the fight. There was a skinny-looking man shaking and flanked by 2 big burly men grabbing his arms. The third figure was a woman with jet black hair and a scowl. You said you would give me my money by yesterday, Kirito. So where is it? I'm sorry, Hayumi Keiji. I was robbed yesterday and lost 12,000 yen. I'll have the rest of Why Your Money by tomorrow, I promise. He said feebly. You tellin' me you can't bring up 12,000 yen? Well, I'll just kill you then. Thank you, Kirito. For this gangster's name. He took out his death note surreptitiously and wrote down, Hayumi Keiji, and this time he decided to add a method of death. Accidental death. He wasn't sure exactly what that would mean, but if this death note was real and not a scam, then some sort of accident would befall this Hayumi Keiji in about 35 seconds. Wait. I have an emergency fund. I'll just get the money from that. There's an ATM down the road, let's head over there. The gangster woman said. The ATM that she mentioned was still within his line of sight, so he didn't have to leave the 7-Eleven to see if the death note actually did work. 15 seconds left. The gangster yelled out something he couldn't hear, and then began to storm away in anger. 5 seconds left. A truck came careening out of nowhere, and then crashed into her when she wasn't paying attention. He froze. So the death note most certainly did work. And accidental death meant that there was some sort of accident that resulted in their death. Seemed obvious in hindsight. But that means the death note actually works. Holy shit, that means he has the power of life and death in his hands. Maybe then he could work to achieve Stain's dream of a better society with the death note. But he has to plan this out with expert precision, as well as explore what exactly he can do with the death note. There's already suspicion over his first kill. He bought 2 Black Thunder chocolate bars and went home. There wasn't anything here he really wanted, so he didn't get anything for himself. Thank you, Izuku, for the chocolate. Make sure to keep up your studies so you can be a hero. His mother said as he handed her the 2 chocolate bars and the change. Don't worry, Mom, I'm still the top rank in my class. I found a UA-funded cram school that might be useful. You can check it out when you pass the UA exams. Of course, if he passes the UA entrance exams, he'll still need to stay at the top of his class, even though it's a top-ranked hero school. So when? Mom, you said when I pass the entrance exams? He asked hesitantly. Of course I said when, Izuku. I definitely think you'll be able to pass the entrance exam. She said. And in the rare opportunity you don't pass, we'll look into top-ranked civilian high schools, okay? Yeah, that sounds good. He replied. That had been something he was looking into, after all. He had also signed up to take the General Studies and Management exam, as well as the detective course at Shinkitsu. Putting all his eggs in one basket is idiotic. He went up to his bedroom and put the death note on his desk, right beside some of his other notebooks. Perhaps he could do one final test, this time with another villain that was in the process of being arrested. He turned on the TV in his room and flicked it to the international channel. It was a channel that was live reports of major villains being arrested all around the world. Of course, it was a 24-hour news station, so the definition of major was pretty relative. Sometimes it had big villains, such as Toxic Chainsaw, or Tadashi Toru, his real name. Real names are something he should be paying attention to a lot more often. This particular piece was in Spanish, and it involved some drag lord named Edgar Perez, who had been trading Trigger around the world. He wrote down the name Edgar Perez in the notebook and waited 40 seconds. 40 seconds later, Edgar Perez clutched his chest and died. He didn't understand Spanish, but he saw enough to know that the death note worked. Well, enough of that supernatural nonsense, he has a quiz to study for. He turned around in his office chair, and sitting on his bed, eating an apple, was something. Larger than he was, it had a pale face, glowing red eyes, dressed in all black. There were spikes covered along his body as well as a book on a chain hanging from his hip. Okay, Izuku, calm down and don't yell out. His mother is close by, after all. Hello, I am Ryuk, a shinigami. The mysterious being, now identified as Ryuk, said. Shinigami? How do I know you're not some creep with a mutation quirk wearing edgy clothing? He asked. Because like hell he would believe there's a shinigami in his room when it's more likely that it's some guy with a quirk. Quirks, those of us in the shinigami realm thought these quirks would be more exciting, but it's pretty much the same thing, just everyone has weapons now. Anyway, I've come here to explain a few things about the death note. Ryuk? Was that his name? Said as he pointed to the death note. As you have already figured out by now, the death note is no ordinary notebook. Izuku nodded. After all, 3 people have died when he wrote their names into it. In fact, it's my notebook. Well, one of them. The shinigami stood up and patted the book that was on his hip. So you've been experimenting. That's interesting. Maybe you'll be interested as well. I'll follow you around. And don't worry, only the people who touch your death note can see or hear me. Well, that's good, but try not to talk to me with people around so I don't look insane, okay? He was already bullied for a lack of a quirk. If he started talking to himself, that would maybe make it worse. Probably the only reason why his bullying is not worse is because his mother works as a manager for Kamui Wood's hero agency, filling out quite a bit of his extra paperwork. Fine, I guess. Whatever. At least you have apples. That's more than I can say of the Shinigami world. Wait, you come from another world? Yeah. Well, this Shinigami has been right so far, and the notebook gives its user power over life and death, so it sort of makes sense that he comes from another world. Anyway, he actually has to study for the math test he has to do tomorrow. Their math teacher promised that there would be polynomials on the test. When he woke up to a new day, there was the faintest scent of dread in the air. And it wasn't because of the stupid death god that was sticking around him because of the death note. It had been a week after he got the stupid thing. He had only used it twice over the course of the week, just enough that it looked a bit odd, but not too suspicious. In a world where much more drastic things happened, an unusually high amount of heart attacks among convicted and wanted villains was not enough for many people to worry about. He had taken care to make sure they happened all over the world. Everything had been going smoothly, so why did it feel like something wrong was going to happen? Could be that Kaken had been pretty silent for the past week. The calm before the storm, as it were. Kaken would always be careful to not go too far, because of his mom's position as some sort of important manager at Kamui Wood's hero agency. Not like he would ever use his mom's connections for his own benefit. He disliked people who did that, so it was only hypocritical. And if Kaken went too far, there's always the death note. He just needs to write down the name Bakugo Katsuki in the death note and boom, he's dead. Now Kaken is not going to die by a simple heart attack. He already had the death and details he wants to write. Now there's several things he learned about the death note, but he'll save that stuff for later. Like if he gets through today at school without feeling exhausted or wanting to write a name in the death note. He never brought the death note to school. He was DMN sure that at least Kaken and at least one other person rifled through his things and stole things like papers and pencils and knickknacks. Nothing that he could prove, but it was enough that he carried around important assignments and essays with him in a special binder. He even brought this binder with him to the bathroom. So like hell he would bring the death note to school. You seem pretty smart, Izuku. I think this will be quite interesting indeed. Ryuk said from where he was sitting down on the office chair as Izuku was changing into his middle school uniform. This gave Izuku a chance to think about things. Hey Ryuk, he asked, finishing changing and popping his latest hero analysis notebook into his backpack. Why do you talk about things being interesting, and why did you drop the notebook in the first place? That had been something he had been wondering about ever since he first got the death note. The answer to both of those questions is the same. I did it because I was bored. Izuku couldn't believe it. Bored? You did all of this out of boredom? I don't believe it. There's no way that you'd give away such a powerful object out of boredom. Ryuk simply laughed. It was a hollow, empty sound, devoid of humanity. Which sort of makes sense because Ryuk is not human. The Shinigami world is a boring place, Izuku. There's not much going on here. I just want to see what goes on here. But as a reminder, I'm not your ally or your enemy. So I should take anything you say with a grain of salt? He had been doing it anyway, but it was good to know anyways. Except where the death note is concerned. Anything about the specific rules of the death note I won't lie about. That makes sense. Anyway, it's time for me to head off to school. You can come along if you like. It's not like I have a choice. Okay, cool. He said as he left and closed and shut the door. His mom had gone to work early today, so he got himself to school. A crashing noise along the way to school was the sign that there was a villain attack. He had seen a few of them over the years. They were a depressingly common occurrence at this point, but the heroes were all in the wrong places. In some areas where there are a lot of cameras, Coincidentally, heroes were racing to stop villains. In other areas, most villains remained uncaught. And heroes rarely worked at night, meaning that some types of criminals almost rarely got caught. When he wiggled his way through the crowd, he saw exactly what was going on. Kamui Woods, a hero he knew quite personally, was fighting a large villain with dreadlocks and a sharp head. The villain knocked down an iron pillar that came down and was about to crash into some of the crowd, in an area he wasn't. But the hero Death Arms caught the pillar and safely lowered it to the ground. Backtrack came in at that point, using his water manipulation quirk to create barriers, slowly pushing people back. He got out his hero analysis notebook, making notes on what the heroes were doing, as well as potential weakness. Kamui Wood's weakness was fire, obviously. Death Arms wasn't that strong, so he could be outmaneuvered. Backdraft can only control a relatively small amount of water compared to his output. But Kamui Woods alone should be enough to take out this giant villain. Illegal use of abilities during rush hour as well as robbery and assault? You are the definition of evil. Kamui Woods yelled out. At that point Izuku realized that he didn't know his real name. He should ask, make it sound polite. This is Small Potatoes, Kamui Woods. As dramatic as the hero his mother worked with was, he was quite skilled. He was ranked number 14 on the JP Hero Billboard chart, and is expected to rise even further in the rankings. And there goes Kamui Woods' preemptive binding. It's a powerful finishing move that incapacitates almost everyone successfully. Cannon. A loud woman's voice came from out of nowhere, and then a woman that must be almost 20 meters in size, dressed in a skin-tight purple and white costume, crashing into the villain, and beyond it into a building. Seriously? A hero was literally seconds from taking him out, and you have to barge in and steal the kill, as it were? And then you destroy a building via collateral damage? Can you get any worse? Hello everyone, I'm Empty Lady. I'm pleased to make your butt acquaintance. She exclaimed, while pushing out her butt. And there she goes. She's also marketing her body. He hurried off to school, ignoring the guys with cameras trying to get a picture, which this empty lady wasn't trying to hide in the slightest. Still, he couldn't help but wonder about her quirk. Could she control her size further, or was it just a toggle switch, where she could be one size or the other? His suspicion was on the latter. Even if that was the case, she could still fight smarter. But she would have difficulties in small spaces. Maybe that's why he felt like it was a bad day. He found an empty hero. Never mind, that's why he felt like today was a bad day. It was career evaluation day. And he knew that everyone here wanted to become heroes, even though they didn't put in a fifth of the work that he did, and their quirks don't really make up for it. Like extending eyes or fingers or having rock hair. He had started basic fighting courses at the Kamui Woods agency over the weekend. Despite what his teachers wanted to do, he insisted they use their quirks. Sure, it's a steep learning curve, but villains aren't going to give him an easy time. He was still sore from all of the sparring. I could read out all of these papers, their teacher said, grabbing them dramatically. But I know you all want to be heroes. And he threw those papers up dramatically. Over the show of everyone expressing their quirks, Ryuk decided to comment. This teacher is inspiring false hope. I don't think that's what he's supposed to do. Instead of responding verbally, Izuku surreptitiously wrote down a note beside his open notebook. It was in English and in his own messy handwriting, so almost nobody in this classroom would be able to read it, the teacher included as this was the history teacher. That's one of the problems I'm going to solve. Japan is hero-obsessed. Even the United States isn't as hero-crazy. Most of the rest of the world like China, Indonesia, and you treat heroes like police. Ryuk gave a chuckle at the note. Well then Izuku, let's hope you can do what you want. While the teacher was trying to calm the class down, Izuku quickly wrote an addendum. I'm waiting for Stain to become public knowledge, that way I'll have a motive. Excellent play Izuku, although that might take a while. Izuku was about to write a third note, but at that point Kakin yelled out. Don't lump me in with the rest of these extras, teach. I'm gonna go to UA, unlike the rest of these losers. And with that statement, the mutterings began, such as the low acceptance rate, around 2%, and how it's an elite hero school. Izuku took the time to shove the paper he wrote the notes to Ryuk, very incriminating, into his hero analysis notebook. Oh, aren't you applying to UA too, Midoriya? Oh great. Thank you, Suzuki-sensei, I needed that massive target on my back. Everyone turned to look at him. Then Kaken spoke up. Oi, Deku, don't think you'll ruin this for me. I'm going to be the only one from this shitty school that's going to UA. Your mommy's connections aren't going to help to get into you, Deku. He hated when people brought up the fact that his mother had an important place at one of the local hero agencies. He would never use the connections his mother had for personal gain. I would never do that, Kaken. He hated how his voice still didn't have the confidence he felt internally. Why did his once best friend do this to him? T-Siege, even with that there's no way that you'll pass the practical exam. Sure, you'll probably pass the written exam. I've aced the mock exams, and you haven't even gotten close to beating me. Really, Kaken? Are you blind or something? Sure, he hadn't been able to do as well as him, due to his lack of a quirk, but he consistently scored second place, 3.5 times the score of third place, but still around half of Kaken's score. So he was pretty confident he could get into UA without a quirk. Everyone slowly filed out, leaving just him and Kaken. Great, so what is Kaken going to say now? Don't think I haven't noticed you've been changing, Deku. You can try as hard as you want, but there's no way you'll even approach me. Catch no, he's Bakuga now. Now that he finally has a way of fighting back, although it may be a bit drastic unless Bakugo does something really bad. As much of a genius you are, you still aren't going to get much of anywhere. And with that, Bakugo stormed off. Well, he wanted to have a clever send-off remark, but this is better. If he'd have said much of anything, it would probably have made things worse. Saying nothing is better. Why don't you write his name in the death note? Ryuk said from beside him. It'd be easy. No, he said, finally getting up and leaving the classroom. That would make me a villain, Ryuk. Aren't you already a villain? You killed 3 people with the death note already. The shinigami said from beside him. I don't think so, Ryuk. I learned quite a bit from looking at the essays and work Stain and other people made, as well as my own experiences. This society is broken, and I have the tools to fix it. Whatever you say, Izuku. And what is that supposed to mean? Well, Ryuk did say that he wasn't an ally of his, so of course that gives him blanket permission to F with his head. He just has to not let Ryuk get to his head. Today he has to take a new route home because of the villain fight that happened as he was going to class in the morning. The building that MT Lady destroyed, as well as the overpass that the villain with a size growth quirk destroyed, were being repaired, so it would be longer if he went that way. This route meant that he had to cut through an alleyway to get to the road on the other side, but there weren't any major buildings that opened onto the alley, so it was relatively safe. It was when he saw it the last time, about a year ago. Of course there weren't any new doors, because adding a door to a building is pretty complicated. But the original cleanliness that it had a year ago was gone. There was an accumulation of all sorts of trash, fast food bags and containers, soda drink cups, candy wrappers, and all sorts of dirt, grime and stagnant water. Trash bags were piled up along the edges, and some of them were torn open. Look at this, Ryuk. This alleyway used to be way cleaner than this, now it's just fallen to the wayside. People just don't care about the mundane things of the world anymore. And that's all because criminals can get away with their crimes some of the time. So I'll work on fulfilling Stain's will of a new society, he said as he walked down the alleyway. An interesting point, Izuku. Your observations about humans seem to be quite interesting. People often ignore the smaller things of the world and are drawn to the big and flashy things, which includes heroes. Ryuk commented from behind him. Of course, there are thousands of times more All Might fans than Eraserhead fans. Which is a dash. He was cut off by a noise coming from a manhole cover, a liquidly bubbling noise. Izuku turned around to see a mass of sludge emerging from the manhole cover. There's an eye and a mouth that he could see from the nightmarish glob. Clearly the eye was a weak point for this villain. A medium-sized disguise. Perfect for an escape from that blonde BSRD. The mass of sludge said, and it doesn't take a genius to interpret what they meant. Apparently the range of abilities this sludge creature had included possession. Great. The sludge villain moved forward, so he grabbed a loose piece of stone from the ground and whipped it at the villain's eye. He missed, and it merely sank into the sludge. Tendrils of cold, wet sludge wrapped around his body, and then he felt it invading his mouth. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't breathe, he's going to die, he has so much work to do. He awoke to a hand slapping his face. Not too gently, but it wasn't as harsh as he was expecting from the size of the hand. He opened his eyes to see All Might standing over him. "You there? I'm afraid I almost lost you. I'm glad that you are awake," All Might said, his voice loud and heroic, even though he wasn't even his hero costume. But All Might? Even after everything he's experienced in the past week or so, All Might was just as important in his life. He had no less merchandise. Hell, Stain had even extolled the virtues of the #1 hero. All Might. "Yes, it is me, All Might." The hero then struck a fancy pose. "And don't worry, young man, you were only out for around 15 seconds. And don't worry." At that point, All Might pulled out two 2-liter soda bottles, which had the villain somehow contained within it. "I contained the villain in that time." Izuku couldn't speak. In the span of 15 seconds, All Might had defeated and captured the villain. And there wasn't even a camera in this alleyway. Stain was right when he said that All Might was a true hero. "See, can you sign my notebook?" he asked, barely able to keep the stammering out of his voice. How could he? It's freaking All Might. All Might then showed him his hero analysis notebook, in which the words All Might were scrawled across 2 pages. Normally he'd be angry, but this is a genuine All Might signature. He grabbed the notebook and shoved it into his backpack. "This will be a family heirloom." "Thank you. Oh, I never got your name, young man." "What is your name?" He ignored Ryuk laughing from beside him. Oh right, with the new information he knew about the Death Note, his name would be dangerous. But he could never lie to All Might. He wouldn't even dream of it. Plus, All Might is the type of person to never use the Death Note, even as a test. "And my name is Midoriya Izuku," he finally said. "Well then, young Midoriya, I'd best be off by now." And with that, All Might prepared to jump. Midoriya didn't know what possessed him to do this, but he latched onto All Might's leg the second he jumped up into the air, meaning he was now very high up in the air. It took him a few seconds to figure out what he had done, and a few seconds later, All Might appeared to figure it out. "Hey," he said, and began pushing on Izuku. He sighed and grabbed on harder. "I'm all for fan service, but this is a bit too far." Izuku agreed, this was more than a bit too far, but he only had one thing on his mind. "If I let go now, I'm going to fall," he yelled out somehow. That made All Might pause. "Oh." And with that, All Might landed on the roof of some tall building. "Well, that sure was an interesting day for you, but I have to be going now," All Might said, preparing to take off. "Wait," he called out, making All Might freeze. "Is it possible for me to be a hero without a quirk? I've been putting in a lot of effort recently into my training, and I was wondering if I could make it as a hero." He refocused on the scene. The normally clear rooftop was covered in smoke? Steam? A couple of seconds later there was a bone-thin man with bushy blonde hair, 2 parts extending down further. "Hey, who are you?" he yelled out. "There's this stranger where All Might was standing." "I am All Might," the bone man said. "There's no way. You look nothing like All Might. You know how people at the pool flex to look more muscular? It's kind of like that. I was in a fight about 6 years ago which left me this." Not All Might raised his shirt to reveal a ghastly wound, purple-pinkish and ugly. "Was that in your fight with Toxic Chainsaw?" he asked. "No, it was a much more potent villain, in a fight that was never released to the media. Half of all my respiratory organs and my stomach was destroyed. I can only be a hero for a little over 3 hours right now. Now don't go telling this stuff to your online friends," All Might said as he lowered his shirt back. "Don't worry, I would never do that to you, All Might." "Well, that's good. And as for if you can be a hero without a quirk?" Izuku leaned in. What would All Might say? The answer is no. Izuku froze. So all of the training he had done, and All Might didn't think he would be a hero? "I'm sorry, but as you saw today, even people with the strongest of quirks can get grievously injured. Over 65% of heroes either die or take early retirement. I'm sorry, but it's just too dangerous. There's other professions you can be though. I think you'd be a great police officer or something. Izuku went to the fire escape down the building. Well, of course his dreams couldn't be achieved. Phew, All Might sure is fast. Ryuk said, flying from beside him. I actually had to put in effort to follow him. I haven't flied that far in so long. Good for you, Ryuk. What do you think of what All Might said? About you not being able to be a hero? I don't need All Might's approval to be a hero. I'll be a hero just to spite him. That made Ryuk laugh in his usual creepy way. I like your style, Izuku. It fits you. You should be a hero for spite. Izuku was sort of glad he had Ryuk with him. Going down from the rooftop to the sidewalk took no time at all. And then all of a sudden he heard a loud explosion. It sounded just like Bakugu's explosions. But it sounds like it's coming from the Tetsuin shopping mall. Sure, Bakugu is a firecracker with a short temper, but he's smart enough to not explode in the middle of a crowded shopping mall. He ran in the direction of the shopping mall, the area where the explosion had happened. It didn't take him long to find the area where the explosions were coming from, and it was a hellscape. Death Arms was pushing away Rubberneckers, and Backdraft was trying to put out the fires in the surrounding area, going full force with his water quirk. Izuku knew enough about Backdraft's quirk to know that the more he outputted, the less control he has over it. So at this output, Backdraft is basically a human fire hose. If you want to be really nitpicky, it's technically 3 fire hoses. Kamui Woods was scooping up people that were still in there, but it was difficult. Izuku knew that the Arbor Hero could feel through the wood he sent out, so just being here was painful for him. Emmy Lady had decided to show her presence again, only to be unable to help because the streets were too narrow. Well, that answers the question on if she can control the size of her transformation. He had predicted correctly that she would be constrained in smaller spaces. But then he noticed what was in the epicenter, beyond the fires and rubble. It was the sludge villain, larger than he had ever seen it, a swirling mass of tendrils and dull green slime that must be 3 or more meters in height. He saw Kamui Woods try to reach inside, but the sludge villain moved one of his tendrils fast enough that it smashed the wooden tendril into splinters. Izuku saw Kamui Woods recoil at that. However, when the sludge villain moved, it revealed that this sludge villain had captured someone. Bakugu. He may no longer be his best friend, but he knew what Bakugu was going through. The sludge was trying to possess him now, controlling his explosions to keep heroes away. Izuku could see, in brief pauses when the sludge villain moved away, that Bakugu's hands were reddened, and even beginning to blister in some areas. Bakugu was mostly immune to his own explosions, but he could get burns on his hands if he overexerted himself. Or, in this case, forced to do so. He ran past the crowd, slipping past the outstretched arms of Death Arms, and ran at the sludge villain. He picked up a piece of stone or something like that and swung it at the sludge villain's eye. The villain recoiled, but it wasn't completely away. So he picked up and threw a second stone, causing the sludge villain to retreat even more. Because of this, he grabbed onto Bakugu's arm and pulled with all of his strength. There was an audible, squishy, and very disgusting popping noise, and then Bakugu had been completely freed. Stupid Deku, I never needed your help. Sorry, Kaken, but you looked like you needed saving. He said back, and then there was a blast of wind. All Might was standing there, fist open, and there was a whirlwind that happened. A light rainfall started, suppressing the flames. All Might truly is on another level compared to the other heroes. Has he really gotten weaker if he can change the weather with a punch? He watched as Bakugu was praised for how dedicated and steadfast he was doing the incident, while the same heroes told him how foolish he was for running in. He retrieved his backpack and left for home. On an empty street, Bakugu ran into him again. Don't think you're such hot sheet for rescuing me, Deku. I'll still be the best hero. He yelled as he left. Well, what was he expecting? Of course Bakugu wouldn't change because of this. Hey Ryuk, I think I have another name for my death note. I'm going to find out the real name of the sludge villain. Well, you'll hear no complaints from me about that, Izuku. Ryuk said back. All Might suddenly came out of nowhere. I am here, young Midoriya. he exclaimed. How did you get out of there so quickly? You were surrounded by the media? Kit, surprised. Although maybe he should stop being surprised when All Might is concerned. Escaping from the media was a piece of cake, he said before poofing again and was now Thin Might. Now, I have an offer for you. Offer? He was hesitant. He trusted All Might, but offers always came with a price. When I told you couldn't be a hero, I was thinking hastily because of my time limit. But after seeing you run in there without hesitation, I was reminded of something. Great heroes always have an origin story where they run into a situation without hesitation. And you can be a hero. He couldn't help but make tears. All Might believed he could be a hero. He had been wrong and changed his mind. Are you sure? He asked. He ignored Ryuk laughing, because he could no longer be a hero to spite All Might anymore. Yes, and I will also give you my power, All Might declared. So, wait, what? What do you mean by that, All Might? When I'm asked questions about my quirk, I often deflect it or crack a joke in response. In truth, I was not born with my quirk. It was passed to me like a sacred torch. It's called One for All. One for All, he repeated lightly, the words mixing and churning in his head. Now, do you accept? He accepted without hesitation. Sure, being a quirkless hero would be a cool fad, but if he wanted to make a career out of it, he needed a quirk. With the literal strength of All Might combined with the Death Note, nothing and nobody would stand in her way. Meet me at Dagoba Park tomorrow at 7 p.m. Will that work for you? He nodded. It worked for him. Great. I'll see you there, young Midoriya. And in this form, I'm Yagi Tashinori. All Might no Yagi, said as he left. The name sounded real. It probably was All Might's real name. He made a mental note of that as he walked back home to tell his mom what happened. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park wasn't what his mother said it had been 20 years ago. He had seen pictures of it from that time. It had been a nice, clean beach. His mother even had her wedding there, when the weather was perfect, and in the pictures his mother seemed almost angelic. He didn't see the pictures of his father. His mother tore all images of his father out of any and all pictures, so all he knew was that he had curly black hair and brown eyes. Even when he was 4 years old, he had had an excellent memory. Him being quirkless was apparently the straw in the camel's back for his father. Or, more specifically, his reaction to his son's quirklessness was the straw in the camel's back for his mother. He remembered the screaming matches. Apparently his father had cheated with some lady. He couldn't remember her name, but he already had a son, who had a quirk, which again he couldn't remember. Usually he has an excellent memory, but this is a decade ago. Give him some slack. Who was 5 years old already. So he has a half-brother a year older than him that he has no clue about. Like many things, Dagoba Municipal Park had fallen massively in quality. What was once a beautiful beach even a decade ago was now a massive trash heap. No, Yagi apparently noticed that he had been looking out over the trash. It's a shame, really. This beach used to be so beautiful, but then people started throwing their trash out here. Sometimes people try to clean it up, but people are naturally lazy, so it builds up. And the thing is that the currents bring in trash, so it built up even more. Now you can't even see the sand. That's happened to a lot of areas in Japan. I don't know exactly why everything's been just lowering in quality recently. It's a shame, young Midoriya. But that's what we're doing here today. A true hero does things without recognition. So you will be cleaning this entire beach, Yagi announced. Izuku looked out over the beach covered with trash. All of this? Yes, young Midoriya. The UA entrance exam is in 10 months. Do you think you can do this? He looked over the trash. Determination filled his eyes. Of course, Yagi. In fact, I think I can do this in 7 months. Why, young Midoriya, don't push yourself too fast. You're doing this so your body will be strong enough to accept One for All, otherwise your limbs will fall off. That was enough to sober him up. Out of the two things he would be receiving or had received, One for All might actually be more dangerous than the Death Note. Well, personally dangerous, that is. But he would get this, so he started off by moving things into the truck that Yagi had brought. Luckily for you, I have a plan that I developed specifically for you. Yagi handed sheets of paper to him. With this all-American dream plan, you'll be able to get enough muscle mass to receive my quirk. He accepted the pages and read through them. For a plan created in a day, Yagi sure was quite meticulous. All the muscle groups were relentlessly trained, and even things like sleep and eating time were accounted for. There was even a diet plan in all of this. Incredible! Although he did have a sneaking suspicion this was created by some of All Might's staff, and not by the pro hero directly. But you never know, he can only work as a hero for a couple of hours a day. You made all of this in a day? This is incredible. Thank you, Yagi. Of course, young Midoriya. I have a lot of time in this form, so I used it to make this plan. Are you ready to get started today? He nodded. There was no way that he would give up the chance to receive the most powerful quirk in the world. In the span of about 2 weeks, he had gone from having nothing to having not only a way of killing people anytime, anywhere with just a face and his real name, to having a chance to receive a powerful quirk for situations where he couldn't use the Death Note. So he put his all into cleaning up what little amount of the beach he could, lifting scrap metal, trash bags, broken appliances, and all sorts of trash. He finally stopped at 9:45 p.m. by Yagi's request, and then he stumbled into his apartment 10 minutes later. His mom was asleep, so he just slunk into his room and turned on his computer. He searched up information on the recent sludge villain. Apparently his quirk was a transformation type rather than a mutation type, owing to the fact that the villain's real face, while sort of stretched, was relatively human. Gray eyes, dull green hair, a scowl in his mugshot. The report that he saw identified him as Kajimi Doro. He took out the Death Note from the hiding place he had made, a hidden compartment he dug into the wall behind one of his All Might posters. It was still fairly empty, only 3 names written down within it. He took out the specific pen he had just for writing in the Death Note, and was just about to write down the name, Kajimi Doro, before he realized something. He had a personal connection to this villain, and if he was ever recognized, he would become a suspect, which is not something he wanted to do. So he just put the notebook away. Why didn't you write down the name of the villain? Ryuk asked from beside him. Because when I start for real, there's going to be an investigation for sure. And there's a chance they'll look at previous deaths. This one will get noticed for sure. And then from there, I'm a prime suspect because I was involved in an incident twice with Kajimi. So if I can keep myself out of suspicion, I'd do it. He explained. Ah, very clever, Izuku. Well, let's hope you get your motive soon, I'm bored. Ryuk said. Hey, that apple over there. He watched as Ryuk was looking at the apple. Can I have it? Sure, Ryuk. I don't care that much about apples anyways. Izuku watched as Ryuk ate the apple, and then grabbed a second one. Why do you like apples so much, Ryuk? It's like alcohol or cigarettes to you humans. I even have withdrawal symptoms. Well, then I'll just get an apple for lunch every day and just secretly pass it to you. Does that sound good, Ryuk? Yeah, that should be good. So every day for 7 months, he did cleaning on the beach, sparring and training at the Kamui Woods Hero Agency over the weekends, and spending the spare time he had studying for the UA entrance exam. And any spare seconds he had were dedicated to writing down the names of certain criminals. Not in the Death Note, but in lists tucked within his hero analysis notebook, and he made sure not to push himself too far. He felt sore pretty much every day, but he felt energy thrum through his veins, and he felt transformed. He could tell that Bakugo noticed he had changed his training regimen or something like that. He had explained it away that he was just ramping up his training as it was closer to applications to UA. Bakugo only gave a dismissive and walked away. It was difficult as all hell. His mother had told him if he kept at this pace he would collapse. But he somehow still remained the top student at his school, relentless training with All Might Yagi and spending every spare moment writing his theories about what would happen if he did this or that with the Death Note, or making places to hide the Death Note. Because he was so busy, the 7 months of his training flew by like it was no time at all. Midoriya Izuku looked over the pristine beach. 1 month before he finished, there was an organization created that did daily beach cleanings, which they helped a bit, but there were only a few people. Well done, young Midoriya, you proved me wrong. With the final word, he transformed back into All Might. Now, it's time for you to accept one for all. All Might plucked a hair from his head. Eat this. He held the hair in Izuku's direction. As like many things that happened when he was with All Might, his brain froze. You want me to eat some of your hair? Well, I can only transfer the quirk through my DNA. This is the best way I can think of. Izuku had to agree. With the DNA transfer rule, there are many ways to transfer the quirk. Most of them would get All Might arrested. Ryuk, of course, found this immensely funny. He had to hold himself in to not yell at the shinigami for being annoying. He grabbed the hair from All Might's hand. This'll be disgusting, but screw it. And with that statement, he dropped the hair into his mouth. And almost immediately he choked on it. After several seconds of coughing and pounding his chest, he managed to swallow the hair. And promptly felt nothing. So I ate the hair. What do I do now? I don't feel anything? Well, it'll take some time for you to digest. And, before you test it, maybe we should go to UA. I have some of my associates that know about one for all that should help you with it. I took naturally to it, but there's no telling what your experience with the quirk will be. The way All Might said that short speech, it sounded differently than everything he had said before. It sounded rehearsed. So who's the one that made you rehearse that? He asked, giving All Might a knowing smirk. He would be a liar if he didn't enjoy making All Might freeze. Given all the times that he was flustered around All Might, it was only fair that he returned the favor. What makes you say that, young Midoriya? What you said sounded out of character based on what I've seen and heard. Am I wrong? Well, no. So how about traveling to UA? How does that sound? Going to UA, his dream school? Even just getting a glimpse? He'd be a fool to give that up. Of course. Getting through UA was easy. Yagi had given him a guest pass. They navigated their way to a gym where there were 3 other people. The youthful heroine, recovery girl, some short hero in a white and yellow costume he didn't recognize, and something that looked like some generic animal thing. It was the animal that first spoke up. Hello, Midoriya Izuku. I am the UA principal, Nizu. It was my idea to bring you in for training. While I'm not so sure about you as a successor, it's ultimately up to All Might. And then the old hero in the yellow and white costume spoke up. The name's Gran Torino. I'm here because Tashinori is an idiot that should never be trusted with teaching. And I think I can smack some sense into you. And finally Recovery Girl spoke up. And I'm here to heal whatever wounds you get. All right, young Midoriya. Can you feel power running through you? Izuku closed his eyes and concentrated. There was a well of energy that he felt that he hadn't felt before. So what does he do now? It felt like there was a barrier, preventing it from flowing through him. Yes I can. Well, just clench your butt cheeks and let it all G-dash. All Might was cut off by Gran Torino slamming into the #1 hero. Don't listen to that idiot, you need to manage your power output. Imagine only a small amount of power flowing through you. Gran Torino said as he lowered himself to the ground. So instead of breaking the barrier completely, he opened it slightly, letting only a small amount of energy through. He closed his eyes, focusing on spreading this small amount of energy across his entire body. He opened his eyes to see that dark green and black lightning was arcing around him. The small amount of energy made him feel immensely powerful. He compared the energy within his body to the energy remaining in the core. I think I'm at about 3.5% maximum power. Great. Now dodge this. Gran Torino shouted as he slammed into Izuku's stomach. After he got a good look, he figured out the basis of the retired hero's quirk. Gran Torino pushed air through the soles of his feet at high speeds. A speed enhancement quirk. Of course Ryuk found him getting beat up hilarious. The death god was cackling maniacally. The worst part was that he had to struggle to maintain control. An hour and a half later, he sprouted bruises all over. He had to say that Gran Torino was a harsh, but fair taskmaster. He had slipped once at the very end and broke his entire arm, which FNG hurt 20 times more than anything Gran Torino did to him. But he had already had monumental improvements. And because Gran Torino only wanted to see him twice a week, that freed up massive amounts of time. When he got home, he received the second piece of good news for the day. A video of Stain had gone public. He clicked on the video copy he had found to see what it had contained. Kazumi Ayatetsu looked at the map he had built. It had taken him months of looking at the places where Stain had attacked. It looked random, but there was a pattern. But what was it? Stain hadn't settled down yet. But looking at the numbers, he was going to soon. Human brains were so inefficient at pattern recognition. But wait, he could use his quirk. Over the span of 2 minutes, he now had part of his brain as a computer's CPU. Using this new part, he found a pattern easily. The hero killer's next patrol area would be the BYSS ward of Saitama. Over the next half hour, he used his quirk, Cyborg, to its maximum extent, completely transforming his body. He only had 9 hours maximum in this form, so he should use the time efficiently. He didn't want to be caught out in the open when he experienced the backlash. It had taken him 6 full hours, but he finally caught the hero killer. One of his eyes was a camera that was set to broadcast a live stream on his signal, which he gave. Hello everyone. This is the Pro Hero Mechanicus 6 Malawian Quatches, and I'm going to take down the hero killer. He announced. He had studied what little information there was about Stain, and he had calculated that he had a 90% chance of victory. Another fake hero. I wanted to go after someone else, but you will have to do, Mechanicus. And with that statement, he watched a Stain twisted in midair far faster than he was expecting, and a blade was following a split second later. He activated automatic defense settings, and a blade popped out of his forearm, perfectly timed to deflect the blade harmlessly away. Good, so now he can focus on offense. A burst of tranquilizer darts emerged from his left shoulder. Stain dodged each and every dart, and then they were in melee. As much as he tried to win, Stain was far faster than he had anticipated, which meant he couldn't hold the full transformation. He fell to the ground, the machine parts began to slowly fade away. DMN. In his confusion, Stain managed to get a hit on one of his flesh parts, and then a second later he dropped to the ground like he was a puppet whose strings were cut. You are a fake, Mechanicus 6 Malawian Quatches. It is my purpose to eliminate all fake heroes. All heroes should be like All Might. The last thing he saw was a rapidly descending blade. Before it stopped. He couldn't move a muscle, he couldn't use his quirk to its fullest extent anymore. He watched helplessly as Stain looked at his camera eye. As I suspected, you aren't doing this to save lives, you want a publicity boost and proof you're powerful. Just as fake as any other. The blade raised and descended again. He heard the villain continue ranting, as the last thing he heard. Izuku closed the video. It's time, Ryuk. I think it's time to start this for real. He pulled the death note out from the concealed compartment it was in. He still needed to put more effort into the concealment, but that's a problem for future Izuku. And opened it to the first page and pulled up a list of convicted villains all around the world on his computer. Oh, so Stain finally did something? Ryuk said, approaching from beside him. Well, not really. Some hero decided to try to attack Stain. Hell, he even live-streamed it. So I think it's time to start. He started writing down names, one after the other. As for the cause of death, he just left it alone. For his more specific experiments, he would need a way to get results. But how would he get results? He should think about how to do that. The names and faces started to blend together. He could only remember the name and face of the current villain he was killing. After a while, he slipped in the name Kajimi Doro, a single name among around 50. A needle in a haystack, as it were. He had filled the first page, front and back, when he decided to stop. He'd built up quite the collection of names over 7 months, but there's no need to use them all up. I think that's enough for now. I'm curious as to how the media will react. We'll find out, won't we, Izuku? Ryuk said from beside him, chowing down on an apple. Of course we will, Ryuk. I'm curious as to how they will spin this. He knew the media could spin almost every scenario, so let them spin this. The notebook became something that Izuku used almost every day. Writing down 20 or 30 villain names a day, relentlessly studying and training with All Might, Gran Torino and the UA principal, Nizu. Sure, he hurt himself almost every day of training and got hurt by Gran Torino even more, but between that and training in Kamui Wood's agency, he explained his quirk away as him just being a late bloomer. He was confident that he could pass the entrance exams. Yesterday, in fact, he had gotten an intriguing offer. It had been another grueling day of training with Gran Torino. He had managed to actually keep up with the hero for once. While he was taking a break, Yagi came up to him. "So, young Midoriya, I think you have been doing quite well over the past 2 weeks. So I have an offer for you." Izuku was interested in what Yagi had to say. To say that All Might had given him a great gift would be an understatement. It was the greatest gift. If there was ever a situation where there was someone he couldn't kill with the Death Note, and he needed to protect his identity, well, he has All Might's quirk to defend himself. "What is your offer, All Might?" he asked. "Well, I was wondering if you wanted to accept my recommendation and take the recommended student's exam. I thought that this would be a good way to declare you as my successor." Yagi explained. This was another decision he had to make carefully. If he wanted to, he could ask Nishiya, Kamui Wood's real name, something he found out about a week ago, for a recommendation. Maybe that's what he should do. He didn't really want a connection to All Might, especially one this obvious. The only thing he can think of was that Bakugo would be pissy about him using his mom's connections to get a free recommendation. But why should he care? He knows for a fact that there are going to be other recommended students that get in because of wealthy or hero parents or some other connection. It happens every year. There's all sorts of hero families. "I'm sorry, All Might, but I will have to refuse. No offense, but I want to make my own path as a hero. Having my name connected to you will only make me a target," he reasoned. Yagi looked taken aback, but he soldiered on. "It's no problem, young Midoriya. I understand. I did the same thing after all. So I suppose you're just going to take the standard entrance exam?" Yagi asked him. "Well, I'm going to see if I can get a recommendation from Kamui Woods first," he replied. Yagi, of course, looked surprised at that. Out of all the heroes, why Kamui Woods? That's not something I would expect out of you. "Well, my mom has some sort of administration or management role in his agency, and I've been doing sparring there over the weekend for about 7 months or so. So maybe I can get a recommendation from him. And if I can't, then I'll just take the ordinary entrance exam. Does that sound good, All Might?" "Of course, young Midoriya. I'm glad you considered the offer regardless." "Well, I think that's all. Have a great day," Yagi said. And with that he left. "I think I have a good plan here, Ryuk. What do you think?" Izuku asked. "Well, you certainly have written more names in the notebook than I expected. 331 names already," Ryuk said, chomping down on an apple. "Oh, this is just the beginning, Ryuk. I want to show you something." He turned his computer to reveal a website. It was a simple design, something obviously created hastily. "I apparently am even more popular than Stain right now." The website was a forum site, where people had anonymous discussions about what was going on, the massive glut of heart attacks among convicted criminals, potential future targets, as well as praising him. He had been given many names from all sorts of users on the forum about a week ago, but over the week, one name had become universally applied to him. "Well, I'm glad that the internet gave me a name, because I can't figure out names to save my life," he said. "Your life might actually depend on it, so you might want to get better at it fast." "An excellent point, Ryuk. I'll look into that." Emergency Council of the International Professional Hero Safety Administration, IPHSA, Meeting Hall 7, UN Tower, New York, United States. A low muttering was heard around the room as the representatives from every country with a national hero agency, which is every nation out there. "Order! Order!" The chairman of the IPHSA, also the representative from Australia, Stephen Sanderson, announced from the podium. The UN Security Council has unanimously declared that the IPHSA has an emergency meeting due to the recent work of a large villain organization that internet users have named Kira. The purpose of this meeting is to figure out the steps we should take to figure out how this organization works. There was a small buzzing noise. The chair recognizes Joseph Mizurski, representative. From Poland. The representative in question stood up. The organization that is known as Kira has worldwide operation and has caused heart attacks in more than 300 convicted villains all around the world. I don't like the idea, but such a wide-scale attack means that Kira is most likely sponsored by a government. That caused indignant shouting from the assembled leaders. "Order! Order!" Stephen yelled out, silencing the crowd. We will have order. We will not throw barbs at each other, Mr. Mizurski. Admonished, the representative from Poland sat down. A few people pressed buttons on their desks. The chairman looked down, and then looked back up. The chair recognizes Yayarozu Seimi, representative from Japan. Thank you, Chairman Sanderson. Now what I think we need to do is calm down and have an orderly discussion of what to do about this terrorist organization. It is my belief they want us to argue about this. And how do we know that it isn't your government, Mrs. Yayarozu? The representative from Zapadoslavia, Alois Makshin, yelled out. It could be anyone's government. Mrs. Yayarozu is correct. Mr. Makshin, please sit down. The chairman said loudly, and the representative from Zapadoslavia sat down. We do need a discussion about what to do. However, the UN Security Council has already approved someone to investigate. Please come in. After finishing his statement, a figure dressed in all black, with a black trench coat. There were whispers about who this is. This figure was carrying a briefcase, and when he walked up to the podium, the director stepped aside, giving this figure access to the podium. The figure opened out the briefcase, revealing a laptop. They plugged in a cable that led somewhere, and then opened the laptop. The screen turned on, revealing that it was plugged into a projector that projected across the entire wall. The projection was merely a plain white background, in which there was a single letter in fancy font. How did they get T on this case? That means that figure is Watari, the only person who has contact with T. T is a legendary detective that's solved every case he's been on. So if anyone can deal with Kira, it's him. Ladies and gentlemen. An auto-tuned voice came from the laptop. It was clearly distorted. I'm glad to have been invited to do this case, as it's quite intriguing. I have a theory, however, that Kira is not an organization, but it is a single person. That started a low murmur of conversation. Based on that theory, I am going to find who Kira is and have them executed. The screen then changed. So you want a recommendation to UA? Nishia asked, looking at his desk, and the paper he was holding in his hand. It was an official recommendation paper. Yes, Nishia-san. As you know, I discovered my quirk through my training, and I think I have the capability of taking the recommendation exam. Nishia took the paper and signed it with both his civilian name and his hero name. To be honest, I was considering doing it myself, but you took charge and did it yourself. He extended his hand, and Izuku shook it. I wish you the best of luck in the recommendation exam. I have sent links to some study guides that you may like. Thank you, Nishia-san. I'll be sure not to disappoint you. Don't worry, I know you won't, Midoriya. You have had massive improvements. I'd have even considered recommending you without you having triggered a quirk. Izuku looked at the Arbor hero with disbelief. Really? Of course. You are a genius and are very skilled in fighting. I think you would have succeeded. I will send this out. Now go and study. So there's opinion questions on this entrance exam? Yuig. He groaned as he looked at the practice exam. Who designed this thing? Well, it is the recommendation exam, Izuku, so of course it would be difficult. After all, these people are supposed to be the cream of the crop. Speaking of crops, you got any more apples? Ryuk asked from beside him. Izuku pointed to a bowl full of apples. I fill that every day. Enjoy, but don't eat too many. Of course, don't worry about that, Izuku. Go back to studying that difficult test. Oh yeah, don't remind him. An alert sounded on his phone, something important. He turned on his computer, which was set to a live stream. It was some tired figure with the title card Lind T. Taylor. In front of him. Izuku flicked on the volume on the computer. Hello everyone. I am Lind T. Taylor, also known as T. The tired figure announced. Izuku knew who T was. A legendary detective who solved every case he was on with an almost scary level of genius involved. So maybe he was retiring or something. I would like to announce to the world that I am going to find out who the man behind the mask is. I'm talking about Kira. At that, Izuku froze. T was going to try to find him? There's no way that he'll be able to stay out of Tartarus if T is on his case. Remember, Izuku, you have his name and face. Ryuk said from beside him. Oh yeah. T, or rather Lynn T. Taylor, made a worldwide public announcement because this was a bigger case. But that would be the thing that would end him before T even started. He grabbed the death note from its hiding spot and was about to write down this man's name before he paused. Was he really about to kill an innocent man? Just to save himself? He looked at the options he had. On one hand, T was responsible for bringing down several criminal empires and had quite a few high-ranking criminals behind bars. But the thing is, isn't he doing it better? Sure, he doesn't have the resources yet that T does, but he has the death note, which he can use to kill wanted villains as long as he has their name and face, something that was usually included in those wanted posters you see online. But the thing is, he's anonymous. He doesn't even have to leave the privacy of his bedroom to kill criminals, and the death note leaves no evidence. So T, or rather Lynn T. Taylor, is starting with absolutely nothing. I am going to find who Kira is and have them executed. And I already have a big lead as to the identity of Kira. He has a lead already? He knew T was good, but he already had a lead? T probably had an intelligence-boosting quirk, or some other quirk that allowed him to get patterns together easier than normal. This was not a position he wanted to be in. So does he kill an innocent man to save his own skin? Does he have a choice? It seems like T already knows there's a single person behind Kira and not a world-spanning agency. I'm coming for you, Kira, and I'm never going to stop. Do you really have a choice, Izuku? It seems like you only have one option to save your skin, and don't forget that T is a tool of the organization that you were seeking to take down, the fake system with fake heroes, remember? Ryuk said from right beside him. Also, Kira, what you are doing? It is evil. You are a villain. Izuku looked at the screen. Evil? Villain? That's not what you call someone who defeats villains. You call them a hero. And to many, Kira is already a hero. Hell, he's even seen petitions to allow him as someone who's on the worldwide hero ranking charts. As much as you want to see yourself as someone who follows the will of Stain, who protects people by killing villains, you are not. Leave that to the heroes, villain. What right did T have to call him a villain? That's not what he is, he's a hero. There's only one thing he can do. He started to write down the name Lynn T. Taylor in his usual neat handwriting, fitting it in just next to the name of a former wanted villain. His hand was shaky as he wrote the name, barely managing to finish the name. As soon as he finished the name, he closed his eyes and pushed the notebook away. In 40 seconds T will be dead, and this whole affair will be behind him. He opened his eyes and set a timer on his watch, and started the timer. T went on and talked about details of the investigation, cooperating with international officials, and finding out the identity of the terrorist known as Kira. In the middle of talking about anti-terrorism plans, the timer reached 0, and Lynn T. Taylor collapsed to the ground, dead. I really didn't want to do this, T. he said, closing the death note with an air of finality. But I really didn't have a choice. You did what you had to, Izuku. You shouldn't feel bad about that. Ryuk commented between bites of an apple. This was a matter of life and death. The screen turned to black. I don't feel like writing in the death note anymore for today. He grabbed the notebook and tucked it into its hidden place. However, before he clicked to close the screen, it turned back to white, with the letter T in the middle of the screen. Izuku froze. You have confirmed my theory that you are only a single person, Kira. Furthermore, this was not a worldwide broadcast, and was instead only broadcast in the greater Mizudafu area. Thank you for all of this information about you, Kira. And with that the screen shut off. Ryuk, of course, found this hilarious, laughing maniacally behind him. Sheet. I fed up Ryuk. What the F am I going to do now? I just killed an innocent man for no reason. He looked up the name just to be sure, because T had put up this person as a sacrifice, a lamb to the slaughter. It didn't sit well with him. So he looked up the name just to be sure. Turns out that this Taylor person was on death row. Some newspaper had leaked it accidentally. He did long, slow breaths to calm down his rapidly beating heart. So he didn't kill an innocent man, but he still gave way too much information to T. He refreshed the page to find that it had been deleted. So he had been lucky. He can still save this, maybe. He just needs an insight into the investigation that's going to inevitably happen. Sure, T has eliminated 99.8% of the population as suspects, but there's still 13.5 million people to sift through. But from now on, he needs to stop relying on luck and start thinking about this more analytically. But he was still taking heavy breaths, and his arms and legs felt heavy. But he persevered through it. His mother would be worried after all. "What are you going to do now, Izuku? Looks like T has got you good," Ryuk commented when he stopped laughing. Izuku was still frozen in his chair from the pronouncement from T. He had made a major mistake. It had been a risk to take out T, but he did fail. Well, at least this Taylor guy wasn't an innocent man. But now I'll have to be careful about what I do from here on out. I might be targeted otherwise. He said back. He didn't see Ryuk from behind him, but he knew that the shinigami was grinning madly. "Oh, how interesting. I knew you would be a very interesting person to have the death note. Well, now that there's an official investigation, I can get some results from my experiments, test out the limitations of the death note, what I can and can't do. It sounds cruel, but they're criminals anyways." He turned to a blank page of the death note and pulled up a list of convicted criminals. "The notebook says that I can write down the details of how someone dies within 6 minutes and 40 seconds of writing down a name. Exactly how much control does that give me over a person before they die? Let's find out." So he brings up a list of convicted criminals and starts writing. After finally finishing everything that he wanted to write down, he switched tabs over to the document tab he had open. There was an opinion essay that he had to finish for the second practice test for the UA recommendation exam. He had gotten 1833-1907 on the first practice exam. From what he could find out, this was already a really high score. But that wouldn't be enough. "Izuku, honey, dinner's ready?" his mom said, knocking on the door. He shut off the computer. "Coming, Mom." His mom really was legendary. He had even started to learn to cook just so he could take some of the weight off of her, now that he was old enough. He washed his hands quickly and sat down at the dinner table. "So I got some news, Izuku. I know I'm not supposed to tell you this." Izuku leaned forward. "But I was in charge of the Forests Agency taking over a new investigation." He had a very good idea of who exactly she was going to investigate. And that person was himself. But he should ask anyways. "Well, who is it, Mom?" "I'm going to find the secret identity of the person behind Kira. And when they get caught, they're probably either going to Tartarus or getting executed. T already said they were in the area." "Yeah, I saw that on my computer. T certainly is an amazing investigator." "Well, enough about such depressing topics, let's talk about your recommendation," she said. Izuku could tell that she was nervous. Well, it was understandable. They still didn't know how Kira caused all those heart attacks among the convicted and wanted criminals. So they felt at risk. Why was his mom working on this case? Sure, that meant that he had an in, but, well, he can talk about the recommendation exam. Since the full exam isn't over. "A month, I've been studying a lot as well as getting in some practice using my quirk better. I think I have a good shot at this," he said. "Well, what about the interview? I heard that was always a difficult process," she replied. He had heard of the interview, and from what he had heard, it wasn't something that he had to be worried about. From what he could tell, the interview was fairly basic about why you wanted to be a hero, questions about your quirk, and other stuff like that. "I'm not worried about the interview, it shouldn't be too difficult," he reasoned. "Oh, Izuku, where did you get all this confidence from?" she asked. "I mean, it's good for you and all, but it's surprising." He had been focused on a lot of things recently. "Well, it's just that I've been training to be a hero for almost a year now. I probably just picked it up along the way." "Oh, okay then." The rest of the meal, he asked seemingly innocent questions about the case, gleaning what he could. Apparently she was working with T, indirectly, through a computer screen. And there was also Watari, who was also concealing his face. Izuku was DMN sure that was not his real name. "Don't worry, I'll clean up," he said after the dinner was done. He had noticed how tired his mother had been acting recently, and he wanted to help her out. This was a dangerous game he was playing, with deadly consequences. Shigaraki Tamura turned off the TV in the bar. What do you think about this Kira person Shigaraki? Kurojairi asked from beside him. He has his work cut out for him. At that point, the computer screen that was on a table tucked into the corner of the bar turned on. Indeed. Now that T confirmed that this is the work of a single person, I think that we should try to reach out to them. A quirk that allows its user to kill anyone in the world. I would give up every other quirk I have to get that single quirk. Tamura was stunned at his sensei's announcement. His sensei loved his stored quirks about as much as he hated All Might, which was to say quite a bit. But of course, this quirk is amazing. And now that T confirmed they're in the area, we should try to contact this Kira person. He added, Indeed, I will work on attempting to recruit Kira. T and that blonde BSTRD have been systematically destroying all of my organizations and contacts, but I still have some contacts left. You should see if our little mole is still on target. If not, I assume you can convince them. Of course, Sensei. And with that, the screen turned off. Sensei was one of the smartest people on Earth, but he was no match for the raw intelligence of T. But the thing was that even he was sure that Kira was operating alone, based on T's challenge to Kira. If Sensei could get to Kira before T would, Kira would not be executed, he would be. Well, Sensei would take his quirk and then kill him, but Sensei was smart enough to not make this obvious when he talked to Kira. Or maybe Kira would be recruited into the league. He could never tell with Sensei. Anyway, he had an assignment to take care of, checking out if their plan traitor was still loyal. But there was one other thing that he wanted to take care of before doing that. The league needed new recruits. Sensei had already said that his time was limited. As much as he didn't want that to happen, Sensei had been explaining how much of a toll things like quirk exhaustion and his extensive injuries. It's not painting a good picture for the future of Sensei. This reminded him of a conversation he had 4 years ago. I don't have much longer in this world, Tamura. The good doctor's been helping me stay alive, but I think I have only 10 years maximum left. His sensei said from the life support systems he had strapped to him. There was more internal damage than the good doctor was expecting. I want you to prepare for the league to exist past my death. No, Sensei. How can you die? Isn't there anything you can do? I'm doing my best, but there's only so much that can be done. You need to recruit people to the League of Villains yourself, Tamura. It had been an eye-opening conversation, but he was thankful for what his sensei had said to him. He knew what he needed to do. Kurojairi, can you make contact with the hero killer stain? I'll see if I can reach him. Kurojairi said, and he surrounded himself in his black smoke. Thank you, Kurojairi. He said as Kurojairi disappeared. Well, now that that's happening, he should reach out to the mole that's going to be going to UA soon. He went up to his room and plugged his phone into his personal computer. It was a program that he had developed that would hide his voice under his secret identity as Seraph. It took 3 dial tones before the mole picked up the phone. They had taken similar precautions, and only Sensei knew their identity. He only knew them as Crafter. Hello, Crafter. How is your preparation to take the UA entrance exam going? It's still in 2 months, but I want to make sure that you're studying. Apparently this exam is supposed to be real tough. As much as I don't like studying, I'll do it for your sensei. Remember who exactly I work for here. The automated voice of Crafter came through the phone. Although Sensei told me I'd have to work with you more. So I'll be sure to update you on what happens. This Crafter person was a brat. But hey, at least they were going to answer to him more. He could deal with brattiness if he got results. Very well. If there's any study resources that you need, make sure to ask. I know that your parents aren't that good, so you can ask us for stuff. He said, making sure to make it sound as casual as possible, and not like he had read a report from Sensei about this kid's parents. It didn't have his name, but he knew the kid didn't have a good home life. How did you know this? Crafter said defensively from the other side of the phone. Because I'm just that good, Crafter. Now, do you need anything? No, I'm good for now. And with that, Crafter turned off his phone, disconnecting the line. Well, it seemed like Crafter was doing okay. In a little under 2 months, Crafter, whoever they were, would be taking the UA entrance exam, and then they will have an inside to the school. Then they could make their move. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad that you accepted my offer to work with you. T spoke from the laptop, Watari standing beside it. We will work with purpose and skill. Now, we should look at the quirks of everyone in the greater Mizudafu area. Maybe we can see one that would explain these attacks. Besides Watari, who had the laptop, there were quite a few civilian police officers and other administrators in the Forest Agency, including many of the local heroes, such as Kamui Woods, MT Lady, Backdraft, and Death Arms. Some of the teachers at UA were present in person. Eraserhead, Midnight, Ectoplasm, Snipe, and Cementos were all present in person. Vlad King and Power Loader were remotely attending. Eraserhead spoke up at this point. I talked to Nizu about this, and he already had some automated programs sift through the quirk registry forms of everyone in the greater Mizudafu area. He determined that nobody has a sufficient quirk to accomplish what we've seen that Kira is capable of. Me and my associates have determined the same thing. So does that mean we have reached a dead end? Midoriya Izuku spoke up at this point. Because what could it be if not a quirk? Perhaps this is a more specific ability or something else like that. Which means that finding Kira through the quirk registry is not going to work. From what we saw on TV, Kira's quirk allows them to kill remotely, making them extremely dangerous. What we need to do is find a pattern on how these criminals are dying. So wait, you just use some random civilian to provoke Kira? Death Arms spoke up. I should have informed you this earlier, but Mr. Taylor was on death row. He was a convicted criminal. We should look for a pattern in these killings. Yes, we will contact you if we find such a pattern. As well, the only thing that I can tell for right now is that Kira kills with a heart attack. Besides that, they're all either convicted or wanted criminals. Would anyone else like to ask some questions? Kamui Woods asked. I have one of my own, but I will wait until there's nothing left to say. One Kamui Woods intern stood up nervously. She was a second-year UA student, with straight black hair, red eyes, and was covered in patches of scales, as well as having a whip-like tail with a barbed point. I think we should set up a website where people can provide information about Kira, and we can also look into social media, see if Kira has like a Twitter or something. If it's not too forward of me. There was a brief moment of silence, then T spoke. An excellent suggestion, miss? My heroine name is Otodoragon, T. A great suggestion, Miss Otodoragon. I suggest to Kamui Woods that he does pursue this line of investigation. Because of how much more anonymous the internet is, it could be that Kira has a presence there, and we can maybe sift through the garbage we're likely to get and acquire some useful information. The laptop screen shut off, and they all dispersed. It had been a week since he had written a name in the death note. He was still shaken up by the whole switcheroo that T had pulled on him. The news media had been scared and theorizing about why Kira hadn't killed anyone in a week, saying that Kira had been scared off by T's challenge. Why did this mess him up so much? He needed to push through this. Not for his sake, but for everyone out there who's quirkless, or has a so-called villain's quirk, or the countless others who were ruined, harmed, and abused by this quirk-based society that exists around the world. So be strong, Izuku. He pulled the death note out from the place he had hid it, behind one of his various All Might posters, and it was wrapped in a fake, limited edition, design All Might comic that he had made the design of. Wow, you put a lot of work into this disguise, Izuku. Of course I did, Ryuk. I should probably have more though. He looked at the death note, and then tore out a page. Let's see if it works with a page torn out of it. He wrote down the names of 3 wanted criminals, and then put the notebook away. He will see the reports on everything tomorrow, the 3 he killed with the torn-out page and the 7 that he gave more detailed commands to. That's all he feels like doing for now. He tucked the page into one of his normal notebooks, and then opened up a document of interview questions from the interview questions list 3 years ago. He'll think about this whole death note business later. For now, he has to work hard so that he could do well in the recommendation exam. This next day was a Sunday, which meant it was a free day for him. Or, it's supposed to be, but he's going to be very busy on Sunday. He sat down at his computer and signed into an administrator account that he had created in the Forest's agency. His mom had often asked for technical assistance on her computer because she wasn't the best at computational analysis. Since he had gotten the death note, his mother had needed help twice. He used this to get an insight into all the information that was the spearhead of the Kira investigation. But more importantly, he could receive information about what happened to the prisoners that he gave more specific commands to. I really hope that this will all turn out for the better, Ryuk. Izuku said, as he sifted through the database. Ah, here it is. He pulled up the database. He had given 7 convicted criminals a variety of commands, some of which included escaping from prison and going to a specific area. One of them even managed to escape the prison they were contained in entirely. But there were 3 criminals that he had performed what would seem to be impossible tasks. As much as I hate to use criminals for experiments, I had to get some information about what the Death Note is capable of doing. Like I said, it's up to you to determine how the Death Note is used. So you never told us why you thought that Kira was located in Japan, I mean, you did prove it on live TV, but how did you get the idea that he was based in Japan in the first place? Kamui Wood spoke. This case had pretty much taken up everything he had done before. Of course he still went on the occasional patrol, but the Kira case was much bigger. Mrs. Midoriya, you presented the theory that Kira was inspired and radicalized because of the hero-killer stain. T spoke from his laptop. However, I suspect that Kira has been killing for much longer. I don't know for how long, but it's been at least 4 months. And about 50% of these scattered heart attacks took place in Japan. I'm curious if you can pierce together the time of death for all of these criminals. How did the quirk registry go? We pursued all the leads of people with a quirk that could possibly cause a heart attack at any range. A new figure spoke, standing up from where he had been sitting. Sorry for not introducing myself, I'm Detective Tsukachi, and my quirk, lie detector, might be useful for this investigation. Indeed. If I would have you ask each and every person in the greater Mizudafu area if they are Kira, but that would take too long, and there would be a public outcry, especially because of the unfortunate popularity of Kira. But that doesn't mean that you won't be of use to the investigation. We just need to narrow down the suspects to a reasonable amount. But I'm glad you have accepted my request to be let on to the case. I ask you a question in private, T? I have a theory concerning Kira. I think I know where your thoughts are going. If you all could leave the room for a brief moment. But why should we, T? Midoriya Izuku spoke up. If this is information that's essential to the Kira investigation, then we should be here to listen to it as well. Detective Tsukachi, I will leave the decision up to you. If you think they're involved, then it's up to you to reveal if they're involved. That made Tsukachi pause to think. Revealing the existence of All for One was dangerous, because the very existence of an immortal supervillain who could take and give quirks would cause mass hysteria. But this wasn't an open reveal. Sure, there were around 50 people in this meeting room, but this was a closed investigation. Very well. I think that Kira is a former associate of the supervillain known as All for One. Rather than the shock and horror he was expecting, all he got was confusion. Guess he needed to give a further explanation. All for One is, or rather was, a 200-year-old supervillain whose quirk of the same name allows him to give and take quirks. All Might defeated this villain 6 years ago. I had a theory that All for One gave a quirk to someone and then used him as a sleeper agent, but the agent was influenced by Stain. What do you think of this, T? Amidst the weird mixture of shock at this villain existing, then relief that All Might defeated this villain, then horror that such a powerful villain might be connected to Kira. An excellent guess, Detective Tsukachi. Although I'm not entirely sure about the connection, we will of course follow all leads. I have an associate that I will send down that line of investigation. They are responsible for taking down quite a few of All for One's agencies. Can you reveal anything about them? The only thing that I will reveal is that they are known as S. What's with these one-letter names? One of Kamui Wood's sidekicks, a woman with long hair that twists itself into whips, and then shifts back into natural hair constantly. So, is there any additional information that can be revealed? For one thing, I find it interesting that Kira can potentially control his victims for a time leading up to their deaths. Something I also want to look into is the time of death of these convicted and wanted villains. Does anyone have anything else to add? Midoriya Izuku said, tapping the papers she had together to straighten them. Well, until next time everyone. The heroes, sidekicks, police officers and top-level civilian officers, including her, started to get up and file out. "Wait," T said, causing them to all pause. "Have we figured out the reason why there was a week span where there was no deaths, and then there was only a few, and those are some of the worst remaining? We thought that it was because he had been spooked by your announcement and how much you narrowed him down." Kemi Wood said. "Is that not it? I'm not sure. Although what I can tell is that Kira's motivations are a little more complicated than we think. That is all I have to add." "Okay, anyone else?" Midoriya said as she looked around the silent group around her. "Well, now we can go for real." With that, everyone filed out of the room. "Detective Tsukachi, please stay here," T announced from the other side of the computer as he was about to leave. "I would like to have a conversation with you." "You said you had a motive, Shigaraki," Kaizome said as he looked at the bar. In the months since his live-streamed fight with Mechanicus 6 Malawian Quachas, he had accumulated quite a fanbase, including the mysterious Kira. He wanted to reach out to who the media called a villain. But in his mind, Kira was merely misguided. "Yes, I did. I looked into your ideology of fake heroes, and I was intrigued. But there's more to the world than your narrow view, Stain. There's been an update, and I'm intending to take down this whole hero-obsessed society," Shigaraki announced, spreading his hands in a grandiose gesture. This Shigaraki did have a point. Perhaps he had been seeing things too narrowly. "Yeah, I could get behind destroying society, Scarface," Dabi said from beside him. "But what's your plan, huh?" "We start by killing All Might." At that pronouncement, Kaizome drew 2 knives and charged Shigaraki. How dare he criticize All Might? He saw Dabi out of the corner of his eye, also similarly charging forward, hands alight with blue fire. Shigaraki jumped forward, hands outstretched in a similar way. A thick black smoke surrounded his arms, cold and slick, but it quickly faded away into the surprisingly warm air of what seemed to be a drafty bar in early February. He stopped because of how strange it felt. He looked around, and his hands were sticking out of a portal on the other side of the bar. He moved his hand experimentally. "Please listen to our reasonings for doing what we do before reacting harshly." A figure spoke. They were dressed as a fancy bartender, save for black smoke for hands and a head. Yellow eyes pierced through the smoke, and he wore a layered metal collar. "If you would," this figure asked to nobody in particular it seemed, before a computer screen turned on. "Kurogyri, I would like to talk to Stain in person. Please open a warp gate to my location." Kaizome watched as this Kurogyri person opened a larger portal. "So he has a teleportation quirk, huh? Well, he seems to be a major asset. Sure, he may think of All Might as the one true hero, but that doesn't mean that he's not open to criticism. If I don't come back in 4 minutes, assume I am dead, Dabi. You know what to do," he said as he entered the portal. The last thing that he saw was Dabi nodding. He had figured out what Dabi's big secret was relatively easily, but he didn't treat him any differently for being the son of Endeavor. He would wait and see if Dabi was ready to open up to him. When he walked through the portal, it was a mix of textures that he had the distinct feeling that he would never get used to. He was in an underground facility somewhere. He didn't know exactly where it was, but it was huge. Sitting in front of him, hooked up to a ton of life support machines, a face that only had a mouth, all the rest covered in scar tissue. "Who are you?" he asked. He had seen some messed up things, he had spent half his life in the undercity of the world, and he had never seen someone with injuries like this, and still be alive. "I am known as All for One." "Who gave you these injuries?" He couldn't help but ask. "All Might gave me these injuries in a fight 6 years ago. We fought for a selfish reason, Stain. He wanted revenge, he hit to kill, not even taking into account the bystanders around the area where we fought." At this All for One short speech had concluded, he couldn't do anything but stand there. All Might, stooping so low as to enact a revenge plot? Hitting to kill? "So you want my help taking down society? Tearing it down and rebuilding it so there's only true heroes left? That might be Tamura's goal. My only purpose is to act as a mentor. Shaping him, guiding him. That's also why I want to find Kira. They would be a major help to Tamura's plan." Fine. I'll assist you. But if I find out that you're lying, I will not hesitate to kill you. All for one seemed to laugh at what he had said. Of course. But you shouldn't need to. A portal opened again, and he walked back through. Even though it hadn't been 4 minutes, Dabi was staring down Tamura. But when he saw that he had emerged back from the portal, he relaxed slightly. So, how'd the conversation with that guy go? I don't trust them, he said. But this is our best chance to spread our message. He then turned to Shigaraki. We accept your invitation into the League of Villains. Good. Dabi, you can get yourself settled in, I'm going out hunting for fakes. He announced as he left, leaping and bounding across rooftops and between buildings. He had a specific target in mind. There was a hero, Zankage, who had used his position as an advisor at the Hero Commission to embezzle money. The total amount was around 193 million yen. As he was going in the direction where he had scouted out was the best chance of him running into Zankage, he thought about this whole Kira affair. One of the reasons he had been operating for years is that it took him several weeks to research a potential target, find out patrol routes, when and where they patrol, finding a place in their city where they are alone in a remote place, scouting out areas beforehand. Thanks to T's broadcast, Kaizome agreed with T's suspicions that Kira can kill from anywhere in the world. What would he do if he had the powers of Kira? It would eliminate much of the risk of getting caught, and he could do it from anywhere in the world. In fact, he would never get caught because he stays in one place. But what if Kira was an ordinary person? He thinks, looking at the small groups of people walking in the night between the streetlights, heading to important destinations, such as those 2 guys in suits, carrying briefcases, one of which has a phone to their ear, obviously calling someone. These people aren't wanted criminals, they don't move like he does from city to city, they don't fight heroes, fake heroes, in alleyways, they just go along with their life, living like they don't have the power of life and death in their hands. What sort of person would be able to wield such tremendous power? He thinks as he darts into the ambush spot and sits down to lie in wait. How would an ordinary person react to the realization they could suddenly, anonymously, end a person's life? Most people would probably react with shock, panic, and terror with the realization they ended a life. But whoever had this power was not that type of person. They've killed almost 300 convicted and wanted criminals worldwide. He wanted to meet whoever they are in person and have a conversation with them. A ruffle and a light crash caused him to get out of his thoughts. He looked over the side, and there was Zankage, casually walking down the alleyway like he didn't have a care in the world. He put all thoughts of Kira aside as he drew his swords and leapt down to attack Zankage. Kira might have it easy, but he has to kill in person. Izuku looked up at the gates of UA, visitors pass in hand. He couldn't believe that he was actually taking the UA recommendation entrance exam. When he stepped across the threshold of the school's gate, he half expected there to be an electric shock or some sort of crime detector, or some other sort of thing his paranoid mind could conceive of. He had barely used the death note in the interim weeks. Ryuk had complained about being bored, but Izuku ignored him. He did give him apples, which seemed to sate him for now. It felt like a dreamland, like it wasn't real, like he was walking on air. But it was. UA was almost empty at this point. He had arrived an hour early. So you arrived here early as well? A girl's voice said from behind him. Yeah. He said, turning around to see who was speaking to him, and he was faced with what he could only describe as a stunningly attractive girl. Tall, with straight black hair tied up in this bushy ponytail, and she had a long coat with a hood, obviously for the February wind. Oh wait, he hadn't even introduced himself. I'm Midoriya Izuku, what's your name? My name is Yaoyorozu Momo, it's a pleasure to meet you. She replied. She was formal too. He turned around to hide his face heating up. Contain yourself, Izuku. Think about something else. Like how her name sounds familiar. So, you're here for the recommendation exam too? He asked, to take his mind off of how she looked, because he has work to do, damn it, and he couldn't get distracted. I mean, it's always been my dream to be a hero. My parents own a support company that gives people prosthetics for injuries they get in villain attacks. She explained. And that got his mind thinking. That's why the name Yaoyorozu sounded familiar. Yaoyorozu Industries. So my thought was that I could become a hero to stop these people from getting hurt in the first place. She seems to be most of the way to being a true hero. She wants to prevent people from getting injured. And what about you, Midoriya? Why do you want to be a hero? She asked. And that made him think. Why did he want to be a hero? The truth was that being a hero was only part of his grand plan. He wanted to change society. But he couldn't just up and say that out loud. Well, I know it sounds sort of stupid, he said, rubbing the back of his neck. But I wanted to be a hero just like All Might. Saving everyone with a smile on my face, reassuring everyone. I think that's what a true hero is. He may have slipped up when he said, true hero, but that's whatever. He wants to plant the seeds of Stain's ideology in every heroic candidate. It may be subtle, but in any of the hero classes at UA, the recommended students were supposed to be the best of the best, the cream of the crop. People would look up to him. He can use this position of respect to convince people of Stain's ideology. It would be a slow, gradual process. No, that's not stupid, she said. It makes sense that All Might inspires a lot of people. She walked into UA, he followed suit, engaging in casual conversation. One by one, people filtered into the room until there was around 50 people in the presentation room. Present Mike was there, dressed in his usual costume and hair sticking up like a banana or something. Welcome, recommendation students. You'll be taking the written exam shortly. I'm just here to make sure that everyone who received a recommendation is currently present. Akikuro Sashi, recommendation from Edge Shot. Here. A girl with black hair so dark that he couldn't see the individual hairs on her head. It just looked like she had some void on her head, replied. Eikarishi Itona, recommendation from the Atrishu group? Here. A boy with spiky blue hair and ice blue eyes replied. One by one, Present Mike ensured that everyone was there. When he announced, Todoroki Shoto, recommendation from Endeavor, everyone looked in the direction of a teen with spit red and white hair, as well as heterochromatic eyes responded with, here. Izuku couldn't help but overhear people whispering around him. The Todoroki Shoto? It makes sense, his father is the number 2 hero after all. How powerful do you think he is? At this point he was glad he hadn't accepted All Might's recommendation, because the recommendations were announced out loud. Present Mike finished the list off with Yorashi Inesa, recommendation from Swiftlands. A large teen with almost shaved brown hair yelled out, here, with enthusiasm. He should maybe ask this Yorashi person why they wanted to be a hero. They seem to have a lot of energy. Great. Now that we confirmed that everybody is here, you can now head off to the exam hall and take the written exam. Izuku headed off with the other examinees to the exam hall. He sat down about 3 meters from anyone else in the exam hall and looked down at the packet he had been given, and he started answering the questions. There wasn't really any sort of order to this exam. Hero history, math, all sorts of science, reading comprehension, quirk analysis, and opinion-based questions were all jumbled in together. There wasn't even an order to the multiple choice, short answer, and essay questions. But he went through the test, carefully answering the questions, making sure that he answered everything fully. A couple of people had finished the test before him, but he paid them no mind. He had to make sure that everything was the best he could do. Even though he had double-checked his questions and rewrote parts of 2 essays, he was still the 6th person to complete his assignment. He headed off in the direction of the waiting room. He was about to take out his phone and a page of the Death Note, before he glanced up and saw there was a security camera looking out over the room. Nope, he didn't want to be on camera. He got up and went over to Snipe, who was standing guard over the waiting room. Excuse me, I would like to go to the bathroom. Okay, sure Sonny, just don't take too long. Bathroom is over there. Snipe said, pointing in the direction of where Izuku knew the bathrooms already were. He looked at a basic floor plan of the school beforehand. Once he was in the bathroom, he pulled out his phone as well as his hero analysis notebook, which had a page of the Death Note stowed inside of it. Ah, so you're finally going to use the Death Note? Why'd you wait so long? Izuku had expected the Shinigami to say something during the day. He had been unusually quiet. Well, I've been looking for people that are so despicable they deserve to die. I took a step back and realized I had lost my focus. I think I finally found someone," he said, pulling up an article on his phone. It was a wanted poster for one Nerekonovisk Machiavelski. This man apparently is a major informant for all sorts of villain groups and even heroes who needed some connections to darker places. He looked at the name and the face that was on the poster, and wrote it down in the sheet of the death note he had with him. There, that should be good. He closed the notebook. As he got up to wash his hands, Ryuk decided to speak up. "Why did you pretend to go to the bathroom and not just write it down where you were? There was a security camera in that room. Of course, there could be more, knowing what I do about the UA principal, Nizu. I'm pretty sure that Nizu knows about the Kira case, and would be happy to show security footage to help the investigation." He replied, "Being overly cautious, how interesting. Well, being overly cautious is how I'll stay out of trouble until Stains' will is realized," he said as he left the bathroom, making his way back to the waiting room. After about another hour and a half, all 49 other recommended students had finished the written exam. An official came by and gave them each a number to wear, sort of like a runner, which they needed to place on their chest. Izuku's number was, it felt more than a random number, like it was destiny or something. It's random selection, they probably just tumbled all the numbers together or something like that. Ryuk had stayed quiet this entire time, just observing. Apparently the shinigami hadn't visited or even seen the human world in over 300 years, so he was probably just looking at the variety of humanity around him. Present Mike then came in and told them that it was time for them to take the practical exam. They were escorted to a massive area which looked outrageous, part roller coaster, part racetrack, fake peaks, a fake forest, rivers, ice bridges, all sorts of crazy stuff. You'll be divided into groups of 5 for this practical exam. It's a 3-kilometer race, but that's not all. You can use your quirks to complete this crazy course as much as you please. It's an insane race to the finish line. Because of how good he had gotten with names and faces thanks to using the death note, he recognized the other 4 people he was competing against. Number 14, Kotetsu Mirage, a girl who had slightly darker skin, pure white hair and gray eyes. Number 16, Hananuki Juzo, a guy with light brown hair and no lips, meaning you could see his teeth. It's sort of creepy, but it's not his purpose to judge. Number 41, Yurashi Inasa. And then number 23, Todoroki Shoto. As they approached the gate, about to begin the great race, he pierced the core of One for All, letting the energy within it flow through him. Right now, he could only use around 7% without hurting himself. Hopefully that should be enough for him to get him a good position, maybe even first place. The moment the race started, he jumped forward with 7% of One for All, green lighting dancing across his body, energy thrumming through his veins. It made his vision sharper, it made every experience feel more real. But he wasn't the only one that had taken off the moment they had started, Todoroki building up ice behind him to propel him, and Yurashi using what looked like wind and air to propel himself. He spared a glance back to see that Ryuk was having trouble keeping up with his flying. But his overly large mouth was in a massive grin, so he obviously was enjoying himself. He shook his head. No, he shouldn't be thinking about Ryuk right now. He pushes all thoughts of Ryuk and the death note, him trying to figure out how to get in close with T and all of that. He had a single purpose for today, to pass no, excel at the exam, and become a hero. He was neck and neck with the other 2 people, moving around, jumping forward, and racing forward. He pushed himself when he saw All Might's thin form sitting in the stands, pushing up to 8%, even though he almost immediately felt sore, his muscles were straining, but he pushed past this, going forward. It was the UA ideal after all, to go beyond. Plus ultra. He ended up finishing 3rd, a split second behind Todoroki and Yurashi, which meant that he was close enough to hear them talk. Not like closeness would really matter when it came to how loud Yurashi was in conversation. Hell yeah. I won. He yelled out, pumping his arms in excitement. But who knows what would happen if we raced again, you're awesome. Aren't you also Endeavor's son? So cool. Stop talking. Izuku heard Todoroki say. It was quieter than he was expecting, and as cold as the ice he used to secure 2nd place. This is just a race, after all. Passing is all that matters. Now excuse me. With that, he rushed off somewhere. He barely had an opportunity to think about what Todoroki had just said, before Urashi approached him as well. "So cool, dude. I can't believe you've got such hot-blooded passion about being a hero." "Yeah," he said. "I mean, I wanted to be a hero just like All Might, so I should do my best." "Why do you want to be a hero, Urashi?" Becoming a hero looked like something that was important to him, so he stood up straight. "Well, I've always been fearless, enjoying the coolest things out there. I quickly found out about heroes. Such passion, the energy they have. The heroic look in their eyes. Their red-hot energy that gave them the force to fight against villains, to dive headfirst into action. How could I not like heroes? Well, except Endeavor. That made him even more. He had always thought that while Endeavor was certainly a very competent hero, he was the number 2 hero after all, but something felt off about him. He had this look in his eyes, like he was angry about something far away. I don't know what it was. But that's why I want to be a hero, because they dive into fighting headfirst. What about you, Midoriya? You said you wanted to be a hero just like All Might, but I see that there's energy in your eyes like nothing I've seen before. So what is your passion, Midoriya? Ignoring Ryuk laughing beside him, that made him think. He should try to be more subtle about what he wants, if someone like Urashi could see past him. So what does he say? Definitely not the truth. I want to save people with a smile on my face, reassure everyone, make sure that people change. I want to be a symbol just like All Might. Well, I wish you luck, Midoriya. I hope you pass. With that, he waited for the interview process to begin. He didn't know what he was expecting when he walked into the interview. There were 2 men and 2 women dressed in perfectly tailored suits, each of them holding clipboards and holding a pen, a mug of coffee sitting in front of them. In between the 4 of them sat the UA principal, Principal Nizu. All he knew of the UA principal was that he was an animal with a quirk that basically made him a genius. Rather than coffee, the principal had a cup of tea in front of him, but he did have a clipboard in front of him. "Welcome, Midoriya Izuku, to the interview section of the UA Recommendation Entrance Exam. I am Principal Nizu, and I will be the chief interviewer." After a brief pause, he watched as the UA principal was lost in thought and his tail swished around for a bit. "I think I will ask the first question. Midoriya, why did Kemui Woods recommend you?" "Well, my mom works at his agency, she's some sort of manager or administrator. I train there often, and I showed enough promise that he sent out a recommendation." The woman who was sitting on Nizu's right side, who introduced herself as Akatsuki Neri, asked the next question. "What would you do if you wouldn't be a hero?" He answered every question he could with as much honesty as he could without revealing too much. After several more questions, he was dismissed. "This is such an interesting world, Izuku. I never could imagine that humanity has changed so drastically in 300 years. Well, quirks started appearing 200 years ago when a glowing baby was born in China. How quirks spread to the world, people have no clue. Oh. A mystery. How interesting. And you say that the investigators think that Kira kills with a quirk?" "Yes, so they're going to spend a lot of time looking into the quirks of people. Which is going to be entirely wasted time. Because the note is not a quirk, after all. Indeed, the Death Note has been around for far longer than quirks. So what are you going to do now? You have quite a bit of free time now, are you going to use the note more?" "I need to do some more research into the worst. Of the worst when it comes to criminals. Not every criminal deserves to die for petty crimes. I think I need some time to set up standards about what types of criminals deserve to die." Fair enough. He had to be patient, go after the people that heroes can't reach, or won't reach. He has yet to find a fake hero, but he's confident he's got a lead on one of them. A relatively, probably purposefully, hero known as Avast, who had apparently used his influence as a hero to cover up some of the crimes of his buddies. Avast didn't go to UA, so he didn't have the sports festival to find his secret identity. He would need to dig further to find the truth. But he would find who Avast really was. Nobody would escape the will of Kira. Kaizome looked up at a screen that was broadcasting. The pro-hero Avast had been killed of a heart attack. Kira's doing. Avast had been a hero he had been looking into for quite some time, but he had not been able to find enough evidence to take him out. Looks like Kira found enough evidence first. What he needs is a line of communication with Kira, some way to reach out to this person without All for One knowing and finding out through him. But in order to do that, he would have to find a way to personally communicate with Kira. From what he can tell, from the fact the killings started a little over 2 months ago, only a few days after he was revealed to the wider world thanks to Mechanicus MK6's livestream. Which probably meant that this Kira had been inspired by him, sort of like how Dabi was. But of course Dabi wasn't nearly as powerful as this Kira person was. But why hadn't Kira reached out to him directly? It doesn't make sense for someone who had been inspired by him to not reach out to him. Or maybe he had been thinking too highly of himself. He should be more humble after all. He shouldn't get too wrapped up in his own self-image. He's not some divine arbiter of justice. He's a tool for a greater cause, just like this Kira person. To purge the world of fake heroes. Or maybe he could take a page out of Kira's notebook and start killing off criminals. His first priority should be the League of Villains, but he's done some research into All for One. He accessed proprietary information, forgotten servers, information partly corrupted. This All for One was over 200 years old, hailing from the beginning of the Age of Quirks, his own allowing him to give, take, and store quirks as he pleases. He had even seen a report that All Might and All for One had fought. From what he could tell from these ancient documents, he should trust what the supervillain has to say with a grain of salt. But what he should do now is tell All Might that his nemesis has survived their battle. He took out one of the burner phones that he had, and sent an email saying that All for One was still alive. He didn't have proof, but hopefully the rumor would be enough to cause an investigation. And that would help Kira as well. He mused, leaping around, making sure to stay hidden. He should think of Kira as a partner, working together for the same goal. He darted into an alleyway, one he knew well, and from there he entered an abandoned apartment block. This was where he and Dabi lived. All for One had assured them that they could stay in rooms at the bar, but he said that he would wait for it for now. He was well aware he was more useful to Shigaraki, and by extension All for One, as a martyr rather than a living figure, even with his association to the League. He had fallen into a trap, it seemed. But maybe there's a way out. He's in a whole new world, it seems. Any luck in finding Kira? He heard Dabi ask. Not for now. But I do need to find them before Shigaraki does. He replied, sitting down at the folding table they had. Do you think there's a way of sending him a message of sorts? I couldn't think of a way myself. Yeah, me neither. Dabi said, laying himself down on the old, torn couch they had. Anyways, enough about Kira. I think I found 2 people that have been moved by your ideology, enough to join up with us perhaps. Are you in communication with them? In response, Dabi grabbed his phone and showed it to him. The 3 of us created a group chat, so I know a little about each of them. What can you tell me? If this were true, it would mark the 3rd and 4th people directly inspired by his video, not to mention the fact that it had started internationally. There was already a copycat in America, a second in Australasia, and rumors of others scattered around the world. The first one's name is Toga. She's a bit crazy, but she's been trying her best to go along with your will. The second calls himself Spinner, real name's Iguchi Suichi. Hasn't done much of anything, but really does seem quite interested in what you're saying. Alright, when do you think that I can meet these individuals? Tomorrow night. Is there a specific location you'd like? His mind goes through the list of abandoned buildings and other out-of-the-way places they could potentially meet up. What about the abandoned train station in the edges of Kamino? That seems like a good place to meet up. Sure, I'll text them that. Anything else you need? Not for now. I don't understand this. Kira usually goes after criminals. First he stops for a while, then kills a wanted criminal, then a few days later a hero dies? What does Kira think he's doing? One of the interns identifying evidence for the Kira case exclaims. Why is he going after heroes all of a sudden? No, wait, said Kamui Woods. Avast left a note before he died of a heart attack. It's a pretty extensive one, describing all of the crimes he has committed, which are primarily hiding the crimes of other heroes, as well as taking bribes from villains and general embezzlement. So he wasn't a direct criminal, But taking him out means that Kira can go after the people he's protecting. So Kira is even more like Stain, not discriminating against heroes just because they're heroes. I have a theory that Kira has met Stain recently because the killings have shifted. Have you double-checked the quirk registry? T asked from behind the laptop screen. Yes, we have. Death Arms said from where he was sitting. And nothing matches up to what Kira is capable of. What if Kira is not using a quirk? That surprised everyone. What do you mean by that, T? Detective Tsukachi asked. I mean, how else could he be killing these people remotely? I don't know. Could be something else. I'm not exactly sure what else to do from. Here. Detective Tsukachi's phone rang at that point. Excuse me, I have a phone call. He said, making his way out of the room. Once he was out of the room, he opened his phone to see that it was from Yagi. He had instructed that he not call him unless there's something important. So he did not hesitate in answering the phone. Hey Yagi, why are you calling? I got an anonymous email that if it's correct, we might need to take drastic action. Yagi said from the other side of the phone. And if that didn't terrify him, what could Yagi be worried about enough in order to take drastic action? Did Yagi find out about Kira, or was it some other new powerhouse? He didn't get paid enough for this. What was the content of the anonymous email? The sender of the anonymous email claimed that All for One survived the battle 6 years ago. That made him tense up. Even if it was a rumor, this was something that should be taken seriously. Was there any details that were added to the email? Because if it's just a name, then we should do some investigation ourselves. The email describes the aura All for One has around him, the scarring on his face, and him describing how the villain's quirk works. So it was more than just a rumor then. It's possible then, but we should look for evidence to confirm it. Have you tried to trace the email? Yes, but we didn't find much of anything. It's a throwaway email that is currently deactivated, so there's not much we can do at this point. I think you should tell him about this. He should know what to do. Are you sure? I haven't talked to him in years. Just do it, Yagi. That I'll see what I can do. He finished the call and went back into the room. Sorry everyone, I needed to take the call, it was important. He said, sitting back down to where he was originally. That's fine. T said, we were just talking about how seemingly contradictory the actions of Kira have been lately. What do you think of this, especially with our theory that Kira and Stain have met? I think that's accurate, which is terrifying to think about. The force of ideology they have together is not something to take lightly. With them going after what they consider fake heroes, people are going to start looking more critically at heroes in general. Midoriya Izuku pointed out. Which is what they want. We've been put in a difficult situation because of this. Although I'm curious how our internet outreach has been going. Todoragon, what have you found? The teenage girl in question stood up. Well, I set up an anonymous tip line, and I got a variety of responses. We got 12,497 different leads on where Kira could be, how they kill, or other things about them. The vast majority of it was wild theorizing, and there wasn't much in the way of substance. We got even more messages which were just praises for either Kira or Stain, or detracting the police and heroes in general, or just trolling. Furthermore, there were 334 people who claimed that they were Kira. Naturally, we followed up on these claims, but we didn't find Kira among those people who had false claims. She said, sitting down. Our internet outreach hasn't borne much fruit. I still think that we need to keep that tip line open. Even if we have to sift through tens of thousands of falsehoods to find a single kernel of truth, it would be worth it. Keep at it. He had managed to get to the train station rather easily. The hero presence in Kamino Ward wasn't as big as he thought it was, and there wasn't a single vigilante to boost the numbers of crime fighters. Maybe that's why All for One decided to base the league there. But that allowed him to get to the abandoned train station he had mentioned without delay. Dabi had mentioned that he couldn't get over there because he had things to take care of apparently. That's his way of saying that he wants to go out and forget the pain that his injuries constantly cause him. It's not his place to judge what Dabi gets up to when he goes off and does whatever. He would like for Dabi to not destroy himself, but he can't really stop him. His life had gotten so complicated in the past couple of months. He reflected on everything that had happened since that one video of him went global. The appearance of Kira, acquiring his own team, meeting the League of Villains. But that's a good thing in a way. His life being more complicated means his message had traveled. Like how now he was meeting up with two people who were inspired by the video. He just had to make sure they weren't undercover heroes or police. Which was a possibility at this point. The video has been uploaded to YouTube several times. Sure, it kept being taken down, but inevitably someone has a new copy. They mirror it, flip it upside down, split screen it, mess with the audio, everything under the sun you can think of. That's proof enough that people think change needs to happen, that society is filled with false heroes. Hero schools that churn out as many heroes as they can so they get more government funding. Too many heroes. Out there are little more than people with above-average quirks looking for an ego boost. Now he wasn't denying that heroes were needed, but they needed to change. A new world, where only those who are true and incorruptible can become heroes. Hopefully he can enact change. He had given them further directions to get to the third platform. When he saw the two people standing there, he gave a sigh of relief. He didn't sense anyone else in the area. The first person was a teenage girl, with a schoolgirl's costume and a sweater, hair in messy buns, and eyes that were so bloodthirsty it even gave him pause. The second person had a lizard-like appearance, green scales, dull pink hair, and what some people would call a cosplay of his costume, but he felt that the better word to call it was inspiration. Hiya Stainy. My name's Toga Himiko. When I saw your video, I couldn't help but be inspired to change society. People always thought I was evil because of my quirk. The girl, now identified as Toga, said, almost cheerfully. Something about her was creepy in a way that unsettled him. He wasn't unsettled that easy, so of course that was unusual. And what is your quirk, Toga? When I drink someone's blood, I can transform into that person. Well, I don't think that's a villainous quirk at all, Toga. And what about you? He turned and asked the lizard-looking guy. My name is Iguchi Suichi, but you can call me Spinner. And I don't want my quirk to define me. Anyway, I saw what your goal was. I haven't done much of anything with my life, but I have a purpose now. Well, these are the people that Dobby had found to help him. They seemed good enough, and while Dobby spent half of his time either drunk, high, or passed out in some rando's bed, the other half of the time he was effective at what he did. It was a weird dichotomy that he couldn't wrap his head around. The young man was as strange as they come. Unfortunately, Dobby can't be here right now, but I'll tell you about what's going on. We're currently working with an organization calling themselves the League of Villains. I know it's an idiotic name, but their leader Shigaraki Tamura knows what he's talking about. I'll bring you to meet them when I can. So that's the plan as of right now. Any questions? The two of them shook their heads. Great. There's an abandoned apartment block on Deikyo Street. We have a hideout on the 4th floor. You can hang out there if you want. I don't really care that much. Anything else you guys need? Nope. And with that he left. These people were all important, but he wanted to find the person behind Kira. He could help them. Should he try to find Stain? That was the question that he had been asking pretty much every day since the recommendation exam. There was quite a bit of public support for him as Kira, and it was the same for Stain. So working together, sharing information, they could get so much more done. But then again, there was a great risk in revealing his identity to anyone. There had to be another way he could get into contact Stain. Of course, a secret identity. Another one. Maybe this is what Ryuk meant when he needed a better name. He tossed an apple to Ryuk, who ate it eagerly. I think it's a good idea to work with Stain. Not as Kira, of course, but as someone else. I need a secret identity. He opened up a desk drawer that didn't have an obvious handle, revealing a black cloak and a black mask. I picked these out about a year ago when I first started to train to be a hero. I thought that I would go out and be a vigilante. I even picked out a name, Seishin. Of course I didn't go out, but at least I have a name and a costume. So you're just going to go out and try to find Stain? How interesting. Of course, he's been operating in Kamino Ward recently, if what these people on the websites are saying. He turned the screen so that Ryuk could see it. There's thousands of these online forums, either on independent websites or tucked away in obscure corners of larger websites, that provide all sorts of discourse and information about either Stain and Kira. While I would consider this annoying if there was any information about me on there, people have found pretty much nothing about me. But I pieced together rumors and disjointed sightings or random bits of trivia and managed to figure out he's somewhere in Kamino. And he's apparently getting a team or something. Although I'm not sure exactly how true those rumors are. I think Stain would work better alone. So you're going to go out? Rigas. In response, he closed the cabinet. Nah, not today. I'm going to wait until it's the weekend. My mom's going to be gone the entire weekend trying to gather evidence for the Kira case. Of course, there's very little evidence for the killings, so she'll be busy all weekend. And it's still about a month until my first day at UA, so I can use this weekend to further the cause. Are you that confident you can get into UA? There were 50 people in the recommended exam. Of course, even though I got third in my section, my entire section had some of the best competitors in it. Plus, I think I nailed the written exam. I'm still not sure about the interview. T looked out at all the papers that he had gathered together about Kira. Quirk analysis had proven negative. Anyone who had a quirk that had the capability of producing a heart attack in the greater Mizudafu area were asked to voluntarily enter questioning by the police. 384,316 people were identified, and about a quarter of them accepted. Getting through 94,102 people had put strains on what the Heroes and Public Safety Commission had allocated him in terms of resources, but at least they could eliminate that many people from the suspicion list. But this case was far from concluded. As Mr. Taylor had shown, Kira is capable of killing at a distance, even through a screen. And his kills had shifted in the past months, from a large group of them, to doing exactly what Stain had been doing, killing wanted criminals and fake heroes. Wait, that's it. The earlier killings, the ones that happened before his announcement. He had assumed there was some sort of meaning behind it. Perhaps Kira had been spooked by his announcement? Or maybe there had been a moment of realization that he's actually been confronted with his actions. But then he started up again, this time more closely following Stain's ideology when it comes to his killings. Perhaps he had changed again? A brief crisis of faith, but he rallied himself together and continued? That must mean that Kira is not that old, which was worrying. In fact, he was sure that this was the case. Anyway, it was time for him to talk to Kamui Wood's hero agency. Perfect time to reveal what he had discovered. He switched on his computer. So, Detective Tsukachi, you're saying that nobody you investigated is Kira? One of the interns said. Just. Sorry for none of that working out, T. It's fine. I didn't expect Kira to willingly come into questioning. I think I have some information to reveal about Kira, more importantly his age. What do you mean by that, T? Did you discover some new piece of evidence? Death Arms asked. Well, it's not physical evidence but more of a deduction. In the beginning, before my announcement, Kira murdered 312 villains in 2 weeks. In the 2 months following my announcement, Kira has only killed 19 villains. After my announcement, Kira stopped for a week, but then he resumed by killing Nathaniel Berezekson, a wanted drag lord, the beginning of his Stain-like killings. I think that Kira is younger than we initially thought. There were a bunch of gasps and other sounds of surprise coming from the intern team. What do you mean by that, T? You think we're dealing with a teenager? Yes, I do. Compound that with the fact that Stain is most popular among teenagers, I think it's a great possibility that Kira is a teenager. So we should continue this investigation with this in mind. You said that Stain is popular among teenagers. Do you think there's a possibility that teenagers supporting Stain's ideology are going to apply to hero schools? Kamui Woods asked. It's something we need to look into, in my opinion. I already reached out to some hero schools. Shiketsu, Ketsubutsu, and Seijin have already agreed to tighten their restrictions. UA, Isamu, CI, and Giami still have yet to respond, although I'm sure they'll respond to me soon. But I'm glad that you already addressed that. It was something that I had to address, even though it was low on my priority list. I just need to have more evidence. Kira, what is going through your mind? There has to be a piece he's missing, some critical thing that would make this all make sense. He had already confirmed that Kira was in the area, and was a teenager, so it was most likely that he hadn't moved. What other things could he piece together from the evidence? There had been some data about who supported Stain, so he brought the data that had been aggregated from all sorts of international organizations, everything from the Jiang to the FBI to the GZDL. They identified that supporters of Stain, particularly in Japan, were either teenagers or adults who were disillusioned with society. In essence, the same type of crowd that would become the earlier and most ardent followers of a fascistic regime. A part of him tells him he should look at the ideological threat Stain poses. While the hero killer himself has only been involved in around 40 incidents, 17 deaths and 23 heroes being permanently disabled, lone wolf killings from nameless villains, killings from Kira, and opportunistic prosecutors and lawyers have resulted in 94 heroes no longer in service, all within 2.5 months. The hero killer had shaken Japan to its core, and Kira is apparently hellbent on ensuring that the shockwaves spread worldwide. But Kira, what do you gain from this? Why are you doing this? Seriously, Izuku, why exactly are you doing this? Ryuk asked him. Izuku was decked out in his vigilante costume complete with mask, trench coat, and the remainder of his disguise. He had taken a train to Kamino, and was currently on one of the rooftops, looking over the town. He used one for all at around 1%, the largest amount he could use without the green lightning effect surrounding him. He could pass it off as a minor strength enhancement quirk, which would also distance himself from Kira. I would imagine that Stain is a slippery eel. He's been active for years, after all. I'm just looking around for someone who might be useful. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw someone that looked like they were waiting for another person. He couldn't see much from his vantage point, but it looked like this guy had some pretty extensive scarring. Sure, he was cloaked in shadow, but something about this guy made him think that he was connected to Stain. He double-checked his pocket, making sure there was a piece of the death note in there. It was there, half a sheet of paper neatly folded. He had taken to carrying a piece of the death note wherever he went. He never used it, of course. He hadn't seen anyone that was worthy of him using the death note. But it made him feel safe, that and a combination of one for all. With that in mind, he dropped down and walked in the direction of the guy. Unsurprisingly, he jerked up and looked in his direction. Who are you and what are you doing here? The guy asked, tackles obviously raised. I was just interested in finding Stain. I haven't done much yet. He lied. But I'm interested in showing everyone what a true hero can be. He watched this mysterious person slowly become less defensive. Leave me your number and I'll ask you some vetting questions. Name's Dabi, by the way. Izuku took out a piece of paper not from the death note, scrawled the number from his burner phone, and handed it off to Dabi, an obviously fake name. What can I call you? For the contact, obviously. Seishin, he answered, leaping away. Well, what's the whole point of doing all of this? You didn't even reach Stain today? Ryuk said. It seems like a waste of time to me. Don't worry about that, Ryuk. I now know that Stain has a team. I've said this before, but information is key. He had gotten home at this point, browsing the forums looking for rumors. Has someone done something recently? A wanted criminal? A corrupt hero? One of those powers that deem themselves unstoppable institutions of might? Well, he can bring them down from the comfort of his own home. Tamura looked at the amount of people that he had gathered. Nobodies. Trash, the scum of this earth. But apparently Sensei had a plan, and it involved him meeting their little mole in person. The UA entrance exams were still a week or so away, but Sensei was confident their mole would be successful. But now he could meet them in person. Apparently Sensei had given them a quirk, one of his more volatile, dangerous quirks, at age 3. Their quirk triggered normally at age 4, and they lived a relatively normal life. Except they had been trained, the quirk expanded, made more powerful combat skill, education, and most importantly, acting. The door to the bar burst open, and they strode in. The perfect balance of confident and casual. Was this who they really were, or was it a mask behind a mask? They could slip from one personality to the next as easily and fluidly as if they had been that way all their life, never wavering, never slipping. What up, Tamura? They said, slipping into the bar stool right next to him. Kurojairi, give me the usual. And to this surprise, Kurogiri began working on something immediately. Don't be worried about me passing, I think I can do that pretty easily, even in my new persona. But what did you really want me for? I just wanted to make sure you were what Sensei said you were. And you sure do play the part well. I think you will just be perfect. Yes, you are perfect. UA Teacher Staff Meeting, the day before the standard UA Heroics entrance exam. Principal Nizu, you can't be serious. A tired-looking man wearing all black and having a crazy-looking scarf yelled out angrily. You mean that one of the applicants to our school could be Kira? This is insanity. Calm down, Aizawa. A smartly dressed animal, something between a mouse, a small bear and a dog, who was called Principal Nizu, said, waving his paw at the tired-looking man Aizawa. I heard this straight from T himself. He gave this message to other hero schools in the nation. I can only say what T told me, but apparently Kira is a follower of Stain, or at least believes in his ideology. Hell, everything these past few months have been about Stain. A guy dressed like a cowboy whispered to a guy wearing a scary-looking, mostly black, mask. Anyway, T determined that Kira is not that old, he's a teenager. Combine that with him believing in Stain's ideology, and the fact that Kira is in the area, T has concluded that there is a 27% chance that Kira is going to, or is currently attending UA at this time. Therefore we will take some precautions. Wait, a large man with a red costume and white hair spoke up. We're going to take precautions on a 27% chance? Kansas, Aizawa cut in. If there was a 1 in 4 chance that you were going to die, you would take every chance you could to prevent those deaths, yes? Well then, listen to the principal, he knows what he's talking about. Ken, admonished, sat back down. Thank you for that, Aizawa. Principal Nizu said, crossing his paws. Now, Aizawa, Ken, we're going to give you fake names. Aizawa, you are now Tadiki Kitaro. Ken, you are now Ishiyama Takeda. And as an additional precaution, we will pick hero names for first years before the sports festival. For everyone, you will bring up Stain's ideology in your lessons, see who is more sympathetic to his ideals than others. Of course, security will be heightened, and we're already commissioning the construction of dorms. Why dorms? The Western-themed teacher asked. If the scoundrels really hiden, as a student, won't puttin' all the fish in a barrel just put everyone at risk? Doesn't seem like a good decision to me. My reasoning is simple, we can use it to monitor the students more. Of course there won't be cameras and microphones in the individual rooms, bathrooms, or showers, but we should still hear some conversations that happen when we are not present. This may seem insufficient, but we don't know anything about how Kira operates. Katsuki looked around at everyone who was walking around UA for the entrance exam. More specifically, he was looking around for a familiar green shock of hair. Sure, there were some people who had green hair, but none of them have the dark green curls that Deku had. Huh, so the nerd wasn't going to the entrance exam after all. Serves him right. He can finally start his heroic journey. Stupid Deku had been a pebble in his path for far too long. But even with your family connections, you still failed. That just goes to show what a stupid quirkless Deku you are. He looked around at everyone else around him. Nobody that looked intimidating at all. He slipped into the written exam hall, and then went to the seat he had been assigned. When he was allowed to start the exam, he opened it up. This was fucking easy. Who made this exam? It was so easy he had to resist the urge to double-check his work. Of course he was right the first time. Why would he need to double-check his answers? He went into the room where apparently they were going to get some information about the practical exam. Everyone taking the entrance exam was there. He looked around one final time. Maybe he had missed Deku or something like that. But no, there was no angrily familiar bushy green hair anywhere in the hall. Some extra with crazy styled hair, Present Mike? Was that his name? Deku would know, was explaining what was going on. All that he got is that he had to beat up a ton of robots. So yeah, that's pretty much all he has to do. He was about to get up and leave for the area he had been given, but some guy stood up and started yelling about pamphlets and a different type of robot and how this was a misprint. What the hell, Examinee 7111, or whatever your DMN name is, he was getting to that. Couldn't you tell? Just shut up, sit down, and let present Mike or whoever it was explain what is going on. Fing hell. However, the presenter guy continued on uninterrupted, explaining that the fourth robot was just like an obstacle in video games. Just ignore it. It's big, bulky, and worth 0 points, so there's no need to fight it. He had the vague sense there was something more to this 0-pointer, but they would never lie to them about it. So it was still worth 0 points. He should just ignore it and fight more 1, 2, and 3-pointers. Sounds like a plan to him. Bakugo Katsuki was loving this. He could forget everything related to Diamond Deku and all the bullshit around that nonsense when he's destroying bots. They're made of cheap, flimsy metal. Well, they had to be. Even UA's budget isn't infinite. 1-pointers, 2-pointers, 3-pointers, they all fall apart beneath his explosions. How could he not enjoy having all this power at his fingertips? He blasted off, using his explosions to propel himself. He saw a cluster of 3-pointers just roaming around. From what he knew of the 3-pointers, they had weak points on the spine and joints. He should attack the spine, as that's the point where the metal plates collect together. Blast there, and there. Reach inside. Explosion on the inside near a key wire complex. The 3-pointer collapsed. Deku would be fing useless with all of these robots running around. They'd crush him like a bug. Wait, what the hell are you doing, Katsuki? Stop worrying about stupid Deku, he's long gone. As much as he hated to acknowledge it, Deku's smart. After all, he did still have the highest grades in their middle school, despite how much he fucking tried to surpass the nerd. He even started to fucking study again. Forget Deku, Katsuki. You're here at UA and he's not. Destroy these 3-pointers, get the best score on both the written exam and the practical exam, get into whatever class he was in, continue to be the best, even over those DMN recommendation students, and become the #1 hero over All Might. A thought crept into his mind as he blew up a second 3-pointer, which brought his total to 56. Auntie worked at Kamui Wood's agency. She was like a manager or administrator at his agency. Stupid Deku probably took the recommendation exam. That's why he's not here. He took the DMN recommendation exam. He destroyed a 3rd robot. Of course he would ask his mom for a recommendation from Kamui Woods. Even though the Arbor hero has better things to do. Like defeating Kira. Of course he hated Kira. He was a cowardly villain that killed people at a distance. Although maybe he could catch Kira. Kira was the greatest villain of this time. Even T was hunting him down. He had watched the report, which showed exactly how much of a genius this T character was. He showed that Kira was in the area, which means it was even easier to hunt down Kira. If Kamui Woods ever offered him an internship, he would accept it without hesitation. Of course he would hunt down Kira, and he can use this to his advantage. All of the robots in this area were destroyed. He alit his hands again and blasted off to another location. Shigaraki's plan was stupid. They had to admit that Shigaraki was smart about some things. He was good at video games, a genius at most video games actually. Actually, Shigaraki was pretty much a genius, but this one plan was stupid. Or maybe it was Sensei's idea. Whatever. But they had been told to do their very best during the entrance exam, both on the written exam and the practical. But what Shigaraki forgot was that they were going in disguise. If they used their quirk to its fullest potential, it would be far too suspicious. They knew what they were doing. And they were loyal to Sensei, after all, not to Shigaraki. And Sensei had told them to use their judgment. So that's what they are going to do. While Shigaraki was a genius, All for One was as smart if not smarter, and he also had dozens of years of experience to go along with it, after all. They looked around at the crowd, eyeing up their opponents. A girl with flaming, literally, red hair, a guy with 6-foot tentacles instead of arms, all sorts of people with extra limbs, crazy-colored hair, and all sorts of things like that. Compared to the extent that some people's mutations go to, they look pretty normal. They went into the place where the written exam was, and sat down, making sure to not be too late, but not early either. The exam was easy, of course, but they made sure to make reasonable mistakes. There were 2 types of questions on this exam. The right-wrong questions were easy, just make sure to have a mix of correct answers, the mostly right incorrect answers, and the wrong incorrect answers. The longer form questions were more difficult to get wrong in the right way, but then they remembered one of Sensei's lessons. Solving difficult questions like this was just connecting disparate pieces of information together until you get what you want. So the way to not have as many points is to connect these pieces wrong. Which was something they could do. It was easy, in fact, which gave them time to think about what they needed to do. They needed to escape from All for One. Ever since they had gotten their quirk, not only them but their entire family was under the thumb of that villain. All for One was almost impossibly strong, to the point where the only person in the entire world that could even hope to tie against the villain was All Might, the hero that stood above all others. That was primarily because All for One couldn't take All Might's quirk for some reason. They had asked several times, but All for One refused to answer. But there was an opening for them to maybe have an escape. Stain had shown up, and in the span of a couple days his team numbered 4, with a rumored 5th on the way. But the thing about Stain was that Stain's team wasn't connected to the League, so they could maybe use that to escape. And then there's Kira. They were thankful to Kira, because one of the criminals that Kira killed early on was their own uncle. Because of that, they could eke out some freedom and have less training every day. They wanted to find Kira. That's why they're still loyal to the League, and not trying to run away the moment they had a chance. T was good, they'd give the detective that, but Kira left pretty much no evidence behind on his corpses. All for One was probably smarter than T was, and he had the additional benefit of being more ruthless. Their sensei would do anything to get his hands on the almighty power that Kira wielded. And hey, they could agree with that. To have the power to kill anyone in the world, and according to the information that Sensei had gathered from the Kira investigation somehow, could even control their actions somewhat before death. That was a terrifying thought to be sure. Out of all the quirks out there, even Sensei's quirk was weak and pitiful compared to Kira's. So of course Sensei would want to recruit them. But as much as they were under Sensei's thumb, they sought to break free from Sensei's influence. Stain was the best chance for them to escape. They just needed to get Stain and Kira together. When that happens, All for One will die. They finished the rest of the written exam. According to the calculations they made, they got anywhere from 55% to 75%. It should be enough for them to pass. The practical exam was another matter. As they were walking to the entrance, someone approached them. It was a nice-looking girl with pink hair, horns, and pink skin. "Hello, my name is Ashido Mina. What's your name?" "My name is Dash." She looked at the other person that was at the bar. She had seen him at the entrance exams. Sensei had told her that she was going to have a companion, but she didn't believe it. Her father had said that she was going to be the only person infiltrating UA. Well, guess he lied. They didn't look like they were a traitor, except for the smirk they had. Well, that was the point in a way. Maybe it was better than she was expecting. She should say something. Of course, she's supposed to be cheery, after all. "How well did you do on the entrance exam?" "I definitely think I passed. But I nearly died during the entrance exam. It was crazy." "How did you do?" She said cheerfully. "I also probably passed. And you shouldn't worry about it too much. If you've had All for One's training, you most certainly passed. We should focus on finding information at UA. Because get this, All for One thinks that Kira is at UA." That made the gears in her head turn. She hadn't been in the area, but she had seen the video uploaded later on about the location of Kira. She had heard things about what T had been able to do, how they had apparently always solved every case they had been on. Of course, T almost immediately proved that Kira was living in a tiny section of Japan rather than the entire world. Wait, why does he think Kira is at UA? Apparently he had gotten his hands on some reports from T. He couldn't get any more. But what he did manage to secure is that T thinks there is some chance that Kira is attending, or is about to attend UA. They replied, drinking some bright red liquid from a shot glass. Wait, why would Kira want to become a hero? That seems like it wouldn't work out well. I mean, wouldn't it be better for him to fly under the radar? It doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand it either, but that's the second reason why we are going to UA, the potential to find Kira. They responded. Anyway, there was supposed to be someone else that we're supposed to meet. They tossed her a cloak. She grabbed it and put it on. To her surprise, it fit perfectly. They had their own cloak and put it on. Why do we need this? It was Shigaraki who answered her, rather than them. I don't trust them, and neither does Sensei. So we're going to conceal your identity. What about you? She asked. Shouldn't you conceal your identity? In response, he got up and walked up into the upper areas of the bar. Where is he going? She asked. He's getting concealed up. It's sort of creepy when you see it. 10 minutes later, Shigaraki walked back down the stairs. He had all sorts of what looked like severed hands as decorations. He had them on his arms, his torso, his neck and head. There was even a hand covering his face. Some of the hands were connected with thick red tubes of sorts. Creepy indeed. They were right, you do look quite creepy in your costume. Shigaraki only grumbled. But then his phone rang. Shigaraki drew it out, holding it carefully so he doesn't disintegrate it. What is it? You made contact with her? All right, send her over. Yeah, whatever, I'll pay you. And then he hung up. Her instincts told her that it was rude, but he was a villain, so being rude was to be expected. Or not. Sensei was polite, but maybe that was a mask. It's hard to tell with supervillains. Danjiro Tamshiki never had the best life. Her mother had died when she was 2, and her father didn't take it well. According to a story from her uncle that she barely remembers, her father used to be a stand-up guy. But when her mother died, it was revealed that she had been cheating later on. A combination of her quirk triggering and DNA testing apparently revealed that she was her father's real daughter, but her father spiraled, and at the age of 12 she found herself on the streets. Her aunt and uncle had picked her up, but she was only with them for a couple of months. She spent the next 3 years bouncing between homes, until she was on the streets for good. As of right now, she was squatting in an abandoned apartment block with other squatters. Her quirk helped her quite a bit. It wasn't powerful by any means. All she could really do was unlock and lock things at a range of about 3 meters. Nothing too powerful. But she used her quirk to easily break in and out of people's apartments and houses, eke out a meager living. She never questioned her role in society, she just went along with doing what she had been doing, slipping in and out of what she was doing, never getting caught. But there wasn't much purpose to what she was doing. Until she ran into Jiren. She had worked with him before, where he wanted her to break into somewhere. So it wasn't a surprise that he had approached her. Break in, I want you for a job. It's not your usual work, but the pay's better. What is this job that you wanted me to do? Follow me. And with that, Jiren walked away. If she didn't know Jiren better, she wouldn't have followed. But she did anyways, continued to follow along to where she was being led. Jiren eventually led her to a rundown bar in Kamino Ward. She was careful to look around for obvious targets, her pistol heavy in her pocket. Sure, pistols were illegal, but she lived illegality. Why are we going to this place, Jiren? There's actually people in here? Yes. Jiren opened the door and she walked in. There were 4 people in the room. 2 were wearing cloaks, having some sort of conversation with each other, a guy with light blue hair, piercing red eyes that stare right into her soul from between the fingers of a disembodied hand. Oddly, his skin was dull, cold-looking, and almost corpse-pale. He had baggy black clothes as well. There was one more guy, he was behind the bar. He was almost literally a shadow. A well-dressed shadow, but a shadow nevertheless. They had glowing yellow eyes that narrowed when she entered. I am Breakin. And how might I refer to all of you? It was the shadow that spoke first. My name is Kurojiri. Then there was the guy covered in hands. I'm Shigaraki and these people are Crafter. Shigaraki pointed to the taller, cloaked figure. And Elemental. He pointed to the other, shorter, cloaked figure. This is the core of the League. There's also Stain and his crew, but they're sort of like an offshoot of the League or a group associated with us. I'm not exactly sure of the right way to say it. No worries. I understand how complicated things like this are. This was of course something that she had seen in all sorts of organizations. She's complicated, she gets it. So, what am I going to be doing? Basically, you're going to lead a group of people that are going to storm a hero agency. Your goal is the Forest Agency. Your main goal is going to be to take or destroy anything related to the Kira investigation. Storming a hero agency? Especially one of the top 25 hero agencies? I'm just a small-time criminal, I can't storm a hero agency. Well, you will have help, of course. Dabi from Stain's group as well as Kurogyari will be assisting you, as well as 10 or so low-level criminals. This won't be for a while, though. What we need to have is a diversion first. So the job's not going to be for a while? She asked a bit more angrily than she really wanted. When exactly is it? Shigaraki simply tossed her a burner phone. I'll call or text you when to come over here. It's not going to be until UA starts, so at least 2 weeks. You can take other deals at that time. She grabbed the phone and nodded. That seems fine, but what about payment? Kurogyari grabbed some bills out of nowhere. This is going to be your first payment. You will receive the rest when you complete the job. She nodded again and then gave a bow. Thank you, I'll make sure to be on call. Is there anything else you need? Nope, unless you have something to add? No, not really. And with that, she left the bar. Jiren apparently had something else to talk to Shigaraki about, so she slipped into the night, into the shadows. 10 minutes later, there was another call from her other burner phone. She didn't recognize the number, but if anyone had this number, it was obviously something important. Hello, this is Breakin'. What do you need me for? This is Overhaul. I have a proposal for you. Hey, Stain. He looked up to see Dabi walking in, a pleased look on his face. I think I found a new recruit for our cause. This had been happening in increasing numbers at this point. In his mind's eye, this had always been a solo mission, him bravely standing against the massive weight of the mainstream society. But apparently his video opened people's eyes, as well as the influences of Kira showing how fragile this society was. Most of the time when people tried to chase after him, he just ignored it. But if someone impressed Dabi, what do you know about this new recruit? He asked. It was preliminary questions, you know? He just needed to check it out. Calls himself Seishin, pretty young but devoted to your beliefs, hasn't done much yet but he sounded young so it makes sense. And you're sure he's not a hero in disguise? I mean, we're high profile enough that we should consider that a possibility. Nah, he looks and sounds like he'd be surprised if he was older. I'll set up a private meeting with him. There's an abandoned manufacturing warehouse on 294 Giyama Street, Fukuoka, next Saturday at 11 p.m., see if that works for him. If not, see if there's a time that works for them. Make sure it's at night though. That made Dabi laugh. And Toga says I'm an edgelord. Well, I guess it makes sense, a meeting under the cloak of night. I'll see what Seishin thinks. Are you going to do anything else tonight? Yeah, I think I found another fake hero. As much as he didn't want to admit it, a combination of Kira and around a dozen other independent people doing their own thing was putting pressure on him to find the fakes before others did. And of course there was the fact that heroes were beginning to shape up, the HPSC was beginning to clean out everything that they had swept under the rug. Which was an inherently good thing. He wasn't Shigaraki, he didn't want to tear down society in general. That's the main way in which they differ. Spinner, if you want to come with me, I think I could use some help with this one. And it was true. Kangdeath was ranked 44, but she had a secret. He found out that she secretly killed people, had a second face where she was the brutal killer Mesmer. Out of everyone in the world, he hated those who said they were a hero, but were a villain in practice. Spinner, of course, eagerly went along. Yes, sure, who are we going after? Kangdeath. She's also known as the serial killer Mesmer. Well, let's go after her then. And with that, Spinner went into the night. He followed, of course. Time to kill a fake. Izuku's heart was pounding in his chest as he headed to the location that Dabi had told him to go to meet Stain. This whole double-triple life thing, he wasn't sure how long he could sustain it, but meeting up with Stain as Seishin was important. That way, he could work with Stain as Kira without Stain knowing that he was Kira. It was a dangerous prospect, but if he could make it work, he could get some advantage for killing some more fake heroes. So that's why he was hanging onto a train with one for all at 1%, which didn't cause the very visible green lightning that was so annoying when he was trying to be stealthy. It was enough of one for all to maintain his grip on the end of this train. Of course it's illegal, but he's going to meet up with someone the media calls a villain, so illegally hopping on a train was the least of his worries. Also, this way there won't be a ticket trail. It was about an hour to where he needed to go, and when he was where he needed to be, he just let go and relied on the enhanced durability from One for All to withstand the impact. Although he really shouldn't rely on One for All that much. As Seishin, he might run the risk of running into Eraserhead, and that would mean he wouldn't be able to use his newly acquired quirk. But how powerful was Erasure exactly? He knew that it could erase quirks, but could he still use the Death Note under the gaze of the hero? He was in the middle of nowhere, so it was safe to ask Ryuk. Hey Ryuk, could I use the Death Note if I'm under the effect of Erasure? That seemed to make Ryuk think for a while. I don't know. What you humans call quirks are all new to me. I don't think that they can, but it's honestly up in the air. Wouldn't surprise me if it somehow did. Dimon, that might be a problem. He might have to plan around that. He went over to where Dabi had said to meet up, making sure to check and double-check the surrounding area to see that there were no heroes in the area. Well, at least Dabi knows his stuff, and he doesn't seem like the type to be a hero or work with the police anyways. He dropped down to the entrance of the building that Dabi had mentioned. It was a rundown building. What it was once before, he couldn't really tell. A generic factory building, but with some apartment blocks as well. So it's a factory where the workers also lived in the same building. He opened the rusted metal door that was lit from a streetlight close by, a difficult task even with his enhanced strength. The door made a grating noise when he opened the door, a scrape of metal against concrete. After opening the door about halfway, he looked inside. The light from the streetlight illuminated the interior of the building, partially revealing assembly line belts with holes in them, empty rusted metal bins with dull green paint half chipped off. There were large, boxy machines that had dials and wheels and all sorts of other attachments. The entire place had this sort of stale metallic smell. He was on his guard immediately, ears perked up to hear the slightest sound. All of a sudden, there was a whirring noise in the distance, what sounded like a generator, and then a faint popping noise, as a string of light bulbs laying on the floor turned on, illuminating a good portion of the factory in a muted yellowish glow, casting shadows over the large machines in the factory. He followed the line of light bulbs until he got to a second metal door, similarly rusted although open enough that he could pass through easily. When he got inside, he was in a cramped hallway with a low ceiling and doors that were pretty close to each other. So this was where the living quarters of the factory must be. The paint was peeling and there was dust in the corners, the grayish-blue carpet was threadbare and worn down. Maybe it was once a more vibrant blue. The line of light bulbs continued on up a rickety set of wooden stairs that creaked loudly with every step he took. But he continued on up, heart pounding in his chest. The second floor landing was just as worn down as the first floor, although there was a hole or two in the floor that he could see from the even more faded, worn, and threadbare carpet, which was now a red color, although it was closer to gray than red. There was a set of stairs that went to the third floor, wooden steps that had bits and pieces broken off ascending up into an inky black darkness. But the light bulbs didn't lead in that direction. Instead, they stopped at the landing on the second floor, but there was a cord that led into a room. So he swallowed the spit that had gathered in his throat, took a few slow breaths that did nothing to calm down the manic beating of his heart. The floor announced his presence by creaking with every step he took. He grabbed the handle of the door with a gloved hand and turned it. The wooden door was unlocked, and despite how nervous he felt, he opened the door. The whirring of the generator was not coming from this room, it was actually quieter in here. Maybe it was the factory's generator? But there was a low light in this room, illuminating it. It was two rooms, a main room and what was probably a bathroom. The door was closed so he couldn't tell. There was a kitchen area, or what was once a kitchen, but the cabinets were open and the doors torn off of it, all the appliances obviously stolen, the tiled floor warped, stained and grimy, covered in something that didn't smell right. Beyond that was a carpeted floor, where there was a table and two chairs, both of which were foldable. Sitting there were two people who were playing some sort of card game. They were both dressed in a variety of scarves and other torn pieces of fabric in colors of red and white. One of them had green scales and grayish-pink hair, the second looked like they had no nose. They looked up and noticed him. "Ah, Seishin, I'm Stain." The guy with no nose, Stain, said. "So, what's your deal?" He swallowed something in his throat. This was the moment of truth, as it were. I'm quirkless, he said, the now lie easily slipping from his lips, as it had been true for slightly over a decade of his life. That should be reason enough. I've experienced all sorts of bullying, injustice, and stuff like that. I have some advantages over what a normal quirkless person might experience, but I can guess what would happen for these people. And heroes don't give a single DMN about the quirkless. He watched carefully for the reactions of Stain and the other guy, who hasn't given himself a name yet. He's right, Stain. The guy spoke up. I knew one of my classmates committed suicide because he was quirkless and didn't have a support structure, so I know what you're talking about. So at least he got the approval of this other guy, but what he needed was the approval of Stain, who was currently looking like they were deep in thought. After about a minute or so, where his heart was pounding, where he was waiting for Stain to think about something. Eventually he stirred. You're right. I never thought about how quirkless people lived in this society. I don't know if you're looking for some sort of official paper for joining or whatever, but we don't have any of that. This place is our home base, so you can pop by whenever. I don't care much. The only thing that is going to be of importance is the fact that we're going to have a meeting with an organization calling itself the League of Villains sometime in the future. All right, can I go now? Yes, sure. This is Spinner, by the way, Stain said, pointing at the lizard guy. He left at that point, navigating a roundabout way back to the train station, waiting until there was a stopped train. He recognized this one, and it would indeed bring him to Mizudafu. So he grabbed onto the back and finished the train ride. While he was hanging onto the train, he thought about the organization Stain had mentioned. They called it the League of Villains. That didn't sound like the sort of organization that Stain would work with, but then again maybe it was that some people took over an organization and kept the name so they could keep the old organization's connections. It wasn't his place to judge, he had enough to worry about. When he got home, there was a letter from UA in the mail slot. His nervousness immediately spiked up. The letter was plain, although it was much thicker than he was expecting. It felt like there was something much heavier than paper in there. What could it be? He opened the letter, and it revealed a metal disc. He grabbed the gunmetal gray disc and looked around for a button. He eventually found it, a red plastic-looking button on the side. He pressed it, and it revealed a hologram. Why didn't UA just send a letter? Were they really that extravagant? All Might was there, dressed in a yellow striped suit that he could only describe as horrendous. Where did he go to get a suit that looked so ugly? Congratulations, young Midoriya. Your results on the recommendation exam were top-notch. A near-perfect score on the written exam, combined with third place in the practical exam, and an excellent performance on the interview, you passed the entrance exam. This is your hero academia. He couldn't help but tear up at the announcement. He couldn't help it. After everything that happened in his life, he still had the chance of becoming a hero. But of course this would make his schedule even more packed and complicated. Out of the now 3 things he was doing, he would have to cut back on being Seishin. He couldn't stop researching fake heroes and wanted criminals as Kira, because T would most certainly use this as evidence. And he wanted to give T as little evidence as possible. And he couldn't put less work into being a hero, as he was supposed to be the successor to All Might, and if suspicion was ever cast on him, he wanted to appear to be too busy with hero work to ever be Kira. Of course, the main reason he met Stain was that he could hopefully work with Stain without revealing the fact that he is Kira. He wiped the tears from his eyes, and all of a sudden he felt a wave of tiredness. He looked at his alarm and it said it was 2:46 a.m. That was pretty late. So he clambered into bed and fell asleep. Kaizome looked at the message that he had received. Shigaraki had contacted him. Apparently he was supposed to go somewhere he could not be seen, and then Kurogyari would open a portal to lead him to a specific location. Why this couldn't be held? Somewhere that's not a place where it might take him months to get back to Japan, he's not sure. Maybe Shigaraki just wanted to feel safe. That's fine. He'll go along with what Shigaraki wants. If he's screwed over, maybe there's a chance that he'll run into someone that supports him. It was already almost 3 a.m. His meeting with Seishin had thankfully lasted shorter than he was expecting. It was almost concerning. Seishin seemed pretty young, and Dabi agreed with him. A teenager, like a young one. Quirkless. What was he supposed to say? He didn't want to refuse the teenager's request, because he didn't know what Seishin was going through. He pushed those thoughts out of his head. His message was spreading to everyone, including the young people. That was a good thing, objectively. He saw there was one of Kurogyari's warp gate in an alleyway, black against the darkened bricks of the wall, almost unnoticeable. The alleyway had a dumpster with trash bags piled up that overflowed, and there were other trash bags scattered around. Even with all the trash bags around the area, there was still scattered trash, dirt, and other stuff like that. Why were people like that? He went through the warp gate, which still had that cool, cold feeling to the portal. He emerged from the portal into what he could only describe as a ruined city. Tall buildings were all around him, broken and destroyed. Rubble was on the streets, and it was almost absolutely silent, save for the wind that caused whistling noises when it was rushing in between the buildings. It was cold. Not uncomfortably cold, but still cold regardless. After about a minute or so of walking, his boots sometimes chunching glass, other times maneuvering around large, twisted sections of concrete and steel, still other times they made a muted sound on concrete and asphalt, he heard a sound in the distance, the sound of rubble settling over the wind. He went closer and saw that Shigaraki was there, not wearing any of the hands he usually has, using his quirk on sections of rubble, decaying them into dust that was picked up and caught by the wind when the wind picked up. "Why did you want to meet here?" he asked. "This doesn't seem necessary." Shigaraki looked up. "What do you think of this place, Stain? This was once Xinjiang, China, where 3 million people lived. That is, until apocalypse struck the city." He was familiar with the apocalypse incident. A man had a viral quirk that allowed him to spread a disease that did two things. It massively powered up people's quirks, but also removed their control, essentially a trigger disease. He never left China, but the apocalypse incident meant that well over 100 million people died, and several cities were cleared out. I just think that this is a good place to discuss the downfall of this hero-based society. Not a single soul other than the two of us and Kurogyari in a 20-mile radius. We're going to make a move soon. I hope you're ready to take on a fake hero that's high-ranked, because it's time for us to announce ourselves to the world. A portal opened nearby him, Kurogyari's work. "You can leave if you want, unless you have anything to add?" He shook his head. "A high-ranking hero, huh?" There were some rumors, papers that Kira revealed, and other things that he's gathered, leads he could pursue. "I'll look into a high-ranking hero that's a fake." He finished as he went back through the warp gate, into the alleyway he had left in the beginning. This was one of the largest meetings that they had ever hosted. Shigaraki had told them to gather lowlifes and petty criminals for something. What it was, they had no idea. But it was something they needed numbers for. But this meeting was for the so-called elites. Them, their companion, they checked, and she had indeed passed the entrance exam, so they were both really going to UA. Shigaraki, Kurogyari, Breakin, and Sensei attending remotely. There was also Stain's group, which was more numerous than it was from last time. There was himself, Dabi, Toga, Spinner, and Seishin, who apparently was quirkless. This meeting was called for a reason, all for one. Stain said, breaking the tense silence. "So what's this meeting for?" "Of course, Stain, you of all people would want to start without delay." All for one said from the screen. "Very well. There's a lot of instability in the world right now. Thanks to you, Stain, as well as Kira, wherever he happens to be. Other villains have been taking advantage of this, so we're about to move soon. We have access to UA, and we can use this to make a major move against Hero Society. We just need information." "And how do you propose getting this information?" Seishin asked. "Getting into UA is difficult, as the principal is well known for having an extensive security system. I know Kurogyari can teleport, but there's only so much you can do." "Don't worry about that, Seishin, I have my ways." Seishin stepped back. "Okay then. I don't know much about you, but you seem to know what you are talking about. Anyway, I just called you all here to be ready. If there's anything you need to add, bring it up now." They didn't have anything to add, and it didn't seem like anyone else had anything to add either, so Kurogyari opened up portals for people to exit where they needed to go. That's the advantage of having someone with a teleportation quirk on your team, is that you can get groups of people together easily. A portal opened in front of them. This wasn't the portal that led home, but rather this was training. If their memories served them right, today was sparring without his quirk. This was something they had been doing for quite some time at this point, because Eraserhead, someone who could prevent him from using their quirk, was currently employed at UA. They walked through the portal without hesitation. They emerged into the training room that their parents and sensei had created. Standing there was the trainer that did their quirkless combat training. He was large, easily clearing 6 feet in height, and was quite broad. So yeah, they were clearly outmatched. And there was no way they could use their quirk, because he, Takari, had a quirk that nullified quirks in a 22.2-foot radius. Apparently Sensei had done extensive study and documentation on this guy's quirk, as well as all sorts of others. Welcome, Crafter. This is probably the last time I'm going to see you for quite some time. Yeah. It's going to be a shame having to hold back so much. Let's make this match a good one, shall we? They asked, projecting confidence despite the size difference between the two people in the room. Of course, Crafter. And with that, Takari lurched forward. For such a big guy, he was pretty fast. But they were faster, dodging the opening strike and responding with a quick strike of their own. They missed, the large man twisting out of the way. The two of them continued this dance of sorts, dodging, evading, twisting, and turning. Eventually Takari made a mistake, stepped too far forward. They immediately exploited this weakness, using it to knock the big guy over and pin him down with all of their weight. They then made a slitting gesture over the big man's throat as he struggled to get up. If I had a knife, you'd be dead. You finally managed to win a fight. Good job. Takari replied. They then climbed off, letting Takari get up. They had to give it to Takari. They had spent 2 years under his tutelage. At first their training consisted of little more than Takari beating them up for about a half an hour, but in time, they learned how to evade, how to strike back. Another round? They asked. Of course, did you expect anything else, Crafter? T looked at his computer screen. It showed written confessions, as it were, of the crimes of 2 heroes, Tai Lung and Astravosk. Astravosk was moving money around, buying political influence and selling protection. Tai Lung apparently was receiving funds from Silk Road, one of the largest international villain organizations left. Maybe after he catches Kira, he should look into taking down Silk Road. The amount of contraband that they moved around the world could be measured in the kilotons. But there still was the fact that he needed something more about Kira. They had already established that Kira was young. In fact, he was certain of this. But what else could he glean? This type of research took time, digging into files that while they were public, sometimes it was a needle in a haystack. He took another sip from his cup of tea and looked through previous autopsy reports. A new one popped up on his screen. It was a report from Detective Ichiwara Negiyama, someone he had worked with before. His quirk sense, allowed him to figure out what sort of quirk was used on a person. For example, if someone was burned with a fire quirk, he could tell if the fire was generated directly, or if they ignited a highly flammable gas, or they manipulated existing flames, or if they heated it enough that it burst into flames. He had sent the detective to investigate Balance, a hero that was killed by Kira about 2 weeks ago. He navigated down to the section of the report that said what quirk was used. Quirk used? None. It was almost time for their meeting, and he would certainly share this information. He knew Detective Ichiwara. His quirk was 100% infallible, having tested it hundreds of times, and he was responsible for the arrest of dozens of criminals. But if this wasn't a quirk, what was it? This certainly was the work of a single person that could kill at significant range, as his broadcast had proven. He turned on his microphone, as the heroes took care of the minutiae of this newest meeting. As Kamui Woods, the main hero behind this investigation, asked for any news, that's when he spoke up. I have something I would like to share. Please read this autopsy report and tell me what you think of it. I can personally vouch for the detective that made the analysis, although for most of you that may not be necessary. He pressed the share button, which distributed the report to everyone. Please, read it in its entirety before commenting. He heard the occasional sound of surprise, especially when he estimated that most people in the room reached the section where it said that this latest murder was done without any sort of quirk. Are you sure this is possible? Could this be a 1 in a million chance that his quirk failed? That's a possibility I've already considered. I'm going to have him examine 5 more heroes and villains Kira has killed. The reports will come in within the week. But for now, what we need to consider is the possibility that this was done without a quirk. There were all sorts of shocked noises. What do you mean by that, T? How could someone do this without a quirk? From what we've seen of Kira's powers, it seems far too much to do without a quirk. A voice that he recognized as Midoriya Izuku asked. An astute observation, Mrs. Midoriya. And I don't exactly know how to respond. I'll have to think about this. If this is not a quirk, then we may have to grasp at some straws here. He had heard rumors about strange happenings, a group of people that had very similar, yet complex quirks that still worked even under quirk-suppressant HNDCFFS about 100 years ago. They were taken out by All for One for trying to fight him. There were rumors, whispers, and other things that hinted to the existence of the supernatural. They had gotten bolder, of course, because they could be hidden by them just saying, "Oh, it's just my quirk, a part of my quirk." So was it a supernatural power? Some sort of ESP-like power? This would make it much harder to track down Kira. This may be the hardest case he has worked on, and that includes All for One's organization. He opened up the files again, looking through them. Maybe there was some new pattern he hasn't seen before. Midoriya Izuku looked up at the gates of UA. It was still hard to believe that he was here, the events of the past year or so running through his head. The Death Note is one of the most powerful things in this world, more powerful than any quirk, even All Might's quirk, which he coincidentally also had. This was apparently an introduction day or something, and then they would move into the newly installed dorms that were supposedly built to protect students from increasingly powerful villains. But he had access to the databases of the Kira investigation, and he knew the truth. T suspected that Kira was going to attend or currently attending a hero school, so the dorms were constructed. Not just at UA, but pretty much every major hero school also built them, because maybe T thought that he had traveled, which was reasonable. On the subject of the Death Note, he still had a piece of it with him, even here, walking into UA. It made him feel safer for some reason. Sure, he had to have something to write with, but he's attending a school, so why wouldn't he happen to have a pencil? Even though this was his second time entering the school, this time as a student, the school still had its allure. Of course, there were about 3 or 4 apples in his backpack for Ryuk. But he would only give them to the shinigami if he could find gaps in the security cameras that weren't in the toilets. In the meantime, he had something else to do. His classes. How difficult would they be? He had no clue. But if he could keep the top spot in the class like he did before, then he had the perfect alibi. He had arrived half an hour early, just because that's when the train got here. The next train would mean that he would only have a few minutes. Navigating the hallways to the classroom he had been assigned, Class 1A, was pretty easy. Eventually he got to the door, which was much bigger than he was expecting. Well, this is obviously for people with a larger size than normal. Despite how big the door was, it was as easy to open as a normal door, if not easier. It glided open silently, revealing the classroom within. There were people there, which was surprising. He did not expect there to be anyone here yet. A boy with blonde hair was sleeping apparently, his head resting on his desk. Well, it is still about 25 minutes until class starts. Also Todoroki was there. He recognized him from the recommendation exam. Nobody else was there yet, which made sense. From what he experienced from the recommendation exam, Todoroki seemed cold. But hey, maybe it was how he handled stress, it wasn't his place to judge. "Hey Todoroki, what are you doing here so early?" Todoroki looked up in response, but did not say anything. But this gave Izuku a better chance to look at his appearance. Bicolored hair, split down the middle, heterochromia. And then he saw the scar. It was a large one, on the left side of his face, a red blotch that stretched from his eye up into his hairline. How did this happen? He was no stranger to scars, he had them all over his body, little pockmarks from when Bakugo was too physical, cuts from the trash at Dagoba Beach, and some scarring on his hands and arms from when he broke his bones using One for All. It didn't look like a birthmark, the skin was angry and stretched tight. So what happened to him to get this scar? Alright, not a fan of talking. That's cool. He sat back down in his seat and then looked back. It looked like Todoroki was just staring off into the distance. Well, he has some work to do. He pulled out one of his hero analysis notebooks and began to write down what he could tell from the debut video. He had earbuds in so he could listen to the audio without disturbing whoever was sleeping or Todoroki. People started to trickle in. He recognized Yaoyorozu from the recommendation exam, but aside from that he didn't recognize anyone else. But he made sure to try to introduce himself, making sure to be friendly. He kept track of the names in his head. Azui, who wanted everyone to call her Tsu, so that's what he would call her, was pretty blunt, but also kind. He really wanted to see how her frog mutation quirk worked. There wasn't much in the way of appearance changes that he could see, just a slightly altered face, and she makes a rib-bit noise sometimes. Kirishima, who had spiked up bright red hair, and when he opened his mouth, Izuku saw triangular teeth. And he was inspired to become a hero by Krymzynn Riot. One by one he introduced himself to everyone. When it was about 10 minutes to go he went over and woke up the sleeping person, so they had some time to wake up and be alert before class started. So he went up to them and gently shook their shoulder. He barely touched them before they jolted awake. He barely managed to jump away to avoid a flailing hand. Izuku got a better look at the boy now. His blonde hair had a black streak through it like a bolt of lightning. He was also breathing heavily. Almost everyone else was in conversation. Are you okay? Class was about to start, so I thought you might want some time to wake up before class starts. Thanks. I'm fine, just stayed up too late playing Mario Kart. Thanks again. Anyway, I'm Midoriya Izuku and you are? Kaminari Denki. He walked back to his seat and sat down, making sure to take a second glance at Kaminari, just to double-check. The door then slammed open, revealing a certain ash blonde by the name of Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku had been hoping that Bakugo might have been in 1B, the other heroics class, but guess he wasn't as lucky as he would have liked. And it appeared that Bakugo had also noticed him. Deku, what the hell are you doing here? Bakugo Katsuki walked up to Yue. This was his dream being realized. He had gotten the top ranking in the practical exam, and got second place in the written exam. Stupid Deku was probably going to some no-name public high school, and he'd be done with that portion of his life. He hated having to restrain himself for years, all because his mom had connections. This was the start of his hero journey, where he would become the greatest hero, surpassing all might. And he would take down all of the greatest villains, like Stain and Kira. Think Kira. Kira was a massive coward, killing from behind a screen. He had seen the worldwide report like almost everyone did. T proved that Kira was in the area, which meant he could hunt that coward down and bring them to justice. He slammed open the door. He still had about 5 or 10 minutes left to go until the first bell. He looked around at everyone in the room. Stupid extras with crazy hair colors. Red hair, red and white hair, pink hair, green hair, bird head. He looked again. There he was, sitting at his desk like he didn't have a care in the world. Deku was sitting there. He was sure that Deku wasn't there at the general entrance exam, so what the F dash? Deku, what the hell are you doing here? He hadn't seen the nerd in months. What the F is happening? Why is Deku here? I passed the entrance exam, what else would I have done, Bakugo? The edges of his eyes danced with red. The F, does Deku think he is? He thinks he's hot sheet, huh? Winter break makes him think he can have a spine, huh? Well, that's not going to happen. His seat was just in front of the DMN nerds, so he strode up to Deku and raised his palms. The lack of explosions was surprising. The FS wrong with his quirk, and why is everyone so dim and silent? He turned around to see that there was someone who looked like they were homeless. They were dressed in baggy black clothes, with some weird crazy scarf. They had greasy-looking black hair that went down to their shoulders. Using your quirk in the classroom is prohibited unless I approve it. Anyways, good on the rest of you for stopping your conversation. Time is precious, let's not waste it, shall we? Midoriya Izuku looked at who had just walked in. That costume, combined with deactivating Bakugo's quirk, it was the pro-hero eraser head obviously. That made him a bit more nervous. Eraserhead was a very smart hero. He would have to avoid making himself look like he supported Kira in any way. He was just a fan of All Might, who wanted to be a hero like All Might, who happened to receive a recommendation from Kamui Woods, the current number 14 hero, but rapidly climbing in the ranks. A bright-eyed, young hero in training, who wanted to do their best to be a hero. Eraserhead pulled out some gym clothes from somewhere. Alright, put on these gym clothes and head out to the training ground. Don't get lost. And with that, Eraserhead just slunked off, probably going to the training ground. He waited for a couple of seconds, just to avoid the crowds. So that's why they asked for his clothing size. He grabbed a set of gym clothes that were his size and made his way down to the locker room. For such a big school, it was easy to move around. He got to the locker room and started changing. He made sure to stay in one of the corners close to the door and change quickly, not wanting to engage much with anyone. In no time at all he was on the training field with the rest of his class. Bakugo, of course, was staring him down. But that's not his problem. He has to worry about getting through class, because from what he's seen, Eraserhead has a reputation for expelling students. You think that one of my students could be Kira? Aizawa Shota said in his mind as he looked out over his students. It's possible. T presented quite a bit of evidence to explain why Kira could be a student. It's the real reason why they built the dorms, after all, to observe the students to see if one of them could possibly be Kira. He observed how his students arrived at the training ground. Who they were with, how big was the group they arrived with, who they were talking to, everything. He had been added as an adjunct on the Kira investigation, and out of every case that he worked on, this was the hardest by far. The severe lack of evidence of the killings. Eventually everyone arrived. Alright, this is where he can make some observations about Kira. He was briefed on each of his students' quirks, and had seen how they worked, but this test should hopefully show how they use their quirks. Alright, we're going to have a quirk assessment test. And the moment he finished that, a bunch of people raised their hands. Oh boy, questions already. He pointed at Uraraka. He had memorized the names of every one of his students. Uraraka, you have a question? What about orientation or an icebreaker? She asked. Right, they were still attached to the idea of a normal high school. That was a dangerous idea to have. They needed to take this seriously. UA is known for allowing teachers greater control over their classrooms. That means that we don't have to do orientation or any of that. I already told you that time was precious. Becoming a hero is a dangerous and difficult task, and we can't waste time with orientation. Now, the quirk assessment test is a series of 8 tasks that will show off how skilled you are with your quirks. Wowie, we get to use our quirks as much as we want. This'll be so fun. He heard from somewhere behind him. Fun? What? Out of every word that could be applied to his class, he never wanted his class to be called fun. Alright, you want it to be fun? Fun. If you get last place in the test, you are going to be expelled. As expected, there was an outcry, capped by someone saying that this wasn't fair. That was expected, of course, he got it every year. But he hated the word fair. The world is a horrific, terrible place, and fair was reserved only for toddlers sharing goldfish at snack time. He had been told that activating his quirk made him look intimidating, so that's exactly what he did, silencing his hell class. Fair? You think life is fair? Villain attacks, natural disasters, and this entire Kira matter show how unfair this world really is. He had name-dropped Kira just to see how his class reacted to the name. As he expected, there were a variety of reactions, everything from anger to fear to something a bit more complicated. He couldn't fault people for liking the fact that Kira existed and was taking care of some wanted criminals. But Kira was going about this all the wrong way. But now it was time to start the assessment test. Bakugo, you got the highest amount of points in the entrance exam. How far could you throw a ball in middle school? 67 meters. Was the response from Bakugo, who said it pretty much immediately. Unusual, but whatever. He tossed a ball to Bakugo. It was DMN near indestructible and was connected to his smartphone. Throw this, but now use your quirk. Bakugo grabbed the ball and hurled it into the sky with an explosion, shouting, "Die!" as the ball soared into the air. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. That was unusual. About 20 seconds or so his phone beeped with the distance loaded on it. He looked at it. 704.5 meters. Perfect. He showed it off to the class. This is something that you should expect from class, performing at the best of your best. Now let's get started with the 50-meter sprint. Of course he was matched up with Bakugo for the sprint. Why not? Does the universe hate him or something? Of course Ryuk decided that this was hilarious, that the universe hated him like this. Ryuk apparently found a few blind spots, some of them which he could maybe take advantage of sometime in the future. Ever since Ryuk had arrived back, he had seen Tokoyami look around, as if something was disturbing him. That's strange. Ryuk had said that humans that hadn't touched the Death Note couldn't see or hear him, but Ryuk's knowledge doesn't apply to the quirk-filled world of today. He would have to ask Tokoyami about that. But that's not what he has to worry about now. He has one thing to take care of. He has a thing to do. His heart was pounding in his throat as he walked up to the starting line and crouched down into a 4-point start. There was a bot that would start them, and then a bot that would record their time. Ready. He crouched down, breathing, letting the energy of One for All flow through him at 7%. Exactly what he really wanted, but it was good enough. Set. Emerald lightning danced around his form as he prepared. Go. The moment the bot said, go, he exploded forward. All Might had explained to him that the strength from One for All was an enhancement, so of course he studied proper forms. He pounded forward, passing the finish line in the span of seconds. After he passed the finish line, he slowed himself down, slowly releasing One for All as he slowed down. He ended up being another 50 meters from the finish line, needing all of that space just to slow down. He didn't even hear the time from the bot. He turned around to see that Bakugo was looking directly at him. Oh yeah, he never told Bakugo about his quirk. Why did he have to? It's none of his business to tell Bakugo about his DMN quirk. What the F-Deku? Bakugo yelled, but a split second later he was wrapped in Eraserhead's capture cloth. After 10 or so seconds, the capture scarf retracted. That had been something he had been wondering for quite some time. How does it move? I don't know what's going on here, but you're drying out my eyes. Just keep doing the assessment test. Thankfully, he wasn't near Bakugo for the rest of the exercises, which included things like side steps. Mineta scored high here, using clusters of ball from his head to bounce off of. Grip strength test. Shoji, with his 6 arms, pretty much crushed the device. Long distance run. Ida scored high here, but Yaoyorozu made some sort of powered bicycle to help her. Ball toss. Uraraka got infinity here. Her quirk negated gravity, so it made sense that the ball would continue forever. So there were quite a few people who got exceptional scores. He didn't get a breakout score, but he did get exceptional scores in most of the categories. All right. Eraserhead said as the last person finished. Now it's time to compile the scores, to see where you guys are standing. Yaoyorozu Momo. Midoriya Izuku. Todoroki Shoto. Bakugo Ketsugi. Ida Tenya. Tokoyami Fumikage. Shiro Hanta. Eshutsu. Shoji Mizo. Ashido Mina. Uraraka Chogo. Ojiro Mashireo. Sato Rikido. Kirishima Ijiro. Jiro Kyoka. Liama Yuga. Koji Koda. Kaminari Denki. Minoru Mineta. Hagakure. He looked over and saw that Hagakure was crying. Okay, he was suspecting that this was a lie from Eraserhead, but that had better be the case, otherwise he's about to throw hands. As for expelling the person that scored last, that was just a logical ruse, so that you can do your best. Eraserhead said, oh thank the gods that was the case. Anyways, that's all for today. If you really want to, there's copies of the syllabus in the classroom. Classes start on Monday, now go move into the dorms you heathens. And with that, Eraserhead slunked off. What a strange fellow. He had made sure to carefully observe his class as they went through the assessment exam. Apparently T wanted to meet him face-to-face later today, as he was going to apparently work closer with the investigation for some reason. But he was observing for actions that would fit a developing character profile that T had been developing for Kira. So far, none of his students fit the character profile. But that's because this is a public area, with a teacher present. There were cameras in the dorm's common room and hallways, as well as pretty much everywhere except the showers and the individual rooms. As he rounded a corner, he saw All Might. For some reason, All Might had been watching the training grounds for quite some time. He knew that All Might had been training his protege at UA, so maybe that was it? Watching your protege's progress, I assume, All Might? Watching All Might jump into the air was something he would never say that he was amused by, but it was amusing. How do you know about him, Aizawa? So this protege was male, huh? Interesting. Well, he did do pretty well in the assessment test, but you're a teacher as well. Just ask me for the recording and the results instead of creeping around. He was making a gamble here with that statement about this protege, but if they were under the tutelage of All Might for, at least, 3 months, then it was a very good guess that whoever he was, that he had done well. They did do well, and I'll ask you for that later. And then the number 1 hero just up and left hastily. That's amusing. A shame. He had been intending to find out the exact identity of All Might's mysterious protege in one conversation. Anyway, he had an appointment with T to meet. He knew why T established the dorms. It made sense after all. He saw that T suspected Kira of being a student at UA. There would most certainly be security cameras in the public spaces, so he would still have to police what he says. Going to UA has made things quite a bit more complicated. UA's internet would most likely be monitored, but that's why he had security in place. Sure, it would be far simpler for him to just go to a local high school, but why would he ever do that? He had wanted to be a hero all his life, and to give that up just for an easier time? That would never be something that he would even dream of doing. Deku! An angry yell came from behind him. Of course it was Bakugo. What do you want, Bakugo? He was tired of Bakugo's whole deal at this point. He has spent almost a year at this point barely interacting with him. Why he couldn't just give up and start over was behind him. He picked up his walking speed, forcing Bakugo to do the same. The F is going on with you, Deku? You've been hiding a quirk from me this whole time, huh? Well, of course. Damn it. He needed to make an excuse for one for all. There was no way in hell he was going to reveal the secret of All Might's quirk. When I first used it 3 months ago, I broke my arm because of how powerful my quirk is. The doctors had a theory that my quirk triggered so late as a protective mechanism to avoid what would most likely have been lethal injury if my quirk triggered when I was younger. The lie passed easily from his lips. It sounded believable, of course. He had crafted it that way. You seem more determined to be a hero lately. Did something change? I'm gonna find Kira and pummel their heavy face into the ground. I'll be the hero that catches him. Bakugo wanted to catch Kira. Well, Bakugo, Kira is much closer than you think. And don't think you're going to catch me. We can make it a game, Bakugo. Let's see who will catch Kira first. Anyway, we need to get our stuff from home to move into the dorms. DMN right, Deku. With that, he stormed off. Izuku, looks like T isn't the only one gunning after you. You're piling on the enemies here. Ria commented. If Bakugo thinks he can catch Kira, I'd have to give him good luck. I'm a difficult fish to catch, Ria. Bakugo is using a fishing rod, while T is using a net. But the lake is still pretty big, and I have a chance to continue slipping through the traps placed. Anyway, it's time to move into the dorms. This was going to be one of the most important parts when it comes to him being Kira. There was a possibility of there being bugs in his room, so he would most certainly bring some of his All Might posters, just so that he can put them up and look for bugs and microphones in his room. Hey Mom, he said as he entered their apartment. He had already packed up most of his things. He just needed to select some posters for his new room. Hey Izuku, how was your first day at UA? His mom called from her office. It was great. Our teacher made us do a quirk test where he threatened expulsion. Ah, so you got Aizawa. Aizawa? Is that Eraserhead's real name? It's not that rare, but at least it's something. Yeah. I placed second though, so there's still room for me to improve. Well, you only had your quirk for 3 months. Everyone else has been able to use it for 11 years. You can only improve from here on out. Thanks, Mom. He looked over his posters. A few of the All Might posters as well as some figurines and the like. He had already packed up his computer, laptop, the Death Note, his clothes, and other essentials in around 3 boxes. From what he heard, UA was providing a bed and mattress as well as a desk and shelving units, But anything else were things that he had to bring himself. He brought some tools as well, to hopefully make a hidden compartment to hide his death note. When he finished packing, he had 3 boxes which he loaded up into his mom's car and got in the front passenger seat. "Hey Mom," he asked, "why did UA build the dorms? They said it was a policy change, but there's a reason that the dorms were built, am I right?" His mom sighed, paused for a bit, sighed again, and then responded, "I can't say much to you, Izuku, but apparently it's because of increased villain activity." Thanks for that anyways. Of course he knew the exact reason why, but he could never tell his mom that. "Anyway, is there anything you can tell you about what you're working on? I know it's classified, but I'm curious about what you're doing." "I'm sorry Izuku, I can't say anything." "I understand Mom." He'd been hoping to get some bit of information out of his mom, stuff not in the reports, but it's fine if he doesn't. Relevant excerpts from Detective Ichiwara Negiyama, compiled 7/3/2247. Marcus Armani Conseri, wanted criminal, leader of the Tuscany Mafia. TOD 13/2/2247 228 17/2/2247 16:32 GMT+9. Tokyo time, JCT. Cause of death, heart attack. Quirk used, none. Mungsuri Ramazan, in jail for life, former third in command of Albayer Adzi. Todd, 15/2/2247 16:37 JCT. Cause of death, heart attack. Quirk used, none. Shi Meifeng, pro-hero Red Lotus, excess property damage and 73 counts of accidental death. Todd, 16/2/2247 11:29 JCT. Cause of death, heart attack. Quirk used, none. Azamar Sakin, wanted criminal, serial killer. Todd, 17/2/2247 23:43 JCT. Cause of death, heart attack. Quirk used, none. Kiami Dankuro, leader of the Aeolian Avenger Gang. Todd, 16/2/2247 23:33 19/2/2247 1:29 JCT. Cause of death, heart attack. Quirk used, none. Kiami Katsumi, second in command of the Aeolian Avenger Gang. Todd, 16/2/2247 23:37 19/2/2247 4:37 JCT. Cause of death, heart attack. Quirk used, none. Kiami Natsuki, third in command of the Aeolian Avenger Gang. Todd, 18/2/2247 12:22 18/2/2247 23:10 JCT. Cause of death, heart attack. Quirk used, none. T looked at these results and more. Of course, it would make sense if one of these people died because of no quirk. It could have been a mistake on Detective Ichiwara's part, or he died of an actual heart attack, or there could be a problem with the corpse. But 56 examinations, and every single one of them showed that these people didn't die as a result of a quirk. This made things significantly more difficult, but that meant that they didn't have to use the quirk investigation side, and they could shift those resources to other matters. For now he needed to figure out how Kira killed these people. There weren't any shadowy leaders of a hidden cabal that were killed, at least to his knowledge. Could Kira only kill people who were publicly known? Your standard wanted poster had a mugshot or other picture that identified their face as well as a name. T, do you have anything to add? We saw the results of Detective Ichiwara's report. It doesn't make sense, but maybe something does to you. He heard Kemui Woods ask. He pressed the transmit button on his microphone. I have a question to ask. Are the names and faces of the people that Kira murdered available for the public? I don't know. We can check that if you want. Yes, please do. Anyways, I have someone to contact, so I'll be back soon. It was time for him to test the limits of Kira's power. So what can you do, Kira? What is the extent of your power? Can you really kill anyone in the world without a quirk with only a name and a face? How did you get these powers, Kira? And most importantly, who are you, Kira? Do you go to school with the weight of those you killed on your shoulders, attend classes haunted by demons, submit assignments while soaked in blood? Or are you more like Stain, where you revel in your murders, laughing atop a mountain made from the heaps of corpses that you slaughtered? Well, it's only a matter of time until I find you. I won't execute you straight away. I really want to know how you kill. But it's time to test the waters now. He was setting up the posters in his room while looking for bugs, small cameras and microphones. He didn't find any, which made sense. But he had taken out all of his stuff, and even hid his death note in a hidden compartment he built in his desk. It was a rush job, sure, but it was worth it. He would be worried about the noise he was making, but there were much louder noises coming from Todoroki's room. What is he doing up there, tearing up his floor? He took a step back and looked at his room. Bookshelf filled with books, both normal and educational, a pretty decent computer on the desk, a few All Might figurines and posters tastefully placed around the room. It looked pretty standard, nothing exceptional. Of course he had his laptop as well as a couple of burner phones hidden in the room. Of course, it's not as well hidden as the Death Note, but they aren't as important to keep hidden as the Death Note. Marginally. As he was finishing up, his stomach gurgled. He checked the watch his mom had gotten him. It read that it was 15. He hadn't eaten lunch. The paper that he had gotten from UA said that the kitchen was stocked. Maybe there was a snack or something like that he could nab before he made himself something for dinner. His room could be locked, thankfully, so he made sure to lock it. Wouldn't help much if someone was determined to get into his room, but whatever. Nobody was in the kitchen, so he snuck in and grabbed some sort of rice cracker from the cabinet and walked into the central room, where there was a conversation going on about why they wanted to be a hero. Out of the corner of the eye, he saw a security camera at the edge. They were being monitored. "Hey Midoriya, why did you come to UA to be a hero?" Ashido asked from the couch she was resting on. He slipped down into another couch, where Ida, Ojiro and Kaminari were already sitting. He also noticed that out of the corner of his eye that Tokoyami was looking at him weird again. What was that about? He would have to ask Tokoyami about why he was looking at him strangely in private sometime in the future. "Well, I want to be a hero just like All Might." Saving people with a smile on his face. There were various approving responses from nearly everyone, except from Bakugo, who gave an annoyed tsh. The conversation continued on, until Shiro dropped a pretty big question. "So, what do you guys think about Kira?" He managed to hide his reaction, but everyone else stared in shock. But Midoriya's mind was turning. This could be a test from T. He already suspected that Kira was attending UA, so it made sense that T would have asked students at UA, or paid them, most likely, to ask this question to test everyone's reaction. Sure, that would mean paying off 30-odd teens, but it would be worth it to T. Kira is a mass murder, Shiro. I mean, sure he kills villains, but a killer who kills killers is a killer all the same. If I ever caught Kira, I would send him to Tartarus without hesitation. He responded, cutting through the tension in the air. Now time to see if T properly gave instructions to his plants. "Why did you bring it up, Shiro?" "Well, that's one of the reasons that I went to UA. I want to take down Kira." Shiro replied. So T did make sure that he educated the people he paid as a response. They said T was a genius, but planning to this extent is quite impressive on his part. T does have the force of an international organization behind him as well. Anyway, let's stop talking about a heavy subject. Ashido spoke up. "Let's see everyone's rooms." If his immediate reaction was to full cowl himself up to his room to double-check that he didn't have anything incriminating left in the open, nobody would ever know. Mostly because at least half the class was doing the same over Ashido's yell of, "Boys first." Midoriya Izuku gave an additional glance over his room, just to make sure that everything was well hidden. Other than that, he gave everything a quick check, making sure that his room was presentable. Nothing was out of the ordinary. About 15 seconds later, there was a pounding knock on his door. Oh great, the crowd has already arrived. He knew Ashido was outside, but who else? Most of the class probably. Well, he'll just have to grin and bear it. He unlocked his door and released whoever was on the other side. "Wow, Midoriya, your room looks nice," Ashido said excitedly. "I mean, it's pretty boring, but whatever." Perfect, that's what he wants to be. Nothing unusual, just a face in the crowd, the best disguise. "Well, I mean, what were you expecting?" he asked, rubbing the back of his neck. "I'm not really a fan of anything fancy or too crazy." He got dragged along to the next room, which was Aoyama's. Turns out that Aoyama was the exact opposite. He had stared off into strange directions once or twice, but other than that, nothing unusual. His quirk, naval laser, allowed him to shoot a laser from his stomach for about a second. His room was something different altogether. A gilded mirror, a suit of armor, a disco ball, and all sorts of bright and sparkly things. A bedroom is supposed to be a place of relaxation. Nothing about this room says relaxation. But well, if Aoyama finds it relaxing, so be it. One by one they went through most everyone's rooms. He agreed with most of the girls when they all agreed not to go into Mineta's room. First day there and they pretty much all got weird vibes from the strangely short teen with a row of purple ball for hair. He was more observative than most, and he noticed how during the quirk assessment test, Mineta would try to get a look. So they all agreed to stay away. Bakugo, of course, had his door locked, and Azui was apparently feeling under the weather. That's fine. If you don't want to, you don't have to share your room, you don't have to. Anyway, they were also doing a vote on who was the best room. He did a mental assessment of all of the rooms he saw. Kirishima's manly room that also had a ton of Krymzynn Riot merch, Jiro's instruments, and yes, the noises that he was hearing from Todoroki's room were indeed him replacing his floor. But apparently it was more comfortable for him. Every single thing he learned about Todoroki made him more intrigued. However, Sato had set up some sort of mini-kitchen. Sato had a strength enhancement quirk, sort of like one for all, but it required sugar as a fuel source, so the mini-kitchen made sense. Sato had even prepared a simple cake for him. It was great, to be fair. But he did have to give it to Todoroki for the most dramatic transformation. And while Todoroki got 4 votes, Sato ended up with 6. Apparently all of the girls agreed that because Sato made them food, then his room was the best. He knew he wasn't going to win, and honestly he didn't really care. Staying under the radar was the best chance for him to stay at UA and still be Kira at the same time. Alright, now that we got that sorted, I think we should go around and introduce ourselves, give our names, and something interesting about ourselves. Ashido called out. You know, just so that we can get to know each other. Well, this would be a good idea. So 19 people sat down in the common room. I feel like we're missing someone. Ashido said. Isn't there supposed to be 20 students in our class? Yeah, Bakugo isn't really the type of person to hang out with others, don't worry about it. He said in response. Okay, that makes sense. Anyway, my name is Ashido Mina, my favorite color is purple, because it just looks cool, and I just love meeting new people and all sorts of social activities. Alright, you can go next, she said, pointing at the person next to her, who was a girl with an invisibility quirk, who he already knew was Hagakure. Hey guys. My name's Hagakure Toru. My favorite color is pink, because it's so nice in appearance and looks very cute. Anyway, I like doing things like makeup and hair, even though I can't really see some of it, she said, sitting down, and then the next person got up. Izuku knew that he was Kirishima. The bright spiky red hair was unmistakable. Hey everyone, my name's Kirishima Ijiro. My favorite color is red, and the hero I admire the most is the chivalrous hero, Krymzynn Riot. So manly. As an avid researcher of heroes, he knew about Krymzynn Riot, an older hero who had retired about 3 decades ago after a pretty bad injury. He was 10 when he read the reports about Krymzynn Riot's injuries. He hadn't slept for a week when he had read that report. If he had to compare the injuries of Krymzynn Riot in his last battle to that of All Might's injuries, Krymzynn Riot had it worse. By far. The chivalrous hero was still alive, using the remainder of his fortune to donate to various charities, being a hero even now, when he couldn't do any actual work. So Krymzynn Riot was definitely a good choice for an inspiration, of course. One by one they each did an introduction. Midoriya made sure to listen intently, especially when it came to people's names. And when it came to Mineta, he couldn't help but get angry at Mineta saying he liked girls, in that creepy sort of way. Ugh, if anyone doesn't deserve to be a hero, it's Mineta. Creepy fucker. And now it's time for his introduction. Hello everyone, my name's Midoriya Izuku. My favorite color is green and I enjoy analyzing heroes and hero shows, he said, and then sat down. Of course he really didn't watch hero shows, but now he could play them in the background as he found new targets. Now that most of the larger and out in the open villain organizations, it's time to look at more minor criminals. Thankfully, there are people out there with way more time than he has on his hands, lists of things like murderers, RPSTS, arsonists, and other severe criminals. He double-checks the names just to be sure. Hey dudes and dudettes, I'm Kaminari Denki. I like the color orange and I have this one game system I really like playing. And then they finally finished this whole introduction and then dispersed out into the dorm room. Unsurprisingly, Tokoyami approached him after most of everyone had dispersed. Midoriya, if it's not too much trouble, I would like for you to come to my room. I have a question to ask you. Yeah, sure. Why not? He replied casually, suppressing the growing knot in his chest. Kageyama Tsuji looked out over the amount of people involved in the Kira case. She had been a new hire, hired based on the fact that these killings were done without a quirk. These people might be the first that believe that she actually has a connection with the supernatural world, things like seeing and communing with spirits, talking to the dead, helping ghosts settle their score in this world so they could pass on to heaven. In addition, she could also banish demons, request blessings, perform exorcisms, and all other things commonly associated with heaven and hell. Nobody had believed she had a genuine connection until now. Everyone thought she was a charlatan with some sort of illusion or mind reading or memory travel or some other quirk. She heard conversation on the other side of the door. Are you sure that Kira needs both a name and a face to do his killings? A low, deep voice said, Yes. All evidence corroborates this. As leaders of criminal organizations for which we don't know their names haven't been murdered as of yet. That could be more evidence that this was a supernatural event. These types of things tend to have specific conditions. So she raised her hand and knocked on the door. As she was 82, a frail old woman, her knocks were barely audible. But the door was opened anyway, and in the room were more heroes and sidekicks than she had ever seen in her life. Welcome everyone. My name is Kageyama Tsuji, and my quirk is called Supernatural Connection. She gave a short, quick bow. I hope I can be of service to everyone here. Thank you, Mrs. Kageyama. A voice came from a laptop. The laptop had the letter T written in some form of fancy, Old English-style script. So this was the legendary T. I trust you have already been informed about enough of the case to make an educated decision about whether or not you suspect supernatural involvement? She nodded, but then she realized that T couldn't see her nodding. Her face heated up a bit, but she powered through that slight awkward moment. Yes, I think I can suspect that at the very least. I would need to touch one of the people who recently died, the more recent the better. She said, and everyone else looked at her surprised. This was her work, she was a medium as a day job, and she made sure to be confident and final when speaking about matters such as spirits and communicating with the dead. She called it her medium voice. Of course, the most recent death is the pro-hero Red Azure Dawn, who died about 12 hours ago. If you could, I would like you to visit the morgue as soon as you can. The pro-hero Death Arms can take you there within the hour. Is that okay, or do you need any additional time for anything? Thank you for asking, Mr. T. And that'll be just fine. I may be a little tired in the morning, but that's going to be worth it if I can help you with this case. A large, heavily muscled man that was currently in civilian clothes spoke up. Ma'am, if you would come follow me, I will drive you to the morgue. Thank you, Mr. Death Arms. You're a very sweet young man for doing this to me. It's no problem, ma'am. You're a part of this case after all. When she got into the car, she started thinking about this whole Kira nonsense. She knew there were quite a few young people that liked what the villain does. But what? They were just a villain and nothing more. Mr. Death Arms, have you ever talked to someone who supported Kira? There was this one young man that I talked to once about a month ago when I was in my civilian form, who struck a conversation with me about Kira. I made sure to act neutral on the matter so I could get information. He explained how Kira was actually a hero. He drew comparisons between Kira and Yenluo Wang, a Chinese hero who has a death touch quirk. I mean, sure, Yenluo Wang has killed some of the most despicable criminals, but he's jointly registered with the IBGSA and the Jiang, and he's a specialty hero they have on call for specific situations. Kira, of course, is not registered with any sort of international or national organization. I explained this to the teen, but he said that someone like Kira was what the world needed to overthrow governments. Don't worry about Kira overthrowing the government, Mr. Death Arms. I think that as soon as Kira kills someone innocent, his public support is going to go down the toilet. Huh, I never thought about it that way. Here we are, Takeda family morgue. Death Arms announced as they drove into the parking spot. She could feel the death in the dark gray, square building. It was in between some sort of burger place and a trinket shop. The sign was pristine, everything about the building was well maintained. They walked up to the front door, which was locked. Death Arms rang the doorbell. A weary guy came out. She could tell from here that he had seen too many dead bodies to care about what had happened to any one of them. Death Arms flashed his hero license, so the two of them were let in the door. She felt like there was something wrong in the air. There was definitely an unnatural aura in this space. She followed it until she got to the place where the bodies were. Most of them were in the fridges, but there was one on the table, covered by a sheet. This is the one that was killed by Kira. Tell me when I can put him back. The guy said, walking back up the stairs. She reached out her hand and touched the corpse. A series of flashing images and sensations flushed through her brain. She knew he had been touched by a spirit of death. Mr. Death Arms, I think I can make a report to T. There is a spirit of death that someone is controlling to kill people. He had seen Tokoyami's room before, during the whole tour of the dorms type deal. It was all dark, but there were also unusual artifacts, which included a real sword. Now that he was sitting in Tokoyami's room, in one of the spare chairs. Midoriya. I'm going to be honest here. A part of my power is that I can sense the presence of spirits. I don't know why exactly I can sense this, but I think it had to maybe do with my connection to Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow, which was what Tokoyami named his quirk, emerged from his stomach and looked around the room like it was confused. What's going on with Dark Shadow? He asked. He had a very limited amount of experience with Tokoyami's quirk, only seeing it in use during the quirk assessment test. It certainly was powerful, to be fair, but it was still confusing. Was it a mass of darkness that he controlled? Was it alive itself? He had so many questions. He watched as Dark Shadow continued to look around, and then go back into Tokoyami. Dark Shadow thinks there is some sort of spirit following you. Is that a bad thing? He asked around the nervousness in his chest. Ryuk had said that nobody could see or hear him. But Ryuk didn't know about how quirks, and during his late-night dives into corners of the internet, he had encountered people who said they could see ghosts, could commune with the dead, could summon spirits to do tasks, and have psychic visions. Now, this was more believable because of the sheer variety of how quirks could work. But could there really be connections to the supernatural? Dark Shadow doesn't think it's a bad spirit. I don't think it's anything to be worried about, Midoriya. Thanks for the heads up, Tokoyami. No problem, Midoriya. You told me people couldn't see or hear you. That was from the last time I came down to the human world 300 years ago. Obviously, the majority of the population spontaneously developing superpowers over the course of 300 years is not something I thought would happen. It's not like I have much of a choice. It's fine. If we ever have to be in a scenario where someone is talking to you without touching the death note, say you're my dead great-grandfather who wants to watch me be a hero. Do you think you can do that? Yeah, I think I can do that. It seems pretty simple. Anyway, why did you go to UA? There's quite a high risk of you being found out like this. Of course there's a higher risk, but I want to be a hero regardless. I've never been one to give up on my dreams. Even when I had nothing, I wanted to be a hero. Now that I have so much more than I had dreamed of course I would want to continue being a hero. That way, I can save people without using the note. Izuku explained, tossing an apple in the direction of the shinigami, who caught and ate it. Anyway, I have some names to write down before I hide the notebook. Oh, where are you going to hide the notebook? Rigas. He gestured to the desk. So UA provided a desk for us. And there's a single locked cabinet that I can use. But that's not all. He raised the mousepad on his desk, revealing the key. I hid the key in a location that's obvious enough that it'll be found, but hidden enough that it looks like a hiding spot that I would potentially use. Oh, but what are you going to do then? He opened up the drawer to reveal 3 notebooks. These are my best hero analysis notebooks. For most people that should be enough of a find for them to look further, but in case that's not enough, he took the 3 notebooks out of the drawer, and then grabbed onto a small nubs on the bottom of the drawer and raised it up. Oh, it's a false bottom. Well played, Izuku. Underneath the false bottom was a small notebook, but it wasn't the death note. So where is the death note really? He simply grabbed the false bottom and turned it so it was facing straight up and down. He then grabbed a pair of small tongs and opened up a lid on the false bottom, and he tugged. After a minute or so, out came the death note. It's a double bluff, Ryuk. The few people who notice the false bottom will think that that's all of it, that I made this false bottom to hide this notebook. I made sure to write down enough personal information in here to make it seem believable as a diary. I'll see if I can think of a better hiding spot for the note, but this is a pretty good start in my opinion. I'd say so. It seems like you definitely put in some work. Well, I think it's time for me to get some dinner. Now that I've taken some precautions, I think it's time for me to eat. It had taken him a while, but he had finally gotten the chance to take a look at the grades for the entrance exam, both the normal and recommendation exams. The board had hired someone else, a figure known as Honest Man, who did the grading instead. But he still had the chance to review everything that he had been given. And some of the results certainly surprised him. Especially Midoriya Izuku's grade, a near-perfect score. He knew who Midoriya Izuku was, having educated him when he was training with One for All. But All Might had never told him about the intelligence of his successor. He reviewed the test fully, paying special attention to the analysis. This certainly was something else. Why hadn't he been informed about the raw talent of this student? He grabbed his phone and called Aizawa. Unsurprisingly, Aizawa answered immediately. So I looked at the information about your students. What did you find, Nizu? Well, I think I have someone that I want to have as a personal student of mine. He could hear the sigh from Aizawa. Who is it, Nizu? Midoriya Izuku. His analysis especially was impressive. Another sigh. Of course it's the problem child. Well, I'll ask him about it. Oh, and I would like to come into your class tomorrow. I have a special lesson that I would like to teach to your class. What exactly is this lesson going to entail? I think it's going to involve ethics. See how your class responds to certain moral problems. Very well, I'll tell my class. Thank you, Aizawa. Is there anything else would you like to mention as an addendum or additional statements? No, I just want to sleep for a day. Well, good luck with that, Aizawa. Have a great day. I won't. I know it. And with that, Aizawa hung up. Well, he didn't know what he was expecting. Aizawa was certainly a very good teacher, if a bit tired all the time. Could you come over to my room to talk in person? There are things I want to talk about in person. They looked at the text they received. They had thought at length about what Sensei had told them. The dorms weren't built to catch the two of them, they were built as a chance to catch Kira. But they did have the unintended consequence of making their job harder and more difficult. But this made sense. They did need to talk. They should most certainly talk to her. Yeah, sure. I think that makes sense. Thanks. You're the best. No problem. So they got up and walked to her room. They didn't bring their phone, leaving it on their desk, just because they were paranoid about that sort of stuff. So what do you think of the dorm systems? They asked, laying down on the bed, while she was sitting at her computer, typing something. I mean, it's going to make everything significantly more difficult for us, but maybe Kurogyri can help us? Sensei told us not to rely on Kurogyri so much. Okay, that makes sense. What are we supposed to do now? Sensei wanted us to get a copy of the lesson plans. I'll work on figuring out a way to get them. Okay, that seems cool. Tell me if you find anything useful. Yeah, no problem. So then the two of them sat in silence. Actually, she was working on something while they were laying on the bed thinking. They needed something new to talk about. The door opened up, revealing Ishido. A bright and bubbly person as always. Hey, you two, there's dinner if you want some. Thanks. The two of them exclaimed at nearly the same time. They immediately got up, but she stayed behind. That's fine, she can do what she wants to, their stomach is grumbling for the want of food. He looked at the letter that he had written, tears at the edge of his eyes. Half an hour ago, his entire world changed. He hadn't contacted his father in about 5 years, ever since he learned he cheated on his mom with some young 20-something, and even had a child who had just gotten their quirk. So he already hated that his father was a cheating bastard, but he learned something even more terrible. This woman wasn't the first one his father had had a child with. Apparently he had a half-brother who was 15. This letter was going to be the final words he would ever say to that man. He shouldn't even call him his father. He would much rather have his new stepfather as a father and call him dad. Hell, he didn't even know his father's real name. The man gathered fake names around him like it was a storm. Takahashi Ichiro? I can't believe that you would do this to mom. Cheating on her with not one, but 2 women as well as having children with them? Learning I have a half-brother only a year younger than me out there in addition to the 9-year-old half-sister I already knew about? At least you left, that way mom could get her maiden name back. Never respond to me again, even if you tell me who my half-brother is. I'll find him myself, without you. At least Hayumi wised up enough to kick you out into the street, and now I have a half-sister that I'll love more than you ever will. I despise you. Hope you enjoy living out on the streets, it's where you belong. I'll repeat this to you again, never contact me again you piece of shit. From your former son. He put the note in the letter, still holding back his tears. This was a burning of the bridge, in a way. His stepfather was his new father now. But what should he call the man who used to be his father? He had heard the name sperm donor tossed around. He liked that. He sat back in his chair. It was late, after all, too late for him to be able to send his letter. He would do it first thing tomorrow. Now, how to find his half-brother. It seemed like a monumental task, but he could do it. As he sat back up, he had a paper to write. After all, his phone rang. He recognized the specific ringtone of his mother, so he picked it up. Hey mom, what's with the sudden call? He asked, thoughts of worst-case scenarios running through his head, his hands shaking with energy. Nothing, I just wanted to tell you that Suzuki and Hayumi are here at the house. His mom said from the other side, without a trace of worry. Apparently Hayumi has started dating this very nice gentleman who has an 8-year-old son named Sakio. His name's Yatashi, and he's so sweet and nice, she definitely deserves him. His mom explained, joy apparent in every word. That's amazing. I'm glad that Hayumi found someone she deserves. Sorry, I was expecting bad news at a time like this. He said, breathing out a sigh of relief. Have you and Dad asked some questions already? His mom laughed at the other end. Oh, of course we did. What did you expect? There was a pause then. Wait, you're calling him Dad now? He sighed. I think he deserves it. I just wrote a letter to him, and I basically burned the bridge. Oh, well, I'm glad you were able to do that. Do you think you can come over on the weekend so that you can meet Sakio and Yatashi? That won't be a problem, Mom. Love you. Love you too. Bye. Bye. He set the phone down, breathing lightly, slowly, making sure to have measured breaths. This was heavy news, of course. But it was positive, still. This was a good omen, maybe, that he would be able to find his half-brother. Cooking was one of Izuku's favorite things to do. It allowed him to do something with his hands, focusing on 2 or 3 things being made at once, all while having the benefit of having moments of time to relax, to think without being disturbed, because who would ever disturb someone who was making food? And it was also a pretty good disguise? Who would expect Kira to make his classmates food? Of course, he couldn't really cook for 20, something like that would be out of the scope of something he could make in a reasonable amount of time, but maybe he could make enough food for the type of people that can't cook anything to save their lives to have at least something. Or maybe this is going to be terrible, but hey, he can try at the very least. People like yakisoba, right? It's something that's fairly simple, but it can be satisfying. There was a recipe that he had found about 6 months ago that was pretty good. His mom had liked it, so that was as good of a mark as any in his book. So how many people does he make for? How about doubling the recipe? That would be pretty simple. So he scrounged around the kitchen, looking for the required materials for the recipe he had found. An onion, 2 carrots, a bunch of shiitake mushrooms and green onions. Cool, so he has the vegetables. Now what in the way of meat is there? After rooting around, he did find some pork. That would be good enough. And while there were the necessary noodles, there wasn't any yakisoba sauce. A shame, but he did know how to make his own. And one look through the cabinets and fridge of the kitchen, he managed to find what he needed. He had made this enough times, when his mom had been working really late, that he didn't need to pay much attention to the process of what he was doing. So that meant that he could think about his next moves. More importantly, how was he going to find T? T certainly was extremely skilled at the work he had done, especially with taking down the dozens of organizations that All for One established during his time as a supervillain beyond comparison. Apparently, however, he had taken interest in the Kira case. But All for One is still out there according to a note that Stain provided. Maybe over the weekend, he could meet up with Stain for real so that he can ask about All for One. Or maybe he can ask All Might. There's multiple paths to get to the same outcome. Maybe he'll ask All Might first, then Stain later on. That way he can get a more complete picture of the state of All for One, if he's still around. Since it's about the time that most people would be having dinner, he saw Ashido come running down the stairs. "Hey Midoriya, what are you making?" she asked, sitting down at one of the stools in the kitchen. "Just some yakisoba. I'm making enough for a few lucky folks to have some," he said as he was adding the noodles to the pan he was making it in. "Ooh, could you save a dish for me?" she asked. "Sure, I can definitely do that," he said. While he may not be a direct suspect at this point, he was still under observation. "What about it, T? Would Kira cook dinner for his classmates? What do you think of that?" "Thanks Midoriya, you're the best. Anyways, what did you think of Eraserhead Sensei's first class?" "Well, like what Eraserhead Sensei said, UA is known for a different education system, and being a hero is a complicated and demanding job." He paused for a bit, before lowering his voice. "Have you seen the statistics?" She seemed confused. "What do you mean statistics?" "Only 84% of heroes make it to the age of 50 alive and still able to do their job. There's a laundry list of injuries that have put a hero out of a job." That seemed to make her think. "I never heard any of that," she finally said. "It's not something that is usually mentioned in discussions of being a hero. I just want to make sure you know the risks," he said. There was way more he wanted to say, but T, or someone that was part of the investigation, was most certainly watching. "Thanks Midoriya." Ashido had ran off when he was almost done, making the finishing touches, muttering something about drama senses going off. He had no idea what she was talking about, but hey, he promised that he would save her a dish. So he rummaged around in the cabinets until he found some Tupperware. He tossed enough of the yakisoba for a meal into the container and put it in the fridge, after he had taken out a marker and written, "For Ashido Mina," on it. He helped himself to a serving of his yakisoba, moved the rest to a pot and put it on the keep warm section of the stove. And it was none too soon. About a minute after he started eating his food, he saw Bakugo storming down into the kitchen. "Deku, what the hell did you make?" "Some yakisoba. It's probably not as spicy as you usually like, but you can have some if you want." "I ain't having none of your shitty food, Deku. I'm gonna make my own DMN food." "Suit yourself, Bakugo." As Bakugo was getting his food ready for whatever he was making, a few people popped in, and Izuku made sure to lead them to the food that he had made in advance. It only lasted for 3 more people, but that's fine. He had made sure to make his food earlier, so he can avoid the dinner rush. And more importantly, he can see a general assessment of how people were able to cook. Maybe they could organize some sort of schedule, except he's terrible at scheduling, so it's probably not going to be him that makes the schedule. Ashido showed up in the middle of about 5 or 6 people making food with a variety of skill levels. "Your food's in the fridge, Ashido." "Thank you, Mido," she said as she went into the fridge to grab it. As he got up, putting his dishes in the dishwasher, Tokoyami approached him. He knew that Tokoyami had been one of the ones that had grabbed one of his meals. "Hey Midoriya, thank you for the meal. It was good." "It's no problem, Tokoyami." It had been a long day for him, and he just needed some rest. There was going to be a long day of classes in the future most likely, And he still needed to find fake heroes and wanted criminals. He couldn't slack off now. T looked over the reports they had received, a new cup of tea beside them, still steaming as it had just been poured. There was no new information on Kira, despite 12 more villains having died in the past 2 weeks. This was the most frustrating case he had ever worked on. They knew that Kira was currently, or had once lived in, Mizudafu or the area around it. They suspected that Kira was young, radicalized by Stain's ideology, and could potentially be a student at a hero school. In other words, not enough information. Kira can kill anyone in the world with just a name and a face, but finding the names and faces, now that's definitely something he could take care of. How does Kira find the information that he uses? For the wanted criminals, it's obvious how. There's countless websites all over the internet, including official news sites with thousands of viewers. But for some of the more underground villains, as well as the heroes that Kira killed, that sort of information wasn't the type of information most people can find. It's possible, of course, but doing some digging most anything could be found, and many of those heroes were minor enough that the Hero Commission didn't cover it up. He knew the Hero Commission was covering up the crimes of various heroes, but that would be an issue once he's sure all for one has been executed, any residual organizations mopped up, and other major villain organizations stomped out. He had heard rumors that Redestro was gathering up an army. If Redestro was anything like the original, well, that might be a problem. Oh yeah, and this whole Kira matter is taken care of. He needs Kira to do something bold. How to force his hand though? Make him act from the shadows? He knows there's a possibility Kira is currently at UA. He puts the odds at 0.7% at this point. A second broadcast wouldn't work. There has to be a piece that he is missing. Something that he could do to force Kira to make a bigger move? Or maybe some piece of information that he was missing. He switched on the transmitter. We have people reading the Stain and Kira fan sites, and they didn't find much of anything. Stain is still active in the Saitama region of Japan, and while several people have claimed to be Kira on these sites, we followed up on these clues, but nobody who claimed to be Kira was actually Kira. He heard Kamui Woods say from the other side of the laptop, I suspected as much. We'll probably have to have 1,000, if not more, fake Kiras before we find the real one. This is going to require a lot of work. That's what I don't understand. Why would people pretend that they are Kira when they're not? Don't they know that Kira is a criminal? Otodoragon said from a distance. It's the same reason that terrorist organizations claim responsibility for their attacks. Because it generates recognition and publicity. The people that claim to be Kira don't have much going for them. To claim to be Kira, it means that they can get attention. Oh, I get it now. She replies. But what if one of them is the real Kira? That's why I still interrogate each and every person that we find that claimed to be Kira. And I actually did find a few people who had committed minor crimes, such as burglary, vandalism, or something like that. Yet he had seen that many of the people that had fake claimed to be Kira had tagged buildings with various symbols that represent Kira, as well as other minor crimes, like trespassing. But the most surprising thing they found was 3 days ago, during the interview of Ikedzuki Teo, one of the people who said they were Kira on a forum called bladesofkira.net. His memory easily recalled the report. Report filed by Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. Detective Tsukachi, DT, your name is Ikedzuki Teo, correct? Ikedzuki Teo, IT, yes, true. DT, you are 19 years old, correct? T, yes, true. DT, you live in Hiroshima? T, yes, true. DT, alright, let's get to business. Do you have an account on the forum website bladesofkira.net? IT, well I do, but it's not like it's illegal or anything. DT, okay then. Were you a moderator on the site I asked previously? IT, yeah, so what? They thought I was good for the job. DT, did you claim to be Kira on said website? No, I never said that. False. DT, have you tagged buildings with Kira symbology? False. DT, have you done anything to support Kira? IT, I mean, I posted info about heroes that I found on the forum, and I'm like 80% sure that Kira reads the website. DT, have you committed any crimes to further the cause of Kira or Stain? IT, of course not. All I do is moderate Akira for him, that's it. False. DT, you do know what my quirk is, right? IT, no, what's your quirk? True. DT, my quirk allows me to determine if someone is lying. I suggest telling the truth from now on. IT, oh sheet. DT, so, have you committed any crimes to further the crimes of Kira? IT, true. The report continued on, eventually revealing that Ikedzuki Teo had killed 6 villains and a hero. That last part was worrying. Ikedzuki Teo was by all measures a normal 19-year-old. Sure, he had some martial arts training and apparently had done quite a bit of individual quirk training, but Shadow Nimbus was a pro hero who had 3 years of training at Ketsubustu and was the number 343 pro hero. Sure, Shadow Nimbus had a bad matchup when it came to Ikedzuki's quirk, but still, it was worrying that a moderately trained civilian could take out a pro hero. He should reach out to hero schools and have them upgrade their training. Shigaraki might be a villain, but he was a villain with a weird sort of style. Their first official meeting had been in the ruins of a Chinese city, but this place was different entirely. There was a castle to his left, half buried in the rolling grassy hills and low bushes all around them. There were scattered pieces of the castle spread pretty far out, rough pieces of whitened stone bricks scattered around the hills. There was a tower in the distance, ruined as well, but still looking tall even in this state. Pieces of wall were still connected to the tower. The sun hung low in the sky, but the dew on the grass told him that wherever this was in the world, it was morning. He then turned to his left. There was a massive factory there, sitting in the middle of nowhere, clearly abandoned even from a half-mile away. The roof had fallen in from what he could see, and there was a tree growing in the middle. There was a road that led to it that looked pretty worn down. In the middle of the two was Shigaraki, who had laid himself across a stone piece that was further away than all the rest, seemingly uncaring about the rough stone he was laying on, hands resting on the stone surface, with only his pinky finger on each hand raised. "You've got a flair for the dramatic, don't you, Shigaraki?" he asked as he approached the head of the League of Villains, his boots darkening in color because of the morning dew on the grass. His boots were waterproof, thankfully, so he didn't feel it. "What can I say, Stain?" Shigaraki responded. "Kurogiri doesn't have a maximum range, so I might as well use him to explore all of these ruins all over the world. There really are so many of these areas around the world." The villain then gestured at the factory. "Look at that, Stain. It's a factory. But the factory has been abandoned, and nature reclaimed it. This whole society is unnatural, a false stability that people die every day to maintain. People walk around, feeling safe, assured that heroes will protect them. But the truth is the world is dangerous. There are tens of millions of quirks out there that can kill people easier than you might think. People ignore this fact, keep to themselves, don't pay attention to the fact they could die at a moment's notice. That's what I am going to do. Peel back the guild and reveal the truth. What do you think about this, Stain?" It took him a moment to process Shigaraki's speech. During that moment, a gust of wind picked up, picking up his scarves and making them flap in the wind. He had never thought about the wider society in general. He had seen a problem with fake heroes, but he had ignored the bigger picture. Looking back, it did make sense. He had been bullied for having a villainous quirk. He had applied to the hero course at Shinkitsu out of spite. He got in. Shinkitsu's practical exam was a lot different than how Crafter described the UA entrance exam, another problem. But he quickly found out how fake everyone was, and he dropped out after only 6 months. I agree with you. Fake heroes are a part of the whole large problem. But you do need a plan, Shigaraki. All the talking in the world is useless if you don't do anything with it. As you should know, I despise people who are all talk and no action. I do have a plan, Stain. I have moles in UA, and they'll reveal the perfect time to strike. Patience is key. I learned that from Sensei. Biding time, waiting for the right time, waiting to strike like a python. You understand this, of course, with your ambush tactics. Shigaraki explained, sitting up and sliding off of the worn piece of castle until his feet were on the ground. Of course. He replied. He understood how ambush tactics worked. Anyway, what do you think of Kira? He's been called the killer hiding behind a screen. I definitely think that I've inspired him, but aside from that I don't know much about them. I think Kira is a coward, Shigaraki said. And that definitely surprised him. Kira, a coward? How could this be? How is Kira a coward, Shigaraki? I don't get it. Shigaraki placed his hand onto the piece of rubble, watching it crack, crumble and splinter under his touch, decaying piece by piece until the entire stone was dust that was picked up by the wind. You said it yourself, Stain. Kira hides behind a screen, killing from a distance. You risk getting caught every single time you go out, yet Kira can just kill whoever they want. Sure, that's the case, but keep in mind that T, one of the greatest detectives in the world, is hunting him down. I wouldn't want that pressure on me. He reasoned. Sensei's been the target of T for decades, and he's been working pretty fine, despite the fact that everything he's built up for decades has been torn down. He's definitely glad the pressure is taken off of him. Of course, Sensei is hunting down Kira himself. Why is All for One hunting down Kira? He asked. He was confused. Why did All for One want to find Kira? Sensei wants to steal Kira's quirk. Shigaraki answered. Kira's quirk is arguably one of the most powerful out in the world. With it, Sensei can rule the world. Or at least Japan. Now that was a scary thought. He had to make sure to find Kira before both T and All for One. Sure, he was at a disadvantage, as T had the support of Kamui Wood's hero agency and the international community. Basically, T was who the establishment wanted to catch Kira. In a similar way, All for One was the most powerful criminal, having the backing of a large underground empire with him at the head. Well then, we'll meet again when you've decided on a course of action, right? He asks, just to make sure that he had everything taken care of. Of course. Shigaraki replied. And with that, a portal opened up. This was Kurogiri's doing, of course. And that was the sign that he had to leave. Until next time, Shigaraki. Until next time, Stain. And with that he walked through the portal, ending up in the same alleyway he had left from. Well, this was information he would have to use in the future. Spinner looked around at the group he had gathered. Unlike his companions, he's been out active in the forums looking at what people were doing. The results are more than he was expecting. There even was one person that had managed to kill a hero in the name of Kira. As much as he liked Kira, he liked Stain better. Stain didn't have the almighty power that Kira has, killing at melee range. But Kira was beneficial, spreading Stain's will around the world. Private message between Bladiof and Burnin' Man. Bladiof, why are you messaging me? Burnin' Man, my older brother was just captured by the heroes. Bladiof, that's a risk that comes when you execute Stain's will. Or Kira's will, whichever you prefer. Burnin' Man, still, our quirks are almost identical. Do you think I should continue doing Kira's will? He had to resist the urge to face palm. He didn't know much about who he was messaging, but he knew that the person behind Burnin' Man was young, a teenager. Bladiof, you're like 17, dude, you've got your whole life ahead of. Bladiof, if you really want to fulfill Kira's will at your age, get some training on the side, grow up, train your quirk, and just FING wait. Burnin' Man, but if I commit crimes at this point, I can get a lesser sentence. Bladiof, hell man. When it comes to murder and shit like that, you can get tried as an adult for killing a hero, man. Age doesn't FING matter. Burnin' Man, that's real? He wanted so hard to facepalm himself. This kid really was dumb. As much as he wanted to spread the will of Stain, he didn't want to ruin anyone's life, or lead someone on a dark path, like he'd do if he did anything else but try to convince him to not to. Bladiof, yes. Bladiof, look, if you know the jail cell he's kept in, I'll see what I can do about freeing him. Burnin', you real man? Bladiof, yeah. Burnin' Man, okay, I'll see what I can find. Burnin' Man has logged off. He gave a sigh of relief. Hopefully this dude's older brother was smarter than this guy. Still, planning a jailbreak was no easy business. He should call in some heavier artillery. Like Dobby, for example. He pressed the latest number he had for Dobby in his contacts. The guy had burned, through like 15 cheap flip phones. Thankfully the number he had worked and the call went through. Hey Spinner, why are you calling me? Dabi asked over the phone, sounding both annoyed and exhausted. How would you like to do a jailbreak? Breaking someone out of jail? He asked. I know what a jailbreak is. Anyway, what's the specifics of your scenario? Dabi asked. As much as he didn't seem it, Dabi actually was really smart. It's someone that was arrested for furthering the cause of Stain and Kira. I'll get some details later. It doesn't sound like he's in Tartarus though. Well then sign me the F up. I'm FNG bored as sheet. Dabi replied. Anyways, if I get a new phone number I'll keep you updated. I've never done a jailbreak before. It seemed like Dabi was just doing this for fun. Whatever. He can deal with it. And I'll keep you updated as well. Thanks for helping. Do you think we should invite other people to this task? Nah, we can keep this small. The less people that know the better. If I were a bolder man I would ask all for one if Crafter can come along with us. Workplace experience as it were. Dabi said. He couldn't help but chuckle at Dabi's comment. I'll ask all for one about this. Good FING luck spinner. Don't die. He was standing alone, surrounded by corpses. There was a figure standing in the distance, cloaked in shadow. What the F do you think you're doing, Kira? UFA killed everyone. He yelled out. The figure cloaked in shadow walked forward. What does it matter, why do you care? You became a hero to defeat criminals, to defeat me, not to save civilians. Here's your chance to defeat me, I won't use my killing power. It doesn't matter, you still won't win. F you, Kira. He yelled out, explosions dancing on his palms. He launched himself at the form of Kira, getting ever closer, using his quirk to create light, trying to illuminate the darkened form of Kira. But it was no use, Kira was as dark as they had ever been. If anything, they looked even darker. Now that's what I was talking about, Bakugo. Violence begets violence. And now I'll show you what that really means. Countless tendrils of shadow flowed out of the form of Kira so dark it was a silhouette, wrapping around him, pinning his hands together so he couldn't use his quirk, pinning his arms and legs together so he couldn't move to free himself, covering his nose and mouth so he couldn't breathe. He woke up, sweating, breathing heavily. He took a glance at his alarm clock, which read 2:27 a.m. It had been another nightmare. These had been happening increasingly ever since he had seen what Kira was doing. Thanks to T's broadcast, he had seen that Kira was willing to eliminate people who were gunning after him. And as much as he hated to admit it to himself, he was terrified of Kira. Kira could kill anywhere at any time, and he was trying to catch the villain. He went over to a drawer on his dresser, opening it with his foot. It was a bit awkward, but he did manage to do it. He grabbed a special rag from the drawer and rubbed it on his hands. These rags were made of a special material that neutralized his explosive sweat. How they worked exactly he had no DMN idea, but they did work, so that's all that FANG matters. Think Kira. Making him fear sheet and everything like that. He finished wiping his hands on the rag, and then tossing it in a metal pot. One of the reasons he didn't reveal his room is because of all the stuff in here which pertained to his quirk. The second reason was it's his FING room and none of these DMN extras, and Deku, needed to see it. He went over to the small half-bathroom that was attached to his dorm, filling up a cup with water and drinking it. He took a few long breaths. Think about this logically, Katsuki. Kira has to have some limitations, otherwise Kira wouldn't continue hunting down villains. And T, as well as Kamui Wood's hero agency, would also be dead. Of all that sheet. He'll find a way to kill Kira and become the #1 hero anyways. There's always a FING way that he can solve these problems. Kira was nearby, he knew that much. Well, he needs some FING sleep. Tomorrow was their first full day of classes, and he needs to be on top of his game if he's going to finally beat Deku in academics, and to beat Kira in a fight. He'll be the #1 hero, nothing's going to FING stop him. Not FANG nightmares, not FANG Deku, and not FANG Kira. What exactly was the purpose of their homeroom class? Midoriya Izuku wasn't sure exactly what the purpose was, but Aizawa-sensei wasn't the type to do things without purpose. Maybe it was where Aizawa-sensei would share additional information, or do things that didn't fit into the usual educational style. Actually, that sort of made sense. While the guy looked ragged, long hair, stubble, and a perpetually tired expression, he was quite smart. "All right, problem children," Aizawa-sensei announced. "Today we're going to have a special guest, as well as a special lesson that will make up the rest of the homeroom class today." That got an outpour from the class as they all talked about what could this be. He himself had thoughts swimming in his head. This obviously wasn't something that had been planned ahead of time that much. And because this was UA, it was most likely a pro-hero. So it probably got some high-ranking pro-hero that was going to give a speech about heroics or something like that, and then they were going to do something as a class, maybe facing the pro-hero 20-on-1 or something like that. What he wasn't expecting was the large door opening to reveal the UA principal, Principal Nizu. Am I a mouse? The bear? A dog? All that matters is that I'm the UA principal. The principal announced, looking around a room with a gaze that made it look like he knew all the deepest, darkest secrets you were hiding. Of course that wasn't the truth, because if the principal knew all of his deepest, darkest secrets, he would be sitting in a jail cell most likely. Not Tartarus, for sure, but definitely a high-security prison. Or maybe executed. Or just tossed into some cottage in the mountains, sans death note, and placed under house arrest. After the principal finished his explanation and Aizawa-sensei got into his sleeping bag and fell to the ground, the principal spoke again. "Anyway, I wanted to talk to you about something that heroes don't think about that much. Ethics." What did the principal mean by ethics? Now, I can see you're all wondering what exactly I mean by ethics. I'll propose to you a question with no correct answer, an unwinnable scenario as it were. The principal pulled out a small device that was in his pocket and clicked a button on it. A previously unnoticed projector turned on, revealing a simple, yet expertly drawn diagram. It only took 1 second for him to recognize that diagram. It was a train car on a track. There was one side of the track where 5 people were tied down, and a second, diversionary path with only a single person tied down. There was a silhouette in the distance, indistinct enough to look like any sort of human, with a hand on a lever. Look at this scenario for a moment. Assume the conditions are as follows. The train and railroad tracks are indestructible. You have insufficient time to free anyone from the tracks. Therefore, you are left with 2 choices. Do you pull the lever and kill only a single person, or do you do nothing and allow 5 people to die? There was a pause in which he heard some of his classmates arguing. "Now," the principal said, stopping all the conversation without raising his voice even slightly. "This scenario seems unlikely. And in fact, this specific scenario is unlikely, if not impossible to happen. But this is a simplified version of very real scenarios you might encounter in the wild. So what is your choice, students? What are you going to do?" The principal asked, a glint in his eye. This was something that he had to think about carefully. This was probably something that T had requested this specific lesson to be taught in classes at UA and the other hero courses. Of course, as Kira, the choice was obvious. He would kill the 1 person to save the 5. But would that be what a hero student would do? What would All Might do? "Never fear, for I am here." He imagined All Might yelling out, standing in front of the train car and grabbing it, not putting the full force into it to protect the people inside. Everyone was saved. No, Izuku, that's not possible. "Never fear, for I am here." He imagined All Might yelling out as he arrived at the scene, grabbing each and every person, freeing them from the binds with his super strength, and rescuing everyone. Why couldn't he imagine what All Might would do in this scenario? Maybe it's because as much as he knew All Might, he didn't know All Might at all. Maybe it's because he simply couldn't see All Might making such a difficult decision. Has All Might had to make a difficult decision like this? Definitely. But he didn't know what All Might would do. He looked around at his classmates. They were all deep in thought. Ida looked like he was about to burst from thinking about this problem. Eventually, surprisingly, it was Uraraka who raised her hand first. I know it's cruel and all, but I would pull the lever. I think I would feel bad either way, but the fact that I killed 5 people through inaction, I don't think that I could live with that. The bubble finally burst, the ice was broken, or something like that. People began to murmur their assent to this idea, him included. "Well, you seem to have made up your mind. How about I present another scenario?" The principal asked, and clicked the button again. The projector clicked, and the projection clicked and moved to another scene. This time the shadowy figure was standing in front of an overweight person. The train was moving beneath the two figures, and once again there were 5 people tied up at the bottom. Alright, here are the rules for the second scenario. Once again you have 2 choices. You can push the overweight person off the ledge to stop the train. You can tell from visual cues they have a quirk that allows them to block the train, but they would die in the attempt. What do you do now? And if the first question was difficult, this one was more so. Of course, if he was thinking like Kira, or if he was wearing his Seishin disguise, the solution was obvious. He would push this person. But as a hero, there was no way. He needed to get that opinion made as soon as he could. So he spoke up. I would do nothing, he said, quelling the knot that was twisted in his gut. That would go against everything I learned to do as a hero. And as usual, everyone else murmured assent. Okay, now here's a difficult question. Why did you choose to pull the lever, but not to push the person off the ledge? In both scenarios, the same amount of people die if you take action, and the same amount of people die if you do nothing. So why did you choose one action in one scenario and a different action in the next? Think about that, future heroes. Nizu said as he left the classroom. There was absolute silence. Even he was stunned. Of course, he wasn't really having that much of a crisis of faith as his fellow classmates, because he chose the same option both times, but even he had a different answer when acting in a hero persona. After a few more seconds, Aizawa-sensei got up from where he was sitting, muttering something under his breath that Izuku couldn't hear from this distance, and then spoke up fully so everyone could hear. Being a hero sometimes means making tough choices. No hero can save everyone, protect everyone all the time. You are going to be in situations where every choice seems like it's the wrong one, where everything seems to get worse no matter what choice you make. In these sorts of situations where you feel like everything is hopeless and you can never make the right choices, trust your instincts. Save as many people as possible. Hero work is dangerous and taxing, for both the body and the mind. I'm going to give all of you an option now. You can leave, get your bag and head to your dorm room, and I won't judge you. Being a hero has become deified in our current society to the point that every child's dream is to be a hero. But hero work is not for everyone. If you choose to stay now, you can leave at any time, of course. But you must find the reason you want to brave the tides, keep on going when nobody else will follow. I don't believe in sugarcoating anything. So now I will let you make your choice. Aizawa-sensei concluded. He heard a shifting noise from behind him. It was Mineta. He got up from his seat and grabbed his bag, running out of the classroom. Izuku did notice that most of the girls breathed a sigh of relief. Well, he wasn't so sure about Hagakure, she barely moved. There was something behind this whole thing, he was sure of it. Don't judge Mineta for leaving the hero course. It took great courage for him to admit that he wasn't a good fit for the hero course. Aizawa said, Now, I'm going to present the class schedule. Out of his sleeping bag he pulled out a stack of papers. Take these and pass them back, please. Aizawa-sensei added as he descended into his sleeping bag. Hagakure, Shoji, Ashido, and Ojiro got up, grabbed 5 papers, and sat back down, and passed them down. Izuku saw the paper himself. So their next class would be a math class, taught by ectoplasm. Well, this might be good, something to distract himself from the heavy weight of what Aizawa-sensei and Principal Nizu said. He needed a mole in UA, that much was obvious. He had recruited people to say one-off lines, sure, but he would most definitely need someone a bit more permanent. And after looking at the results from both the normal and recommendation exam, there was only one option for him to look into. The paper showing the results for Midoriya Izuku was staring back at him. Alright, class, how many of you are familiar with factoring by parts? Ectoplasm asked, writing down the formula 4 by 4 plus 19 by 2 plus 21 on the board. Try to solve this equation. Midoriya wrote down the equation on his paper. Looks like UA wasn't pulling its punches when it comes to equations. He divided up the equation, splitting the parts and eventually ending up with 4x2 plus 7, x2 plus 3. He double-checked just to make sure he got it right. Does anyone have the solution to this equation? Ectoplasm asked. Midoriya raised his hand. I think I have the correct answer, Ectoplasm-sensei. Ectoplasm gestured for him to write his answer on the board. That's correct, Midoriya. Can you explain what you did to get this answer? Of course. So the first thing I did was split up the equation. He wrote the split equation on the board. Then I split it up, factored out a common multiple, and simplified the equation. He wrote down each step that he did, until he ended up with the finished equation. These are the steps that I took to get to the equation. Excellent work, Midoriya. Please sit down, Ectoplasm said, and he did indeed sit down. Now, if you didn't get this answer, let me explain how to solve this equation. At that point, a message went off on Ectoplasm's computer. Excuse me for a moment, I need to check this email. The hero dipped down and turned on his computer. Midoriya, could you head to the principal's office? He grabbed his things and left the room, pointedly ignoring his classmates making theories about what he had done to deserve going to the principal's office. In truth, there was a thought nestled deep in his mind that was tugging at him. It was unlikely, of course, but there was the faint possibility that T had found something that incriminated him. Maybe his death note had been found. No, Izuku. Take deep breaths. Measure your breathing. This is normal, right? Being nervous to go to the principal's office? Except he wasn't pretending to be nervous, after all. The hallways of UA were quite large, but it took him little time to get to Principal Nizu's office. Of course, he knew the principal had a quirk that made him incredibly smart, so the principal probably placed his office where he did for a reason. He hesitantly raised his hand and after a pause knocked on the principal's door. Come in, Midoriya. A voice came from the room. Principal Nizu's office was simple, but everything in this room had a purpose. Every single object in the room had a purpose, even if it was decorative. The UA principal was sitting behind his desk, hands folded as he was looking at the screen on a laptop, papers sorted neatly on the desk, a half-dozen pencils and pens were on the desk, but besides that the heavy dark wood desk with a golden metal trim was clean, polished, and shining. The desk had no ornamentation, but Izuku knew that this was a desk of high quality. There were comfortable armchairs scattered around the room, placed so that everyone could talk to everyone else. Principal Nizu was not the only person in the room. All Might was here too, in his skinny form, so he was technically Yagi. Why was I called here? He asked. Would you like to have some tea? Principal Nizu asked, pointing to an electric kettle that was whistling slightly. Looks like I timed making it correctly. Sure, why not? He said, walking over to where Nizu was pouring tea and grabbed a cup. After blowing on it for a bit, he took a sip. He couldn't tell what exactly was in the tea, but it was a perfect blend, a mix of flavors and scents that were easy on the nose, tongue, and throat. This is amazing, thank you, he said. And to be truthful, he felt slightly less nervous about this. And Midoriya, you're not in trouble for anything, if you were worried about that. He couldn't help but exhale as the knotting tension in his stomach unraveled. Not entirely, but mostly. He didn't want to feel too comfortable anywhere. So why am I here? He asked again, this time directing the question more at Yagi than the principal. I managed to get a hand on your recommendation exam test scores, and I have to say I was quite impressed. I really wish that Yagi here had told me about your mental abilities. In fact, there's something that I think you need to hear about. It concerns a villain known as All for One. I'll let Yagi take it from here. Nizu explained. Izuku shifted his gaze from Nizu to Yagi. Had heard about All for One from Stain directly. He hadn't gone out as Seishin for a while, but he was still in contact with Stain and the rest of his group. They really did need a name. Maybe he'll ask Spinner about it. Spinner sounds like the type of person who would be good at naming things. So you know how about 11 months ago I showed you the injury on my stomach, and it was caused by a fight with a villain? Yagi asked. He nodded. He remembered the conversation well. He could still see the injury in his mind's eye. It was a large, ugly, pinkish scar, skin tight and stretched around the wound. Is All for One the villain that you fought? He asked. The connection was obvious. Hold on, All for One? Fought. And is there a connection between One for All and All for One? Yes, on both accounts, young Midoriya. And I wanted to wait to tell you this, But Nizu convinced me that this was something that you needed to know as soon as possible, especially if there's a chance that All for One is still alive. This story begins when quirks started suddenly appearing all around the world. I trust you are familiar with how quirks started appearing. He nodded. Of course he had. It was a story that was told in every school to every student. Izuku had the faintest sense that this story was falsified in some way. It probably wasn't an outright lie, but details have most certainly been embellished. Well, in the earliest days of quirks appearing, the world was in chaos. There were wars, disease, famine, mass poverty, and the effects of a changing planet. Everything came to a head when a man gained the power to take quirks and give those stolen quirks to others, at the cost of these people becoming his supporters. Using his power, he becomes the ruler of Japan. But this man had a brother, a weak, sickly brother, but a brother nevertheless. All for One thought his brother was quirkless, so after having his brother locked up for years, he gave him a quirk as a gift. It was a weak, simple quirk that allowed the user to stockpile power gradually over time. But as coincidence would have it, All for One's brother had a quirk all along. It was a useless quirk by itself. The only thing it could do was it allowed the user to pass their quirk on to others. But the now two quirks within him fused and became One for All. Time and time again, One for All users have challenged All for One, but they haven't succeeded until I did. Or at least I thought until information came up. So that is the purpose of the people using One for All, to defeat All for One. All Might concluded. So the villain unintentionally created the quirk that would end up defeating him. How poetic. So you fought All for One 6 years ago, and thought he was dead. But if he's alive, you'd have to fight him again. Can you do it? You told me you were weaker than you were in your prime. He asked. He had seen nearly every fight that All Might had. Calling them fights were generous. All Might usually finished his fights in under a minute, with less than 5 punches. So a villain out there that could match All Might was terrifying to think about. All for One was weakened also. I wouldn't be surprised if he needs life support. All-Miyagi said. According to what Nizu said, it should be an even fight if All for One is still around. I mean, I appreciate this information and all. He said. But there's something else you guys want, am I correct, Principal Nizu? An astute observation, Midoriya. Principal Nizu said. And there is something that we need your help with. T's career used to be based on hunting down All for One's organizations. But because T is now devoted to hunting down Kira, and as I need to spend most of my time making sure that UA is running, I need other people to finish the job. Thankfully, T has removed almost all the organizations All for One is responsible for, and there's only a few left, but we would like your assistance in hunting down the remainder of All for One's organizations. Now you wouldn't be doing physical work, you'd simply be doing detective and analysis work. Do you accept? The principal asked. Of course. He replied, a sneaking suspicion that this was what a deal with the devil felt like. So what information do you have for me? The UA principal handed him a manila file folder. This is all the information that I know about the organization. I don't think I need to tell you that this should be kept secret. As a cover, you may inform your class that I wanted to congratulate you for a high score on the recommendation exam. But what about Yaoyorozu? She also had a high score on the recommendation exam. How is that going to work? He asked. Don't worry about that, I'll bring her down later for that purpose. You are free to leave, Midoriya. Principal Nizu replied, as if he'd thought about this ahead of time. Thank you, Principal Nizu. He bowed as he left the principal's office. It was still Ectoplasm's class, so he made his way back. Why were you called to the principal's office? He heard Kaminari ask. Oh, the principal just wanted to congratulate me for getting a good score on the recommendation exam. The excuse given to him by the UA principal rolled easily off of his tongue. What does that mean? Why would the principal congratulate you personally? All right. Ectoplasm said. Stop bothering Midoriya, we need to continue our lesson on higher degree polynomials. Turns out the entirety of their classes were taught by pro-heroes. Snipe taught history, and Midnight taught something called hero art history, and Cementos taught literature. And then they were at the point where they were going to do foundational hero studies, taught by All Might. Currently they were sitting in their main classroom, waiting for All Might to come. What do you think that All Might would be like as a teacher? Zero asked from beside him. I'm not sure. I mean, he's a great hero, but this is his first year as a teacher. We'll have to see what he does. He replied. He had experienced All Might as a teacher during his training using One for All. And to be honest, All Might wasn't the greatest teacher. It had taken him breaking his arm twice before Gran Torino stepped in to teach him how to use the power he held. Well, I think All Might's going to be a great teacher. He seems like the type. Zero replied. But hey, you never know. Maybe he's great. I am here entering through the door like a normal person. All Might yelled out, while not entering through the door like a normal person. Anyway, it's time for our first lesson on heroics. Battle training. All Might yelled out, holding out a card that read, Battle, on it in bold, blocked lettering. But first, it's time for you to get your hero costumes. All Might added, grabbing a remote out from his hero costume. Where he got it from, Izuku had no idea. But All Might pressed the remote, and compartments along the wall opened, revealing spaces for their hero costumes, 19 plain metal suitcases labeled with yellow numbers. Mineta's suitcase had already been removed, leaving only an empty recess where his costume case belonged. He had to respect Mineta for making a difficult choice, to acknowledge that he wasn't cut out for the dangerous works of heroes. From what he had heard, Mineta was transferring to Kataima High School, a pretty decent private high school. He had actually been planning on going there if he didn't pass the exam. Change into your hero costume and meet me at Training Ground Beta. He grabbed his suitcase and went down to the changing rooms. His hero costume was proof, undeniable proof that he had done it. He had really done it. Todoroki went off into the bathrooms to change, just like he had done the day before. It was unusual, but maybe he was self-conscious about his body. Half of him wanted to change there as well, but that might be unusual. So he ended up changing in the main locker room, taking out and putting on the bits and pieces of his costume. Near the end, he grabbed a piece of the death note he kept with him at all times, and slid it into one of the many pockets in his costume, followed by a small pen. This way, even when he didn't have access to the full death note, he could still write the name of a sufficiently deadly villain if he needed to. He pulled on the domino mask that completed his costume, and walked out of the locker room. He didn't pay much attention to his classmates when he had been changing, but now that they were walking together, he could see the various costumes. Todoroki's costume had ice covering about half of the costume, the side that didn't generate ice from what he remembers, and there's a red glowing eye thing in the middle of the ice that covers Todoroki's face. The rest of his costume had an off-white, sort of cream, color with what looked like a heater on the back. Interesting. Of course there were other costume designs, like Kirishima's shirtless costume, Ojiro's simple garb, Ito wearing what looked like an Ingenium-themed costume, armor included. Impractical, but whatever. And Bakugo, of course, had this whole explosive theme going on. He had seen Bakugo's costume designs earlier, and it looked like he didn't change that much. Large grenade gauntlets, an orange and black theme all around, and it even included the knee pads that Bakugo had said. For kneeing people in the FNG face. Hey Midoriya, your costume looks pretty cool. He turned around to see Uraraka, dressed in a pink and black costume that clung to her body, except for large bracelets, boots, and a helmet. I'm not so sure about my own costume though, it's a bit tight. She trailed off, looking at the various parts of her costume. I think it looks great. He replied, face heating up a bit. It definitely stands out more than mine does. His own costume was quite different. He had taken a more practical approach to his costume, with a darker green-blue color, with asymmetrical black stripes running along it. This was the jacket with a hood, which was made out of a thin material that was resistant to extreme temperatures. Beneath that was a black form-fitting tank top, just as another layer. His pants were made out of a similar material, with a similar asymmetric black and dark blue-green design. Black knee and elbow braces, as well as reinforced gauntlets and boots and a utility belt completed the design. And yes, his costume did have a recreation of All Might's hairstyle on the hood. Because why not? It looks cool and he likes how it looks. When he and everyone else walked out into the light of Training Ground Beta, he saw All Might standing here. One of the key elements of being a hero is the costume. Looks do indeed matter to be a hero, and you all are most certainly looking the part. All Might exclaimed upon seeing them. Izuku noticed that All Might looked over at the additions he had made to the hood of his costume a second longer than normal, and barely restraining a chuckle. It had been a last-second addition, but it certainly offset the darker colors he used in his hero costume. "Welcome to battle training," All Might announced. "Sensei," Ida called out. "This looks like the place where we did the entrance exam. Are we going to be fighting outdoors like we did before?" "No. Today we are going to be doing indoor fights, where the most dangerous villainous acts go down. Secret deals, villainous meetings, all of these things happen in the shadows. Are you going to threaten to expel people like Aizawa-sensei did? How are you going to score this task? When can I beat people up? Doesn't this cape make me look fabulous? Everyone, please calm down, my quirk isn't super hearing," All Might exclaimed, and then pulled out a piece of paper. "Alright, so the scenario that we are running is that the villains have a nuclear weapon stored in their hidden base, and the heroes have 15 minutes to retrieve the device or capture the villains, and the villains can either defend the bomb or capture the heroes in that time. How will the teams be decided?" Ida asked after All Might had paused for a moment. "By random draw, young Ida," was All Might's response. "Are you sure that's the right choice to make?" Ida asked. "Think about it, Ida. Heroes often have to team up with people they don't exactly know, and then team up to do something on the fly. So this makes the most sense." "Ah," Ida replied. "Thank you, Midoriya, that really makes sense. Anyway, it's time for you all to draw to find out who your teammates are," All Might exclaimed as he presented the class with 2 boxes. Midoriya was closer to the front, so he was one of the first people that grabbed a ball with his letter on it. It was a gray ball with the letter E written on it in yellow. He looked around to see who he had matched with. The first person he had tried to match with was Hagakure, who had the letter E. Then he found his match. Uraraka also had the letter E. "Great! We're a team!" Uraraka exclaimed. "Yeah, this is going to be great," he replied. "Sensei, there are only 19 people in the class. How are you planning on correcting this oversight?" Ida asked, and DMN he did make a good point. He should be more observant in the future. "Not to worry, young Ida, one person will simply have to go twice. Young Midoriya, you wouldn't mind having to go twice, wouldn't you?" All Might asked. "I wouldn't," he replied. "Excellent. You will be on Team I with Yaoyorozu, unless there's a conflict of the matchup. Alright, let's draw the teams for the heroes and villains. On the hero team, All Might drew the ball, Uraraka and Midoriya. And on the villain team, All Might drew the D-ball, Ida and Bakugo. Izuku turned around to see that Bakugo was looking at him with a malicious glee. "The villains will have 5 minutes to prepare. Get going. Heroes, use this time to prepare a strategy," All Might announced. "Oh boy, this is going to be a challenge. Midoriya, what sort of strategy are we going for?" Uraraka asked him. "Right, they only had 5 minutes to come up with a strategy. Bakugo is most certainly going to be going after me, so that means you have an opportunity to go after Ida by yourself. Make sure you grab some things in the rooms and halls before you get to the weapon room. Ida is smart, so I'm going to bet that he's planned for the effects of your quirk," he explained. "I'm not really the type to have more specific strategies." "Do you really think you can handle Bakugo by yourself?" Uraraka asked. "I think so. But I can handle him enough that I should buy you enough time to secure the weapon," he said, more confident than he felt. If he was going to tell the truth, there was a knot in his gut about the upcoming fight. He had changed so much in the past year or so, but was it really enough? He could only use one for all at 9% at this point. That should be enough. "Okay, let's do this then," she said, and Izuku saw determination in her eyes. He had been questioning it at first, but maybe she really did deserve to be a hero. "Alright, the 5 minutes of planning time is up," All Might announced. "Heroes, enter the building." He took a deep breath in and out. "Alright, let's do this." He and Uraraka separated at the door, She had an idea of where to go, so she went up the first staircase. He wanted to make sure that he was as far away from Uraraka as possible in order to give her as much time as needed. Could she successfully fight Ida? Probably. He trusted her skills with her quirk to face off against Ida, which left him to find Bakugo. He walked down the corridors, making sure to be quiet. Of course, Bakugo had no such qualms about being quiet, so that meant that he could track Bakugo easily. In the span of about a minute, he finally did run into Bakugo. "What the f are you doing, Deku? How did you get that DMN recommendation?" Bakugo demanded, standing at the other side of the hallway they were in. "I told you already, Bakugo. I got a recommendation from Kamui Woods and I passed the recommendation exam with flying colors." Bakugo then responded by charging forward, explosions ready on his palms. And there it goes, he always starts with a right hook. So he does the only thing he could do. He charged up one for all to around 8%, something he could hold during a battle for sure, and grabbed Bakugo's outstretched hand, and flipped the explosive teen over his shoulder, slamming him into the ground with the power of one for all. This was something that he could really do without a quirk. Did he really need to accept the power of one for all? No, Izuku, don't concern yourself with the morality of accepting the quirk or not. You need to fight Bakugo now, and a single slam into the ground is not enough to take him down. And he was proven right by the explosions that sounded behind him. He turned around to see that Bakugo was readying an explosion his way. But as fast as Bakugo was, Gran Torino was faster, and he had fought the elderly hero to a standstill. He dodged around Bakugo lunging at him, and slammed him in the back. "Where the hell did you get your quirk from, Deku?" Bakugo demanded as he got back up. "Why should you care?" He yelled out, running down one of the corridors with the strength of one for all, Bakugo following him. "Get back here, Deku!" He heard Bakugo yell. He grabbed the capture tape that All Might had given him. It was strong, well-designed, and was purposed for restraining. So how does he restrain Bakugo? Palms together, so he couldn't use his quirk, then restrain his arms to his sides. And then at that point he could go out and help Uraraka with taking down Ida. The plan that she and Midoriya had worked out made sense. She didn't know exactly what, but Bakugo and Midoriya had some sort of history. So she'd leave them to go through that and try to find Ida. It was surprisingly easy, because Ida wasn't trying to hide himself. She had tapped her costume with her quirk, just to make everything lighter, and coincidentally it made her much more silent, so she's able to sneak up on Ida without him hearing. "I need to do this exercise to the best of my ability. I think evil." And then Ida gave a villainous laugh that was so cheesy and over the top she had to hold her hand to her mouth to keep from laughing. This was so silly. "Come at me, heroes. I will show you what it means to be a villain." Ida called out again, alongside another one of his villainous laughs. "Heroes, I have procured a superweapon with which I can destroy the entire city. You only have 9 more minutes, and after that you'll never see the weapon again." Seriously, Ida? Well, whatever, it's time for her to intervene. She grabbed the first object, a piece of rock that was in one of the rooms on the way, removed its gravity and jumped into the room. Ida was standing there, facing her. "Ah, so the heroes have arrived. Well, you're not going to go far." Ida gestured around and she saw that the room had been entirely cleaned out. "And look, I observed you using your quirk before and there's nothing for you to use your quirk on in this room. What is your move now, hero?" Ida added. "This," she said, throwing the stone she held into Ida's helmet. She'd been told her quirk was more complicated than just removing gravity apparently. All she knew was that if she threw something, it would pretty much go in a straight line. So the stone made a very audible thunk. She ran for the bomb, but was stopped by Ida. "Do you really think your pitiful attack would do anything against me?" he said, brandishing his capture tape. She had to dodge around Ida's attacks and she was being pushed back. At least she wasn't getting captured, but she really was only defending herself. "Come on, Midoriya, where are you?" He ran out from the place where he had been hiding, and within seconds he found Bakugo, who turned around to face him. "These gauntlets aren't just for decoration, you know? They've been storing my sweat and all they need is an ignition to fire off." Bakugo yelled, grabbing the pin. All Might must have given a message to Bakugo, because Bakugo glanced over at his earpiece and then looked back at him. "Don't worry, he'll be fine if he dodges," Bakugo said, grabbing the pin. Oh, this is something new. He only had a second to react, so he jumped up as Bakugo pulled the pin so he could avoid the explosion. It mostly worked. He felt the heat and force of the explosion, pushing it forward and making his landing more difficult. But he ended up behind Bakugo, so he twisted around, grabbing his capture tape and extending out a length of it. Alright, his next moves needed to be carefully planned. He reached out and just barely managed to stick a piece of the capture tape on Bakugo's back before he turned around and aimed an explosion at his face. Well, it was aimed at his face, but he managed to dodge away and it hit his arm, which was covered in the heat-resistant jacket. Well, it wasn't heat-resistant enough, as the material was blackened and burned away. But at least his arm was intact. But the advantage was his. The capture tape was wrapped around the back of Bakugo and they were now facing each other. So he jumped around Bakugo, wrapping the capture tape around him several times, eventually getting to the point that the explosive teen couldn't move his arms. At that point he activated his earpiece to contact Uraraka. "I took down Bakugo, do you need some help?" he asked. "Yeah, I could use your help," she said from wherever she was, alongside the sound of crashing. Damn, she really did need help. "Okay, I'll be there." He turned around after hearing a yell and an explosion, to see that Bakugo was struggling against the capture tape. He was doing a pretty good job of it, but it would take him a while to break free. Well, at least the capture tape would buy him enough time to help Uraraka. She told him the location when he was on the way up there. He had been keeping track of the time, and there wasn't too much time left, so he needed to go out and fight Ida quickly and effectively. By the time he got to the room where Ida and Uraraka were fighting, there were only minutes left. The room was pristine, even the objects that Uraraka had brought with her had been gone. Likely out of the window, because the glass of the window was broken. Well, now there were 2 heroes, and only 1 villain. Even when there's 2 heroes, you will never win, Ida announced as he ran in the room. "For I am the villain that will defeat you." He had to put his hand over his mouth to stop himself from laughing. This was what Ida thought a villain was like? Izuku had seen what real villains were like. They weren't dramatic like this. "Then prove it, villain. Show me your true strength," he said in turn, the electricity of one for all sparkling around him. "Uraraka, go for the weapon, I'll engage Ida," he said into the earpiece quiet enough that he hoped Ida didn't overhear it, and then he charged forward at Ida. Why was Ida wearing a suit of armor? Whatever floats your boat, I guess. Armor didn't suit him, but whatever. He mainly focused on dodging and deflecting Ida, keeping him as far away from Uraraka as she sprinted to the bomb, and then, "Hero team wins by securing the bomb," the voice of All Might announced through his earpiece. Well then, that's the wrap. Of course he still has another match to fight, but he should be fine with it. Alright, who is the MVP of the match? All Might announced after the 4 of them had got back into the observation room, and then found another building for their class because apparently the building had gotten destroyed too much for it to be safe. Oops. Yaoyorozu stepped out from the rest of the class and raised her hand. "Would you mind if I?" "Go ahead." I think the MVP of the match was Midoriya. He's the one that formulated the plan that made him win, as well as the one who took down both of the villains. All in all, I think that this was a competent execution from Midoriya, she explained. "I couldn't have said it better myself," All Might said. "Anyway, now let's move on to the next exercise." After spending about 11 months around All Might, he could tell that this was All Might 4. "You said it better than I could, so I'm just going to move on." Well, now he gets the chance to observe his classmates using their quirks in combat. The next match was Tokoyami and Azui as the heroes, and Kirishima and Siro as the villains. During their 5 minutes of prep time, Kirishima and Siro set up tape traps using Siro's tape. A defensive strategy, it seemed. But their defensive strategy didn't work well. Azui, as it turns out, was a pretty decent all-around fighter, fast, agile, yet she had a frog-like tongue that was pretty strong. He couldn't really see any obvious weaknesses at this point. And Tokoyami's dark shadow only bolstered this effect. A shadow demon erupted from him. "Don't worry, Izuku, that's not a shinigami. Although I'm not exactly sure what it is," Although I do know it likes apples as well, so we're going to have to talk about this sometime. Ryuk said. How do you know Dark Shadow likes apples? He whispered under his breath. Everyone was watching as Dark Shadow restrained both Kirishima and Siro as Azui secured the weapon. I saw it eating apples when I went downstairs to watch TV. Dark Shadow was eating an apple while Tokoyami was watching the TV. And then it looked in my direction, and I had the faintest suspicion that Dark Shadow could see, or at least perceive me. We'll talk about this later. The next match was Todoroki and Shoji versus Ojiro and Hagakure. Hagakure was guarding the bomb, and Ojiro was going out to fight the two. However, Izuku knew this was not going to be a match after all. He had seen Todoroki during the recommendation exam, where he had been just slightly slower than Todoroki. But he had the feeling that speed wasn't really what Todoroki had fully focused on. Maybe not even the quirk assessment test, which was more skill-based. So combat was probably where Todoroki excelled. 15 seconds later, his theory was proven by the fact that Todoroki surrounded the entire building in ice, walking through the building, securing the weapon, and then 10 seconds later he melted it. This was a lot of control for someone of his age. Well, it made sense after all. Todoroki would have been trained by his father most likely, and had access to all sorts of quirk training. This was the gap that he would have to overcome to become the #1 hero. Oh, that's super manly. Kirishima yelled out. That's insane. Ashido yelled out. The next match wasn't too impressive, although it was the first villain victory. Ashido and Sato managed to defeat Koda and Aoyama. Aoyama, of course, complained about Ashido's acid melting his cape. But he wasn't really focusing on that match, more thinking about his next match. Yaoyorozu was powerful for sure, but he was still nervous. And Yaoyorozu and Midoriya are the villains, All Might announced. As much as it was a seemingly innocent phrase, disconnected from context, it was still nerve-wracking to be called a villain. People might call him a villain, but he was a hero. He wasn't a hero like All Might under his Kira persona. Of course, he could never be a hero like All Might using the Death Note, but at least he could be a hero like Yenluo Wang. So Midoriya, what sort of strategy did you want to go with? I wanted to bunker down, what do you think? Yaoyorozu asked him, pulling him out of his thoughts. Yeah, sure, that seems great. Neither Kaminari or Jiro really have strength enhancement quirks, so I think that bunkering down will work well. So Yaoyorozu made steel plates to block off the door, and then made the two of them non-metallic staves for use if need be. Turns out the need never came, because Kaminari and Jiro couldn't get through the barrier. That's anticlimactic, but of course not every fight could be climatic or even cool. That sort of stuff only happens in low-quality novels. And then the class was over, which was a good thing, because he has this case from Principal Nizu to work on. If All for One was still around, he needed to take down as many of his organizations as possible. Midoriya looked at the sum total of the information in the file. It wasn't much. They operated somewhere on Hokkaido, underneath a leader known as Ten. And from what he could tell, all of the people in this organization have been given numerical code names, such as 12, 40, or 67. The current theory was that they skipped numbers to make their organization seem larger than it really was. Because if these numbers were real, they'll be over 100 members, and hiding an organization that large is difficult. Surprisingly enough, if there was a larger organization, it could be based around an insular community. By looking at the reports of crimes they're linked to, primarily murders, he can make a guess as to what their numbers are. 16 murders in the past year, all on pro-heroes. He needed the coroner's reports on the deaths of these heroes. Thankfully, one of the benefits of this society that equates heroes with celebrities is knowing everything that happens to them. Which reminds him of Captain Celebrity. Despite being ranked #1 in at least 11 states, he's been tempted to write Captain Celebrity's name several times. However, as a high-ranking hero, he has saved hundreds of thousands, if not millions of lives. It's been tearing him apart for weeks now. Sure, the heroes had some lawsuits against him for excessive damage, apparent harassment, and just being the poster boy for the society of fake heroes. But he's followed the superheroes, yes, that's his real hero title, career, and sure sometimes, most of the time, he does things for the cameras, but he's saved so many lives. The heroes that he had taken out with the Death Note were pretty minor. Often their criminal acts outweighed their heroic acts by a fair margin. The case forgotten about, he pulled out his burner phone and sent a message to Stain. Shay 1737, should I eliminate fake heroes in the higher ranks? It took only a few minutes until Stain wrote a response, surprisingly. He'd have thought that Stain would be out killing fakes. Ever since the video that the machine hero recorded was spread around the internet, Stain had accelerated his attacks, bringing his death toll to 39, and he had additionally took 54 heroes permanently out of hero work. That was a lot, which explained why Stain was classified as an S-class villain. Bleach 1744, I'd be careful, but go for it. Sure, that's what Stain would say, but he didn't know if he could. Focus, Izuku, focus, you have a case to solve. Each and every one of the heroes that had been killed were killed in very different ways. He looked at the reports, trying to look to see if some of these injuries could be caused by the same quirk. Strain and Warrior. Strain died because of massive internal scarring and blackened lungs, and Warrior had died because of burns. This must be because of the same fire quirk, and it must be a pretty powerful one. Quirk registries were supposed to be private, but the sites that held them were ancient, and the passwords to these sites could easily be found on certain websites. They hadn't been changed in decades. He narrowed the search results for people who lived on Hokkaido and for a decently powerful fire quirk that could create fire at a distance. While that was running on his computer, he pulled up his laptop and looked at the rest of the heroes that had died, eventually sorting it out until he had something that looked pretty decent. Strain, Warrior, Bongo, Ranged Fire Quirk. Orion of Three Rivers, Hacker Knight, Vigilant. Vibration Resonance Quirk. Magnificent Mazdi, Zomar the Stupendous, Sexin, Tic-Tac Till-Attack. Reflection Quirk. Raptor Haze, Amethyst, Plant and Fungus Growth Quirk. Falxon, Earth Quirk. Corundum Mist, Spellcaster Mage Ultimus, Vagamagma, Unknown. By the time he got to the point where he had sorted each of the quirks, there's still 3 that he feels like belong somewhere, but he'll sort them later. The Reflection quirk had been an epiphany for him after seeing the fact that Magnificent Mazdi had purple injuries from his magnificent laser. Zomar the Stupendous quirk made him produce fancy arrows that were found in his body. Sexin was dead of massive blood loss, when their quirk made the people that attacked them bleed. Tic-Tac Till-Attack was found with broken bones, and his own quirk meant he could weaken bones by touch. So it was either a reflective or copying quirk. His computer pinged at that. He had found a match on the quirk registry for the fire quirk. Kantiyama Tsukiyoda, quirk, Distant Fire, which allows the user to create and manipulate flame, even create flames at range. He looked at the information available for the 7 villains in this organization. 27 height, 168 to 177 centimeters weight, 84 to 95 kilograms. Eye color, orange. Hair color, dark red. And he compared that information to Kantiyama Tsukiyoda. Height, 174 centimeters. A bit higher than the average, but well within the range of accepted values. Weight, 83 kilograms. Lower than the numbers provided, but those numbers are often estimated. Maybe this guy was wearing layers of clothing or something. Eye color and hair color match up. The first thought that popped into his mind was using the Death Note. But if Kira started killing criminals that Midoriya Izuku was investigating, that would be super suspicious. But there were other criminals on Hokkaido for sure. Maybe he could pull it off as starting to focus on certain regions? Alright, from now on, he can only kill criminals and fake heroes in Japan. Let's see what T thinks of that. Maybe give that a week, and then next weekend he'll take a trip up to Hanruncal and have a meeting with Kantiyama Tsukiyoda. But in the meantime, he should see what he can dig up on the other villains in this group. A knock on his door caused him to jolt upright. Thank goodness he locked his door, otherwise it might have been worse. What is it? He asked. It's Uraraka. I want to ask you something. A voice came from the other side of the door. All right, give me a minute. He responded back, gathering the filed evidence together, sliding it into a drawer, stowing away his laptop, and switching windows on his computer to an English assignment that Present Mike had assigned already. For such a chill guy, Present Mike was a pretty strict teacher. After all the evidence of his personal investigation had been hidden, he unlocked and opened his door. "What is it, Uraraka?" he asked, gesturing towards an extra chair in his room, which she sat down in. He made sure to keep the door open just in case. "I just need someone to talk to, and you feel like someone who I should talk with," she explained. "Okay, what did you want to talk about, Uraraka? Is something on your mind?" he asked, feeling a bit concerned. Was she homesick? Did she feel lonely, or nervous, or anxious? Hell, he felt nervous and anxious through most of the day. He had just gotten better at hiding it. "Well, it's just that I'm not used to living with so many people in the same building. It makes me feel exposed, vulnerable, and like I have no privacy, you know?" And this made him think. Did he feel exposed, like he had no privacy? He would be lying if the thought hadn't crossed his mind. But how to assure someone? If I'm going to be honest, I think everyone else is feeling the same way. We're practically strangers living together. It's going to be an adjustment getting used to everything. But you do have a lock on your dorm room, and the bathrooms are separated by gender, so you have that going for you," he said. "Thanks, Midoriya," she replied as she left. All the information was in place, and they had a group prepared. He had even convinced All for One to have Crafter brought along, saying that their quirk might be useful for a jailbreak. Crafter was going to be working with the teen who he had been contacting, a third-year high school student by the name of Ikedzuki Yatashi. One of the conditions of giving the information was that the kid had to attend. It was annoying, but the kid did have a useful quirk. Basic fire quirks were pretty common, but the Ikedzuki brothers' fire quirks made their fire far brighter than normal. So of course his purpose was going to be to send out a flare. And then him and Dabi would break in and rescue Ikedzuki Teo. This wasn't really a plan, but no plan survives contact with the enemy, so it doesn't matter anyways. A blast of bright white flame went up into the air, lighting up the dark night to the point where it almost looked like daytime. That was their signal to head over to the jail cell 1-0034 where Ikedzuki Teo was imprisoned. It was on the first floor thankfully, so the breakout would be easy. "Alright Dabi, let's go and rescue this guy." "Not to question you, Spinner, but why are you rescuing this guy? He's just a single person. You can find other people that want to follow the will of Stain," Dabi said. "You can find 10,000 people that want to follow the will of Stain, but this guy has the skill to actually pursue his goals. He managed to kill a pro hero, Dabi. That's not a small feat." It looked like Dabi wanted to add more, but they had already reached the jail cell where Ikedzuki Teo was contained. Dabi melted the wall down with bursts of fire, and then they saw their prisoner run out, and then almost immediately bow to the ground. "Dabi, Spinner, vanguards of Stain's will, what are you doing here? Your younger brother wanted to free you, so he made it happen," he said. "Of course he did. We need to leave as soon as possible. Did you keep him out of combat at least?" "I sent him with Crafter, a teammate of mine that excels at deactivating security systems, so he's as safe as possible because he demanded to be here." "Well, let's get out of here," the older Ikedzuki brother said, launching his own flare up into the sky. The signal for them to retreat and return to the meeting point. This was a quick in and out operation. Ikedzuki Teo is currently in jail awaiting sentencing for the murder of a pro hero, the news report said. She couldn't believe it. Her younger brother, a killer? He didn't have a bad bone in his body. But maybe that was a sign she should come back to Japan. Zapadislavia was nice, sure, but even though the nexus of Stain's and Kira's killings started in Japan, and the two were Japanese, she had seen how attractive the masses saw the two. Hell, she had just sawn on the news of an attempted coup by some general in the Britannic Empire who said it was Kira's will, but if she was honest, he was probably looking for any sort of excuse to stage a coup. And maybe she could help T with catching Kira. They had worked together before. Lost in thought again, Mayami? She looked up to see her wife having entered. When had she walked in? "I was just thinking about catching Kira. His name's been on everyone's minds lately, and I think I may have a lead," she replied, closing her laptop. "I don't know if I should go back to Japan or not. I don't even know if T remembers me." She felt something warm across her body. She looked up to see that Amity was hugging her. "T definitely remembers you. You were the best on that one case in New Argos, remember? She said. But you've lived in Zapadislavia your entire life. Are you really prepared to just up and move to Japan so quickly? I don't want to put you through the pressure of moving. She replied, looking into her wife's eyes. Mayami, if you think you can solve the Kira case, then I'm on your side 100%. Now let's get travel preparations started. People don't believe that spirits exist. It's a normal belief, to be sure. The occult had been at the corners of people's minds ever since quirks became the driving force in everyone's lives. But he always knew that spirits were real, ever since he saw his father's quirk, red shade, come out of him to play with him, and he felt something separate from his father, something different. He later learned he had gotten a mix of both of his parents' quirks, the bird mutation, spirit sense, and his quirk being dependent on light levels from his mother, and the base quirk from his father. He remembered the first time Dark Shadow and Red Shade met. Dark Shadow had always been temperamental for him, but Red Shade also seemed to act like a father figure to Dark Shadow. He also remembered the first time Dark Shadow managed to defeat Red Shade in a duel, first at night and then at daytime. He had felt the elation from Dark Shadow's end. It had been his father that said he could become a hero. And here he was, sitting in a dorm room at UA, the best hero course in Japan. Surrounded by crazy people. He hadn't expected to detect spirits around any of his classmates, but he had sensed a spirit around Midoriya. It could be anything, but it certainly meant that they were heading for interesting times. He hated having to lie to Midoriya, feign ignorance on how he sensed spirits, but who would believe him otherwise? He booted up his computer to see he had gotten an email from his only great-grandmother on his mother's side. He hadn't seen her since the last annual family reunion 7 months ago, or heard from her. That wasn't a failing on either of their parts, they just weren't that close. Dear Fumikage, I just wanted to say that I finally got the news you were accepted into UA. And scoring 4th overall. Very impressive. I just wanted to tell you that I'm still alive and kicking, and continuing my work. Just yesterday I helped a young man rationalize the death of his wife in the new Chinese Civil War by having them talk for the last time. I may not be a hero like you will become, but I definitely think I save people by giving them closure, which is something people need. I'm finally glad that you're going to be a hero, you're the first one in the family. Please stay safe, my little fledgling. I'm sending you a gift for getting into UA. It's your favorite apple pie. I know how much you like apples, and it's the family recipe, so I hope you enjoy it, Fumi. Anyway, I don't know if I'll be able to attend the family reunion. I'll make sure to keep your mother updated. Best regards, Nana. He couldn't help but salivate at the mention of the apple pie. He loved her apple pie. It was the perfect mix of apples, sugar, and spice, not too sweet but not too tart. He had lost count of the times he had to ask Dark Shadow to physically restrain himself from tasting heaven in a pie. So what he was probably going to do is take a piece and then share the rest. Dark Shadow popped up. What are you thinking about, Fumikage? Dark Shadow asked. It wasn't really asking, as Dark Shadow was using the mental connection they shared. UA certainly is an interesting place. I mean, I've never seen so many heroes in my life. Tsukuba is a pretty quiet town relative to other areas. That's a good thing, Fumikage. Villains are dangerous. I guess. Thanks for that, Dark Shadow. Midoriya Izuku was staring at his food. He knew he was hungry, he had had a long day, but he was just lost in thought. His life was far more complicated than he had ever anticipated, and that meant that he needed to do things carefully. He opened up a picture on his phone, a picture the hero support company that designed his costume had sent him, so that he could get a good look at it when he was wearing it. From what he heard, the model could temporarily shapeshift into someone as long as they consume someone's DNA. So he had sent a small sample of hair and skin over, and in return he could get a good look at what the costume looked like on him. The asymmetrical look definitely looked good on him. It made him distinctive, unique, something to separate him from everyone else's symmetrical costumes. Well, everyone except Todoroki, who sheathed half of his body in ice. Weird, but whatever. The colors were a bit lighter than he had wanted, the greens and blues a bit more bright, but it certainly did look good. The black was just the same, meaning that there was now a greater contrast. The patterns crossed and weaved across the costume, making for something that he would grow into. Of course, Just because something was good did not mean it couldn't be improved. He wanted to lean into the asymmetry more. Maybe a detachable cape, shifted so it covered his left side more? Costumes were supposed to aid the hero to do their job to the fullest. You look lost in thought, Midoriya, someone said. He looked up to see Hugh, looking at him. Is something on your mind? Karo. Well, yeah. He showed her the picture on his phone of his hero costume. I was just thinking about how to improve it. There are plenty of factors that go into a hero costume as CU, and now that I got my costume, I'm thinking about improvements to it. She took a closer look at the picture on his phone, looked over it closely, and then handed it back to him. Did you want some advice on what to do? Karo, she asked. He nodded almost immediately. He had a tendency to overthink things, and from what he could tell from Azui already, she wasn't the type of person to sugarcoat things, or be reticent from speaking out because it might make someone feel temporarily sad, rather than having it fester down the line. My aunt and cousin are fashion designers. I actually asked them for some help on my costume. Did you want me to send it to them so they can have a look at it if you want? Karo. Thank you, but I'd rather not share it. I'd like to hear some of your opinions. He replied. Well, to be blunt, this sort of looks like a villain costume. She said. You may want to make the colors a bit brighter. Karo. He wanted to make a comment about Bakugo or Tokoyami's costumes, but he resisted. This is not the time for that. Instead, he just rubbed the back of his neck. I guess. I mean, my original drawings had it even darker green and blue, and the black patterns larger, but I'll think about it. Thanks for your opinion, Keith. No problem, Midoriya. I mean, imagining your costume and actually wearing it are pretty different. She said, going to the fridge to get something. Reassured, he finally started eating. Getting to watch the chaos of people trying to sort out who's cooking what was definitely amusing. He would have made more food, but he was tired both physically and mentally, which was why he hated the fact he overthought everything. Maybe he should ask All Might. No, All Might's not really where the design of his costume is heading. Maybe he should ask Eraserhead. Eraserhead's costume was built for functionality, so maybe that would be someone better to talk to. That would be his plan for tomorrow. If he got some free time, he could ask Eraserhead about costume design. It's one of the most essential parts of being a hero, after all. A crash came out of nowhere. He looked up from his meal to see that Kaminari and Ishido had teamed up to attempt to make dinner. Keyword, tempt. He didn't hear what they were intending to make, but what they were currently making was closer to charcoal than anything edible. He sighed and went back upstairs with his meal. There had been this one villain that had been in Mizudafu for over a decade. The police called him the Mizudafu Stalker. He didn't feel like calling this villain a stalker was appropriate. They killed 127 people over the past 13 years, surely they didn't stalk all of them. This villain, whoever they are, is an extremely dangerous person and needed to be killed as soon as he could manage it, which meant he would need to find out the identity of this criminal. But the fire alarms soon blared. Diamenit Kaminari and Ishido. Someone needs to get them out of the kitchen. He closed the files he found on the Mizudafu stalker case and ran downstairs, past the smoking kitchen. No, wait, that was definitely fire. How bad were they at cooking? When he finally went outside, he saw Bakugo yelling at Todoroki. Damn it, icy hot. I thought I told you to stay away from the kitchen when you didn't know how to use the oven. Huh, out of everyone he didn't expect Todoroki to burn the kitchen. After a couple of minutes, Eraserhead and Present Mike arrived on scene, the two of them holding fire extinguishers. There was some yelling, the sound of something spraying, most likely the fire extinguishers, more yelling, Present Mike yelling with his quirk that was abruptly cut off, and then the two of them walked out. Alright Hellions, so the stove is not going to be usable for a day or two. Food will be sent in from lunch rush until the kitchen is fixed. Eraserhead said, Gods, these are problem children. He heard Eraserhead whisper under his breath. He would protest against that, but it's probably true. He really was torn. He knew that loyalty to All for One was tantamount in his life, but he had been alone before meeting All for One. Isolated by his parents, forced to train by his uncle for a while, and had even helped in a jailbreak the night before entering UA. But UA was different. He enjoyed his classes, his classmates were great, And he was actually enjoying his life for the first time maybe the first time ever. Maybe he can start planning an escape from All for One. He needed someone to trust, to help him in his escape. While they were having a meeting with Stain's group over the weekend, maybe he could talk to someone on their team. But who would it be? He wouldn't go to Stain, Dobby, or Spinner. They seemed too close to the League. Toga was too crazy to trust. That left him with Seishin. Seishin looked really young, but maybe he could rely on him to help him escape from All for One's clutches. That was the plan then. He just had to hope that Seishin would help him escape from the League's clutches. His door opened to reveal her. Damn it, this would complicate matters. Have you been thinking of betraying him? She asked him. Damn it again, she was always really good at guessing his feelings. Why did he have to be so expressive about this? No, he lied. Why, have you been thinking about that yourself? He asked, trying to flip the question on her. Maybe that would work. I'll admit that it has crossed my mind. She said, I'll leave you here for now, but I warn you, the reach of All for One is vast, and he's heavily implied that he has a third spy watching the both of us, so don't do anything that All for One wouldn't like, okay? She said as she slinked away. If that really was the case, he needed to be way more careful. Maybe he should wait more, reach out to other people. Maybe after a month or two, finding out if he could trust Eraserhead. He closed and locked the door. He wanted to tear his hair out. If only he knew All for One's real name, because if he had that, he could post All for One's name and face on a Kira forum. He knew that Kira browsed the more popular forums. It felt like he was in a vice grip. She would definitely tell All for One about the fact he may have second thoughts. He sat down on his bed and then laid down. His life was so difficult right now. He definitely was thankful that his eyes had been opened to see there was more to life than serving All for One. He had to escape from this. If he played his cards right, then none of the League could get to him. Not Shigaraki, and definitely not All for One. A realization came to him suddenly. Kurogyari can teleport anywhere as long as he has the coordinates. This would be a problem. He could maybe discuss this with Seishin. It was making him nervous. He's going to put his trust in some random person he doesn't know at all. But he needs an ally as both crafter and himself. Hopefully he can come out of this alive.